don't come to Germany anymore.
Fair enough. Sue, Patrick Dangerfield, he plays game 350 in the AFL this weekend. That demands an enormous amount of respect, but apparently not enough respect for coach Chris Scott to be on time for the celebratory press conference, and Danger's daughter let him know about it.
What do you have to say to Chris? Come on, don't get shy now.
You're late.
Don't mess with the Dangerfields. I'm Patrick Stack. This is ABC Sport Daily, produced by Poppy Penny. Thanks to Tennis TV and ESPN for the extra audio used in this episode. Before we go, a little recommendation for you. Mark Fennell's got a really good podcast called No One Saw It Coming, and on this very good podcast, there's a very good episode about freestyle swimming. You see, about the time Australia as a nation was being born, that stroke was kind of invented, called Australian crawl. Only thing is, according to Mark, the man heavily responsible is actually from the Solomon Islands. It's a good listen. I think you'll enjoy it. It's on the Listen app. This has been ABC Sport Daily. If you missed any of this episode or you're after more sporting conversations, you can find this episode and hundreds more on the ABC Listen app.
There are 3 warning levels across Australia: advice, watch and act, and emergency. To learn more, go to the ABC Emergency website and stay listening to your emergency broadcaster, ABC Radio.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
It's all on the line. Here we go. And the moment of truth has arrived. What a matchup this is. What a game. The umpire holds the footy up. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Oh, there's a bit to get inside of the net. The intensity and the pressure in the ball is unbelievable. Take your moment. This is that moment of the game of footy.
This is just football at its best.
And that'll be it. From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop, the Brisbane Lions never stopped believing, and they are the champions.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
He's called the through for a magnificent goal. Comes out, gathers, snaps, goal.
That extra bit of class.
He smashed that through. What a kick. Goes bang with everything he's got.
They are leaving nothing out there.
Listen to the roar. The drop punt. He's gone. And the building is jumping. We know he's a big shot taker. He's a big shot maker. Leans back on the kick. Game on.
That camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
From the right forward pocket. Oh, he's a sharpshooter, all right.
Step up in the big moment. Close to the man on the mark. Drop punt. He's there. Gathers, snaps. He'll bring the house down.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
He'll put it on the boot. Kick up towards the logo.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than
He
this.
defies the laws of gravity. He runs onto it 50 from goal. He's in Dusty's pocket. He shoots. Oh, he's as bloody good as Dusty. Oh, yeah. Rose snaps goal. The drop punt. It's good. And you can hear that body roar. Sports one way and the next and the snap. There's the finish. 60 out. Oh, my goodness. That's a massive kick. Big time spot. Big time goal kicker. That's why we love football.
Brilliant to watch.
From the centre wicket, whacks it for 6, scores level, running past, throws it on the left, could that be the sealer? Seconds ticking down, we're not done yet, what a finish!
Welcome to the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than this.
Two titans of the competition renew hostilities tonight. It is Geelong and the Brisbane Lions. There is no inclement weather that stands in front of this game. Of course, the rescheduled season opener pushed back to round 3. It also doubles up as the second meeting since last year's pulsating preliminary final. Geelong and Brisbane, 2 September regulars. They meet mid-season with the Cats on a 5-game winning sequence, while the Brisbane Lions have won only 2 of their last 6. And yet tonight is very much about one man. That is Patrick Dangerfield, playing his 350th game tonight. There's so much to work our way through. It's Friday night footy on ABC Sport. And there is a late change. So a late change in the Brisbane Lions camp. Darcy Gardner, who's been the talk all week, is out. So no Darcy Gardner in the Brisbane team. He's been replaced by Bruce Reville. So Bruce Reville is playing. Darcy Gardner is out. Reville will also start as the sub. So he's the sub for the Brisbane Lions. It changes their makeup significantly. And for the Cats, for a change, there's no late change. They come in as selected, and Ollie Henry is their sub. My name's Corbin Middlemass. Quick hellos, because Stewie Dewey's standing by to have a chat to us from the Brisbane Lions. But Kelly Underwood's here, as always. Hello, Kel.
Hello, Corbin. Great to be here. Took me, about 3 hours. Lovely drive, but lucky it was a beautiful sunset, orange sky, clear blue skies. I heard the Brisbane Lions had a few hiccups on their way down, but I tell you what, that was about 8 hours. Mine was nearly half the time. So, But yes, looking forward to hearing from Stewie Dew, and then, of course, this blockbuster clash.
The legendary Cat Cameron Ling's here. Hello, Lingy.
Hello, Corbs. Hello, Cal, Mick, everyone out there. That's why you live here, Cal, because it's such a beautiful place. Everyone wants to come here. The traffic's busy because everybody wants to come and visit Geelong.
Oh, how long did it take you, Lingy?
3.5
Beautiful. Beautiful. One man who I know is here because we shared the car ride on the way down and did exciting things like name our State of Origin teams and everything else. A man who's coached more games than anyone else in VFL AFL history, Mick Malthouse. Hello, Mick.
G'day, Corby. Yeah, it was a football car, wasn't it?
It was
about the lineup that would be the All-Australian side as at the moment, and then we try to pick a state of origin from Western Australia. We come up with some very good players, except we had no midfield.
It's a good spine, but a few problems in the midfield department. Ben Cameron's the fifth member of our team tonight on the boundary, and he's got a very special guest alongside him. Good evening, Ben.
Yeah, thank you, Corb. I've got Stewie Dew down here who's been enjoying that conversation. We've been talking about state of origin teams, but most importantly, Dewey, happy memories out here for you. You kicked 6 out here one day, didn't you?
A long time ago. I think I was lucky enough to play on Peter Riccardi at the end of his career, so he probably didn't know who I was. So got a little bit of freedom one day.
There is a bit of team news. So as we heard there, Darcy Gardner's out. Why is that?
He's just a bit crook. So just developed this afternoon, and more importantly in the change rooms there. So we've made that call and take the sting out of that and just move on. That's why we've got emergencies.
There's been a little bit of an interesting one late with Oscar McInerney. What's been going on with him?
Yeah, so he's been sore, obviously, managing his time. He's missed some footy and then he played last week, and we knew it was probably not going to be able to come back in this week, being a 5-day break. Plus, Darcy Fort's done a fantastic job in his absence. So we've gone from sort of having one ruckman that we're managing and 40 was travelling as that emergency. So now at least we've got 2 up and going, which will help us for the back end of the year.
So is he still the number one ruck?
Oh, look, well, he's not tonight because Darcy's playing, but look, they'll say that they're working tandem, and I think in terms of the length of the footy season for the rucks, it's a pretty significant role, and the guys that have chopped out like Eric and that, they find out how hard it is. So we're going to need both of them. I don't think we're going to have a 1 or 2. They're just going to make sure that they do the job for us each week.
Just very quickly before I send you upstairs, but he's up and going now. So from next week, he's A-OK, 100% ready to go.
Oh, 100%. I mean, touch wood, if something happened to Darcy got crook right now, Oscar could play. So it was more just on the back of first game back and then a 5-day break.
I'll send you upstairs, Michael Malthouse and Cameron Ling.
Stewie, thanks for your time. So close to the bounce of the ball. How does this team need to look early on for you guys as coaches to know, okay, we've fixed up these couple of things, we've reviewed the last couple of games strongly, these are the things we've put into practice and they're delivering on it?
Yeah, look, I think we've been pretty good in all phases. We're a little bit slow in our defence last week, and obviously goal kicking has been an issue. We probably missed easier shots last week than the week before. I think the different times we've kicked from too wide, and even guys going from too far out. So just looking for guys to know their range. We've been good at forward stoppages, so if they think they're too wide or too far, we'll try and set that up and keep the ball live, and if not, get a stoppage, which is not unlike all teams. But I think our defence was a little bit off it early on, but we've been pretty strong the last 6 weeks in that area, and our offence generally flows from that.
You guys, no doubt you know and can clearly trust this group to deliver when the whips get cracking. But also, do you balance the philosophy that they can't be up all year? You just got to get yourself into a position to contend come September, and this group will steel themselves. Like, how do you balance a premiership winning team to not have to be on every single second of an entire season, because it's almost an impossible ask for this group?
No, it's a good point, and we try and get as close as we can to that, obviously. But there is an acknowledgement that every team's looking to come at you, and you've lived that, Lingy. Everyone sees that as a bit of a scalp and almost a free hit to come and have a crack at the team that won the year before. So, look, we don't want to concede it. We're still trying to push them to bring their best every game because, as you see, when you don't, teams can knock you off. But this is one that we don't have to worry about prodding them.
Stewie, Mick Malthouse. Mate, how's things? Mate, I've just grabbed hold of the AFL year thing, and it's got round 15 last year, and round 14 it has you 9, 10, 11, 12, 13th, and then you won a game and you went up to 10th. And yet, at the same time last year, on the coming up into, and I know you come from 5th place from the Premiership, but it just appears it's a different side. It looked hungry last year. It would be fair to say that, look, you're third on the ladder. It just seems to me you're playing a second side and third side. There's a gulf there at the moment, and maybe that's because of percentage. Is it the hunger? Is it you've won games that perhaps you've got to over this year that you probably didn't get over last year, but then you started the big run home. Are you about that stage now, or are you still trying to find your feet in regard to the being the hunted?
I think that the hunger's there. All our tackle efficiency and our pressure meters are equal, if not higher. There were a couple of games that, potentially, on the back of other teams cashing in against lower teams that we cruised through. The Richmond game we're up by 40 or 50 and that came back down to 20-odd. North, we had a draw. They played really well. And West Coast came to play as well, kicking the first 5 goals. So, yeah, we've tried not to think about percentage because I think we're trying to keep on that process and stick to it. But when we've needed to against the best teams, I feel like we've put the foot down and done what we need to do. And it's, as Lingy said, it's a long year. We're trying to keep them up, and this one's important, clearly.
Yeah. Now, you've lost Gardner. I know it's premature. You're not going to probably tell us exactly who's going to take the place, but it just seems that you may be one tall short.
Yeah, we discussed that. We did have Ty Gallup as an emergency down here, who's a tall, and we could shuffle. But we feel like we've got a couple of guys that can play a bit taller down back, and Ryan Lester and Starcevic can play tall where needed. Obviously, a lot's going to depend on how clean or dirty that ball is coming in the forward half, and obviously we can break glass with either Eric or Sam Day if we feel like that's really hurting us, and shuffle the decks like that. So we've got a few plans, but I think there's some guys that can play a little bit taller.
Who's the most important of them, Smith or Holmes?
Ooh, good question. We've been spending all week talking about this.
So I dare say one of them is going to be picked up by someone or a bit of close attention.
Yeah, well, ultimately we're going to have to give a bit of close attention to their whole midfield, and that's I do like that. Look, I'm new to the Brisbane system, but the midfield do pride themselves on accountability. So. Right. Best test tonight. Obviously, Holmes does a few different things, and even Bailey where he starts and finishes. We're trying to try not to get caught up too much in who's in what position, but more about in what position do they get the ball and how much ground do they take.
Yeah, all the best, mate.
Stewie, Corbin and I were just having a look back at the 2007 draft because we were talking about danger, and Cal Ward's the only other player left playing, and we were flicking through, and then we got to pick 45 and it said Stuart Dew. Port Adelaide to Hawthorn.
Oh, I know. I snuck that in at about 11:59 p.m. a.m. just before the deadline. Clarko said you handed in at the last minute.
Stewie, I wish you had missed that deadline, mate.
Just a quick one. You mentioned you're still sort of new to the Brisbane Lions. You were part for so long of a club down the highway that at times throughout, not necessarily under your guidance, but has been a bit of a laughing stock in this competition. And then you switch to a team that immediately wins the premiership. What are the one or two obvious differences between those two clubs?
I'd probably try and focus on what they're good at, and Brisbane really reminds me of Sydney. Key words: stability, leadership. They run their footy club based on what they see and know, and not from outside perspective. So I think that's been a highlight. Definitely coming to Brisbane, I think that they're really clear on who they are and what they want to be, and everyone plays their role. But good collaboration, but essentially everyone's responsible, and they take that responsibility and take ownership and get after it.
Stewie, good luck tonight. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Stuart Dew, the assistant coach with the Brisbane Lions. Just repeating that late change. So Darcy Gardner out, Bruce Revel in. He's going to start as the sub, though, and Ollie Henry is the sub for the Cats. There is no late change.
Still feel for Stewie Dew. He's a lovely bloke. And look, obviously the Gold Coast Suns chairman would sit back and say, it was the right decision at the end of the day. But what did you make of that answer?
I was tempted to jump in. It would have embarrassed Stewie. I think he did a bloody good job at the Gold Coast Suns. He turned them into a serious club.
Yeah.
And their football department, he made massive cultural changes. The wins hadn't quite caught up yet to the work that he did, but he set a foundation for now Damien Hardwick to take advantage of.
And let's not forget, they all signed long-term deals
100%.
under him. We're waiting for Matt Rao, but all the others, King and Anderson, they all signed the long-termers under Stewie Dew.
I'd be shocked if he doesn't get another opportunity as senior coach.
Really?
Yep. Because we've got to be prepared to park a win-loss record at times and not hold it against him, because he took over a club that was a complete joke, complete joke, and
irrelevant.
He made it relevant, but the wins hadn't caught up yet. They're catching up now because Damien Hardwick's a very good coach as well, but he laid the foundation and did so much work. So I want to see him get another chance as a senior coach, whenever that might be. It might take another X number of years.
He's young enough.
Yeah.
He's young enough.
Yep.
And he's got that experience, and now he's gone to another club. All the things that you need in modern coaching, and I'm talking about modern coaching, not just AFL. I'm talking about rugby. I'm talking about soccer, American football.
Yep.
They're the ingredients you look at. It's the sides you had, the sides you're going to, how the players respond to you.
I love he chose, and I think I'm assuming, I'm speaking for him, he strategically chose to learn from a person like Chris Fagan as well, to go to suck it up and go, you know what, I love coaching. I know I do a lot of things well, but I'm also now going to go and learn from an outstanding coach and person like Chris Fagan.
Yeah.
And he'll pop out the other side of this even better prepared for his next opportunity. I just hope he gets one.
We'll talk about Patrick Dangerfield and plenty of him. Don't worry about that as we edge a little closer to the bounce. There's also something a little different about this fixture here tonight. When we arrived at the venue, it was completely empty, and yet there were white T-shirts placed on just about every single seat in the stadium. There was one patch that didn't have any T-shirts, and that was the Brisbane cheer squad behind the goals at the Barwon River end of the ground, but the rest of them decked out in white T-shirts for Geelong's whiteout.
So, Corby, you're an American sport enthusiast.
Yes.
After the final siren of every men's season, off you go to America. It's happened over there. The Cats are copying something from a team over there. Tell us about it.
So a college sports team called the Penn State Nittany Lions. And they're navy blue and white, so same kind of theme. And once a year they do the whiteout game, which same kind of theme. Everybody wears white, deck out the entire stadium. Amazing atmosphere. So they're a Big Ten school, huge football school. Actually made the Final Four last year. And so Geelong copying the same kind of theme. So a free T-shirt for everybody that's in the venue tonight. And the amount of people, Lingy, that have actually commented to me today, members of other clubs, sort of talking about, we pay so much for our membership, we never get anything nowadays, the fan experience. It has been almost universally praised, I think, as much as anything, that we get something for free. We come along to the footy and they're going to give us a T-shirt. It's a great gesture and something that has created a little bit of buzz around, and otherwise just another game on the fixture.
Yeah, I agree. And it's fun. My kids are pumped. They want to get along and get their T-shirt. And it's fortunate they've been able to wrap it around a 350-game milestone with Paddy, a 100-game milestone with Tyson Stengel, and a second versus third clash. A huge Friday night clash to do it. And you're right, we've seen copycats in the NBA do it with the Indiana Pacers at the moment in yellow, and I think Oklahoma City are doing it as well. It creates a buzz and an excitement and a terrific different look for a ground. So anyone who's got anything against it's probably just a bit of a Grinch. It's just a bit of fun.
Speaking of Grinches and people that want to pick holes in every little thing, why aren't the Cats wearing the white shorts tonight? Like they're going to wear their blue shorts. They usually wear white almost all the time to cover for colour clashes with other teams. I would have thought one night when the whole crowd's wearing white, that's the night to wear predominantly white.
That's what I love about you, Corbs. Your attention to detail, spot on. I don't have an answer for you.
Amazing. Inside the Cats camp coming up shortly, James Riley is going to join us, so he'll be downstairs with Ben Cameron in a few moments. Just on a couple of other things that happened in footy today, Jeremy McGovern, the five-time All-Australian, medically retired by the AFL's concussion panel. He's the latest player in that bunch, but over 197 games to be a five-time All-Australian premiership player is an incredible record.
It is. What a player. Just an outstanding mark of the football, reader of the game. He was huge in that 2018 premiership, and obviously, iconically, the mark he took to then rebound the ball for the Dom Sheed goal and all of that. It's such a shame, Mick. I mean, it's the right call in the end, medically. You don't want him to continue to be bashed around and smacked around and everything like that, but it's such a shame. He's still... Like, he was All-Australian last year, so he's still in his prime of football, and he doesn't get to play anymore.
No, and we've seen now a few players, Lingy, get this test and just not, and get the evidence that's just not good for them to go forward. And I don't think any of them have complained about the fact that that's the answer, because it's all about their health going on and being as normal as you possibly can. But the shame of it is it happens, and we're seeing it at this level. I hope that everyone gets a test at any level, because there's country footballers and Tasmanians and South Australians and kids that play up in the Northern Territory get as many whacks, and they may not have the same equipment or the same opportunity to get tested. We call it a brutal game, and it is a brutal game. I'm not comparing it to rugby and not suggesting one moment it's the be-all, end-all as far as toughness goes, but you get knocked around. People get knocked around. We spoke about it off air before, and unfortunately, those that get knocked around the head, and you only have to, it might be one, it might be the 10th time.
Yeah.
It'll have a bearing on you.
And it might not. So Jeremy McGovern is now out. The panel's decided that. So he's clearly still having symptoms and still having issues. Some might retire fine under their normal head of steam, like you and I did, Mick, and we decided to finish up our playing career. And then those signs and those symptoms and those issues might not happen for another 20 years or 25 years. So those
or less.
People, but whatever the number is, those people still need care then or access. And that's where you hope the Players Association, the AFL as organisations really make sure there's support available whenever that time occurs.
Because you put so much in, and that's the thing that the game, yes, we need the media to cover the game for the people. We need people coming to the game. We need administrators administering so that the game can flow. But you need the warriors. And you and others have put their body on line for, you've played for 12 years, Lingy, but that's 12 years of AFL. You've probably played 10 to 12 years to get to, 7 or 8 years to get to this 12 years. And none of it was easy. For every hit that you give, you get one back. But even giving it, and I can categorically, I remember one of my, I won't name him, but one of my players, hip and shoulder, bang, and his eye popped out. And yet he was the giver.
Yeah.
His eye popped out.
Yeah, because head clash and, it just sort of split it opened up his, around his eye socket. So, and that's okay. It goes back in and everything's okay. But it's, we do have a game where players cop a lot, and it's a shame for him.
Second versus third tonight here at Cardinia Park. The rest of the round, so Sunday teams are in. Jake Stringer is back, as is Toby Green, so a couple of big ins for GWS. Sam Taylor and Brent Daniels drop out through injury, so that's they get a couple back, they lose a couple more, GWS. Meanwhile, for Gold Coast, Weller, Reid and Butterick, the three ins. Lockie Weller plays his 150th game, so 3 unforced changes there. And then the late fixture is the Western Bulldogs and Richmond. Nick Caulfield comes in for Luke Cleary, and Jasper Elger is going to make his debut. He comes in for the injured Kane McAuliffe. Hails from Warragul, medium forward, 183 centimetres. He was the 7th and final pick by Richmond in last year's national draft at pick 58. So good luck to Jasper Elger, Alger. He's going to make his debut for the Tigers come Sunday. Only other thing worth mentioning out of today's news is Marcus Bontempelli, so contract talks will start next week. This comes after his coach speaking during the week saying, look, Bond's had the calf injury in the pre-season, he's organising to get married, he's the owner of a cafe, there's been plenty of reasons why contract talks have been delayed, but we know what happens when that goes on. People starting to ask questions and thinking, hang on, is he gettable? The Bond said today, I see it going quite smoothly. as I imagine you would if you were a player in demand like Marcus Bontempelli. I imagine that would be a pretty easy conversation. You'd walk in, you'd say, I want to stay, and I reckon this is the number, and I imagine the Dogs would go, okay,
let's do this.
All credit to their board and their CEO in Amit Baines, because they haven't jumped. I mean, we've seen Melbourne panic and sign up players for lots of money and lots of years, but they held firm with Luke Beveridge, with the honesty policy, which isn't alive and well and kicking, as you would know, Mick, in every club in this competition. And now they're doing the same with their captain. It just seems very mature. They both accept the position they're in, and they're not going to respond to any media pressure, unlike other clubs they've done with their coaches or with players that are out of contract.
Amit Baines, what an outstanding administrator.
He has been, hasn't he?
The Saints lost an absolute ripper. Everyone knew it. I don't know whether the Saints knew it, but when I say everyone knew it, clearly some didn't. But yeah, I think they've handled it very, very well. There's one thing that you just said then, Kel, which raises a point. How long is too long for a contract? And this is
some of them are ridiculous.
We're getting that stage, Kel, where you say about panic. That's a panic.
It is.
That's a panic.
But it's a club's right to make that call. If they want to be stupid, smart, whichever way you see it, they could. I'm not a believer that the AFL should step in and say.
Is there any other code, Lingy, that has it? Don't they? Then some codes have a length of period that you.
In the NBA in America, there's a length limit, I think, on contracts.
But isn't it? It's a sign of weakness in a club, isn't it?
Well, it's not. But not really. You've got to be very careful. Was Sydney weak in 10 years for Franklin?
No. But
mind you, having said that, though,
he's a
player.
once-in-a-generation
Well, let me tell you, he didn't play a lot of great finals, and he didn't play a lot of all the years. Let me say that.
But he put bums on seats, and they had sellouts for a decade.
Yeah, well, that's okay.
Yeah.
I think it's the club. It's the club's call. The AFL's job is to administer the game.
Yep.
And make sure the games are run smoothly, and again negotiate those big TV deals and the sponsorship, everything like that. All of that, I get all that. But it's the club's call on how they run their club. Now, if they want to sign someone for 10 years, that's their call. It could be the most stupid thing the club can do, but that's their call on what they should spend their salary cap on. It could have them on the bottom of the ladder for the next 10 years.
But shouldn't they try to save the club from themselves, Lingy? At least save themselves at some stage? You reckon they should just let them go and kill themselves?
I'm with Lingy on this. Do you know which one club who doesn't hand out those deals? Geelong.
Yeah.
No, they don't sign anyone to an 8 or 9 year contract and manage their cap. It's.
I understand these clubs do it better than others, but you want a competition that you don't want clubs killing themselves and their supporters for 10 years because they've made the wrong decision. Maybe they have to step in. Maybe they have to save themselves.
Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Let's go inside the Geelong camp. Ben Cameron's down there. Ben.
Thanks, Corbin. I'm down here with the Geelong forwards coach, James Riley. Patrick Dangerfield's 350th game. It's been all about danger all week, so let's start there. Who is he to you?
Paddy. Well, Paddy's a very important player, especially this year as a forward coach coming down. Look, Paddy's been amazing for the footy club when he came in 16 and the year he had, and just someone that just enjoys football and just shows all the other players what it's about. So he's been a massive, important leader for the footy club for a long time now.
He spoke during the week, I think, on Fox Footy about the fact that you've been enormous for him, and you and him, you go through his tape each and every week and work very closely on his forward craft. How would you describe his forward craft at the moment?
Well, just try and position him in the right position, and then Paddy does the rest, obviously, with the way he plays, his power. He doesn't need to be in the perfect position like a lot of other forwards, but if he's close enough and he can get access to the footy, he's pretty good. And he's something different. And I reckon most back lines and teams would have a look at him, and he'd be a pretty hard matchup each week.
I did hear Josh Jenkins speak about the fact that he's not necessarily a forward that works exceptionally well, and these are Josh's words, not mine, in a system forward line because he's such a big figure and he attracts the ball. Jeremy Cameron also joked about it on a Geelong Club video that danger keeps getting in his way. How do you make it work with those guys in that forward line?
Yeah, it's been, well, we've had all pre-season, which is a lot easier than just throwing Paddy down there for a game here and there. So they have been working on it. But he is more of a stop-start, powerful player, so he doesn't move like Jeremy moves. So we accommodate that, and they're growing to learn how to play with him. And I think statistically we haven't changed at all, and I think we've been pretty potent for the majority of the year and pretty consistent.
The whiteout game here at Kardinia Park. What do you make of all of these white shirts on every seat around the ground?
I think it looks amazing. I see there's a couple of shirts on the coach's box too, so we might have to put them on as well. No, I think it's amazing. Obviously, you see that out in the States. Obviously, all the boys from the footy club watch a lot of the sports over there. So, no, I think it's a great initiative, and looking forward to seeing all the people with it on.
Yeah, certainly something that the Nittany Lions, Penn State, do over in the United States. It was reported during the week about assistant coaches being sent a memo around some game improvements. Were you on that chain?
No, I think there is going to be assistant coach from other clubs going to that, and there's going to be a pretty important meeting. I don't know who's going to do it for us, but yeah, so we did get the email, and yeah, it'd be good, whoever that is, to have a say on the game for sure.
Do you have anything in the game at the moment that you immediately think of when we speak about it that you would change?
No, not particularly. Look, I think there's been a bit spoken about the umpires and them being a little bit more full-time. I think that could be getting up to the standard of what the footy departments and everyone else is at. So that's maybe something that they could look at.
Smith or Holmes last week, who was best on? It's been debated all week.
Probably Holmesy for me, but geez, they've been playing so well together, haven't they? We had last year when Holmesy won our best and fairest, and we spoke about as coaches that geez, it'd be great to have two of them. And yeah, we feel we've got pretty close to two of them at the moment. Yeah, Baz has been amazing for us. Yeah, and hopefully they can continue to play so well together.
You're doing a great work just getting Patrick Dangerfield to work as a forward. It's all on you. James Riley, best of luck for the rest of the evening.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
We love his input as always. Thanks, Ben. Downstairs with James Riley, assistant coach at the Cats. Preview continues on ABC Sport next.
Are comedians naturally good at spelling?
Guayabera, propolis, guacamole.
Find out in the brand new season of Guy Montgomery's Guy Mont Spelling Bee. Stream all the episodes now on ABC iView.
You're listening to the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
AFL. On ABC Radio.
On digital. And on the ABC Listener.
Look for the AFL button.
Top two spot is up for grabs tonight. Kardinia Park, they're setting round 15 Friday night footy on ABC Sport. And two September regulars in recent seasons. The 2024 premiers, the Brisbane Lions, and the 2022 champs in Geelong. And yet tonight is very much about one man. Patrick Dangerfield becomes just the 25th person in the history of the game to reach the magical 350-game milestone, and we're lucky enough to be here to see it. There is a late change. I can tell you that Darcy Gardner is out of the Brisbane Lions team. He is crook, as Stewie Jude told us, the assistant coach of the Brisbane Lions, so out ill. Bruce Reveal takes his place in the lineup, so Reveal comes in and he's going to start as the sub, so it does change the Brisbane Lions mix. They lost Payne last week, and there's no obvious like-for-like key back coming in. Meanwhile, for Geelong, there's no late change, and Ollie Henry, who returns, starts as the sub. Corbin Middlemass and Kelly Underwood to call the footy. Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Ling, your analysts on ABC Sport, and Ben Cameron is on the boundary. Cal, it's all about one guy tonight, named Patrick Dangerfield. Someone told me during the week, did you conduct the very first interview with Patrick Dangerfield in the footy media?
I did. Back in 2007, I was working in the Channel 10 newsroom, and I noticed that the 17-year-old from Moggs Creek was doing a lot of Ks to Geelong. Neil Craig was interested in him. He'd flown over and done some training sessions with Adelaide. He'd been to Africa as part of the AFL Academy, and I thought, this young kid's got a good story. He's doing some serious Ks, kilometres while he's studying at school. So I went down the highway, rang Mick Turner up, the late Mick Turner, and I rang him up. He said, come out for a Thursday night training session at 6:30 and meet him down. Where would that have been, Lingy?
Highton Reserve.
I just remember it was very cold. And I met Patrick Dangerfield as a 17-year-old for the very first time, and I just knew then. I mean, I obviously have followed the Crows as a kid coming through the ranks, and he eventually went pick 10 And there was outrage when he was taken. And Neil Craig had told me at the time, no matter what, we're taking him. But they took him ahead of Brett Ebert.
Yeah, that was
very famous Adelaide name.
Yes.
From a famous family. And Brett Ebert went at 13, I think, to the West Coast Eagles, came back and finished his career at Port Adelaide. But, and as soon as I did that interview, a gentleman from Mildura found my number and called me up. And his name is Bob Utbar, and he's the grandfather of Patrick Dangerfield. And he travels, he's about 86 years young, and he drives to every single game that Patrick plays, whether it be in Adelaide or whether it be in Geelong or Melbourne. So I've had a little bit to do with the family along the way.
Yeah, and a wonderful family too. A very caring, very gregarious family as well.
Fantastic. Marty plays footy. She's won a premiership playing, his wife.
And am I right in saying, and perhaps we'll be able to find this out in just a sec, Paddy also stayed home in his first year.
Yeah, he did.
And finished year 12.
He did. So he would fly over and then they'd put him in for games.
Yeah.
So he was playing AFL, finishing his final year of school. And when I interviewed him then, it just stuck out, like leadership, destined for greatness. There was just something special about him. Like he was on a journey. He knew exactly where he was going.
He mentioned Bob Utbar is the grandfather of Paddy Dangerfield. I'm very pleased to say he joins us on ABC Sport in the broadcast box. He just snuck in behind you as you were delivering all of that. Cal, Bob, appreciate your time.
Thanks, Corby, for being here. It's lovely to be here, particularly after I bought coffee for everybody.
You did. It feels like that should be happening the other way around, and yet on such a special night, Bob's even provided the coffees for most of the media tonight. Obviously, you've been around the sports media your whole life and have seen plenty of footy and everything else, but to see your grandson reach this kind of milestone tonight, how do you put it into words?
Well, it's very difficult, Corbin, and I'm tearing up already. I've seen him play football since he was a little tyke, and his dad said, this boy can play footy, and his dad's a very quiet man. As everybody knows, Corby, I've got 17 grandchildren.
Wow.
16 of them think I've only got one.
And what's their name, Bob? Seriously, you live in Mildura. How many kilometres would you have done over the journey the last 18 years?
I said on another station that won't be announced here that I reckon I've done a couple of million following. I've seen 330 games. I've been with Mick Malthouse over in Ireland with Patrick. I've seen him play in South Africa. So I've been everywhere, man.
Are you just quietly in his ear saying, can you hurry up and retire so I can stop doing all this driving?
Well, I think, Cameron, you mentioned it before. Patrick came to me at the semi-final game against Port last year, and as you know, he's a very orientated family man. And he said to me, Grandpa, how long are you going to keep driving to Geelong? And I said, as long as someone keeps playing football. And his next comments were, I think I'll be playing 2 years. Why would I retire when I enjoy it so much? And that's my talk about him. He loves his game of football.
So if he's contracted next year, so if, hypothetical, Bob, he finishes and does a lap of honour here and goes out as a hero, what does he do the year or two after footy?
Well,
because he loves his caravans.
You can't go higher than the Governor-General. And the Governor-General has said to me, and I think I might have told you anyway, Patrick he's okay. After he gives up football, he can do anything he wants. And I'm sure Mick, who spent a lot of time with him, and Cameron, yeah, he's got the world in front of him, whatever he wants to do.
I'm going to give you three options. Okay, he'll go into politics, he'll be the AFL CEO, or he'll drive the family in a caravan around Australia for a year.
He'll probably drive around the caravan for a year, and then he'll be in the AFL.
That year driving around the caravan he'll definitely do, and he'll be fielding about 28 offers for what he's going to do the following year. Cal?
Cam, that's why he's in the caravan.
And Mick, can you relate to the emotion in Bob's voice? Because you come in here every Friday night and you get your phone out and you show us your granddaughter's playing basketball and
my grandson's playing footy.
And your grandson, Zach playing footy. I mean,
and the others.
He goes through every single one of them for us.
I know.
And ballerina.
How many have you got? How many grandkids?
10.
Yeah. So can you relate?
I can. And it's interesting because we went to Ireland, didn't we, Bob? And I had the oldest player was about 32, 33. I think Adam Goods would have been 32, 33.
Yeah.
And the youngest player was Patrick at 19. And I took my two sons over. And when the others are off shooting clay pigeons and this sort of stuff, Paddy and my son were in this pond fishing for something invisible fish that they never caught anything, but they had a great chat because they both love fishing. So, and we had a bit of a great time, wasn't it? It was,
wonderful.
15 years ago, I think.
And I think, Michael, that's how Patrick can relate to everybody at any age, and he's always been able to do that since he was the youngest. Yeah.
How many of the family are here tonight then? You mentioned you have lots of grandkids. And
oh, God, there's Dangerfields are here by the millions. I just got a message from Jeanette to say there was at least 50.
Oh, wow. So Moggs Creek is vacant tonight?
Sorry?
Moggs Creek is vacant.
If you want to rob anywhere tonight,
go to Moggs Creek. No one's home.
One of the great things about these milestones is we get to see the historical context. There's so many numbers that are put out about it. So 25th player to reach the milestone in VFL AFL history. Incredibly, if you work your way through it, so obviously the Brownlow in 2016, Premiership 2022, he was the Gary Ayres medalist that year as the player of the final series. He was a best and fairest winner at Adelaide. He's won 3 at Geelong, 3rd season as captain, 8-time All-Australian captain, MVP, Coaches Awards, done it all. But the quirky ones are the ones that stand out to me. So he's the only player in history that has polled 3 votes against all 18 teams in the competition.
Yeah.
So that means, as a footy fan, which all of us are that are following along with the game, Patrick Dangerfield has dominated your team at least once.
3 votes, yeah.
That is incredible. So only Gary Ablett Jr.'s polled more votes than him. To reach the 350-game milestone, only 4 men now have averaged at least 20 disposals and a goal. So he joins Kevin Bartlett, our man Boomer, Brent Harvey, and Gary Ablett Jr. So to average 20-1 across 350 games. If you want to dig a little further, there's only been 5 men that have played 150 games for 2 clubs. He joins Bernie Quinlan, Sean Burgoyne, Heath Shaw, and Lance Franklin. And there's only been 4 men in the history of the game that have won best and fairest in back-to-back years at different clubs. So John Murphy did it in 1977-78, Peter Bell, and there's 2 of them tonight in Lockie Neal and Patrick Dangerfield, who won best and fairest at one club, changed clubs, and repeated the same thing in the very first season somewhere else. I just noticed as I had my back turned to the playing arena, the lights are out.
Yep. They've already done about 30 seconds of the white T-shirt. Bobby, come down here and watch this because your grandson's about to run out and be the centre of attention. The banner's up. It says Danger 350 on the left, Tyson 100 on the right. And the white T-shirts have been everyone standing up on their feet and they're rolling them around in the air. And then the lights have gone off. And you can see, I actually think both TV broadcasts are in a commercial break. So I think Patrick's been told, I hope the 3 grandkids are behaving, great-grandkids are behaving themselves, Bob.
Oh, well,
because they've been told to wait.
Mum and Dad are there, so Jeanette and John are there as well.
Mention the Penn State Nittany Lions, as you can hear in the background, the Zombie Nation Kerncraft 400 track, which rings out and basically leads into a track that the Penn State Nittany Lions use, which is We Are Penn State. And I wonder if we'll get a We Are Geelong, perhaps, Lingy, as they'll try and replicate that themselves. But a tremendous light show on display here with the floodlights out. We've got the lower lights flashing at the moment. And there's a guard of honour and a banner which reads Danger 350, Tyson 100, as Tyson Stengel plays his 100th AFL fixture tonight. A pair of premiership players, of course, from 2022 at different stages of their career. And this is a great atmosphere, isn't it, as the towels are being twirled overhead.
Waving the white T-shirts overhead. It's just a flash of white.
It's a sensational setting. White T-shirts as far as the eye can see. A full house here at Cardinia Park, and the shirts are being waved overhead. As the track rings out, the banner is raised, and the Geelong Football Club are only moments away from hitting Cardinia Park for Patrick Dangerfield's 350th game. And here he comes, Bob, as he grabs his 2 daughters on the way out. And Patrick Dangerfield with the number 35 on his back is about to lead the Cats out onto the ground. It'll be the 350th time he's run out in VFL AFL history, becoming just the 25th man to the milestone. How about that, Bob? How about that?
That's great, Tom. Wonderful, just wonderful to be there. And with the family too, that makes it even better, Corby.
Who's he got with him?
He's got Flicker and he's got Winnie. I don't know where George is. Last time I saw George, he was...
Yeah, George is there. He's just grabbed Dad's hand now.
Yeah.
He's got his...
But the girls will keep running the whole way.
Look at Winnie. She's behaved herself as well, hasn't she?
She's a character, that one, that Winnie. And Pat he'll be enjoying that as much as anything else.
Patrick Dangerfield, so his teammates come to lend a bit of a hand, and the squad that's most important to him alongside him as he farewells them in the middle of Cardinia Park to join in the warm-up with 22 of his teammates here at Cardinia Park. Hey Bob, really appreciate you coming by. Enjoy the night and everything that it entails. Appreciate you sharing some of it with us on ABC Sport.
Oh, thanks, Corb. It's the only place I would share my football discussions with anyway, would be on the ABC. So thank you very much. Thank you to the boys. Oh, and the goal. Oh, Miss Underwood, AO.
Bob Ulper with us, the grandfather of Patrick Dangerfield, and his 350th game tonight. He is on the ground. Paddy Dangerfield, the Cats, the first team out, and what is a special evening for the Dangerfield family and for the Geelong Football Club and the game more broadly. What a milestone it is, as we've touched on. There's very few that have got there, Cameron Ling, to 350.
And that resume that you read out is incredible, simply phenomenal, and he plays footy the right way. He's hard, he's tough, he's skillful, he's explosive, and Corbs, he loves a bit of the centre stage and the spotlight, which is what the truly great ones love. He wants the ball in his hands. And I know tonight will mean the world to him. And now the Brisbane Lions come out in the ground. Not quite the same reception, Corbs.
Big stage, big lights, built on belief is what the banner reads. The full preview with Mick and Lingy is coming up next. Patrick Dangerfield's 350th game, Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
As each day begins,
get the facts you need to stay informed.
Every day, across your day.
Stay with Australia's trusted news source.
all the latest, all verified. Stay in the know with ABC News.
On ABC TV and ABC iView.
Australia's Test Tour of the West Indies starts June 25.
What about that? Unbelievable.
Catch every ball on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the cricket button.
ABC Sport.
On ABC Sport, you're listening to the 2025 AFL Premiership season.
Don't get better than this.
Number 35, Patrick Dangerfield.
Eight-time All-Australian, the captain of this side, is built for these big moments. He lets loose on the kick and he nails it.
It's a privilege to play in the competition. Remember game one and 18 years later, it's pretty special.
Can he be the man here? Danger's always the man. He drills it through the middle and gives the Cats the lift they need.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
Danger gathers and cashes in.
Out past the Dangerfield, left forward pocket. Here is Patrick Dangerfield.
Low trajectory drop punt inside 50, no mark. Dangerfield sweating on it. Hooks it through for a goal. He's that good.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than this.
He's only the 25th to do it in VFL AFL history. Patrick Dangerfield to 350 games, and yet he's one of a kind. And he's out on the park, ready to go, leading his Geelong Cats into battle against the reigning premiers who are on our air tonight. The Brisbane Lions needing a bit of a bounce. The Lions with just 2.5 wins in their last 6 games, while the Cats have been lights out. They are on a 5-game winning sequence. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. It is not as cold as it could be for the end of June in Geelong at the Cattery. It is currently 12 degrees, which is very pleasant after a top of 14 earlier today. It will get down to 6 overnight. And it has been a cloudy day, which means hopefully a little bit of a cooler, not as cold an evening. And there's no rain on the radar, which is good news. Unfortunately for Brisbane Lions fans, there is a late change. I can tell you Bruce Reveal is in. And he's in for Darcy Gardner. So Gardner built all week as the replacement for the injured Jack Payne. And yet Gardner has come up ill. As late as today, Stuart Dew told us, the assistant coach of the Brisbane Lions. So Gardner out ill. There's no like-for-like replacement. And Reveal is going to start as the sub. Meanwhile, for the Cats, they're as named. And Ollie Henry is going to start as the sub there for the home team. The Cats out on the ground. It is their white-out game, which was a tremendous scene pre-game. So white T-shirts as far as the eye can see, and the towels and the T-shirts waved overhead as the Penn State track, which they've made it their own in recent times, and Geelong adopting that, a tremendous atmosphere as the club ran through the banner. The Brisbane Lions are out there, as are the Cats, conducting their preliminary warm-up. Corbin Middlemass and Kelly Underwood to call the footy, Ben Cameron on the boundary. Time for their preview to frame it all up for us. The legendary Cat Cameron Ling, and the man who's coached more games than anyone else in VFL AFL footy, Mick Malthouse.
Well, Mick, we come here tonight and it's second versus third, and I know you feel maybe there's a little bit of a gap between second and third right now. The Cats in brilliant form. The Lions just spluttering along a little bit, couple of losses in a row, but still sitting third on the ladder. When you come here tonight, and the Brisbane Lions haven't won here in 22 years, that's another thing. Yep. I don't know. I feel like Brisbane have got a big effort in them. Do you think they can match the Cats, or are the Cats just in too good a form and Collingwood and Geelong just sit out above them pretty clearly right now?
Well, I really do. I know it's strange to say this, but I think Geelong have to have a bad day for Brisbane to win it. And I only say that, and I'm not overly statistically minded, but there's. I'll just go through a couple of things. Look at Geelong's wins in the last 5 weeks. 76-14, 43-24 and 95. Now, there's a couple of sides in there that are very, very handy sides. When you look at Brisbane, their last 5 weeks, they've lost to Melbourne, they've beaten Hawthorn by 33, they've beaten Essendon, and Essendon on their knees, lost to Adelaide and lost to GWS. Yep, 5 points, 11 points, but they still lost. And I know, talking to Stuart Dew beforehand, and I mentioned about where Brisbane were last year, but they looked like, even last year, at this same stage being in, I think we had them at 9th or 10th, they looked like a good side that was going to go forward and do something, because a lot of their players are up and running. McInerney was rucking very well. Their midfield, as much as they had one or two down, they were still coming back. They lost Coleman off a halfback flank, but they looked a good side. Right now, I look at a Brisbane side and I think, Rayner, has he improved? No, he hasn't. He's probably still revelling in what happened last year. They've lost that McInerney thing. They've lost Danaher. Yes, they've gained a couple of midfields, but they just, and their midfield, by the way, they've got 2 players that get over average. They get 6 players over average, league average, whereas Geelong only got 2. But this is the big but. Geelong's forward line have got 7 players over the average, and Brisbane only got 2. So what's happening? Geelong are coming up the ground, winning a lot of football across the middle of the ground, helping out the midfield, and I don't know whether Brisbane can cope with that.
Well, so often we come here on a Friday night, Mick, you and I, and we naturally lean to whoever wins the midfield battle really well is going to take control of the game.
Sure.
It feels like that's definitely the case tonight, because if there's a weakness in the Geelong team, personnel-wise, a little thin down back, with Sam De Koning being out, Jake Kolajasny out. Now, they've still got Jack Henry and Tom Stewart.
Yeah,
so
still got the two very reliable players.
Yeah, Brisbane clearly a bit light down back, with now Darcy Gardner as the laid out. Jack Payne's out as well. A lot of responsibility falls onto Harris Andrews. So whichever team takes control of the middle of the ground, you'd think the forward lines for either team could kick a winning score. But what you're saying is the Geelong forward line is a more even, more influential group right now, with form leading into this game, compared to that Brisbane Lions.
Well, what they've got, Lingy, they've got players that get the football. Cameron, yes, he doesn't get the whole 14. He's averaging 14 disposals. He doesn't get them all here. He gets them all up around the ground. So
Grind Myers gets a heap of the footy. Brad Close gets a heap of the footy. Manor gets a heap of the footy.
But what they don't lock, if they're not getting the football, they will go and what we call kids go and chase the football. Geelong forwards go and chase the footy.
Yep.
So they get it up on the wing, and then their wings slide forward. That's why the young fellow on the wing was able to kick goals because
Ollie Dempsey.
because he slides in there when the half forwards come up. They create opportunity. He slides in and kicks goals. Whereas I don't know whether you find Rayner doing the same thing. Rayner stays in the forward line. If he doesn't get the ball, he doesn't get the football. And Cameron has dropped his pace. Players who drop their pace when they've been so used to that, and that's their number one trump card.
Charlie Cameron.
Yep.
Out they go. Out they go. Their whole career falls over very, very quickly.
I came here thinking the same as you, Lingy, and I don't like it when I have a different opinion of what Mick does because he sees the game as well as anyone. But I thought expected scores. A lot of people roll their eyes at this stat. You know, the game is what it is, and clearly goal kicking's part of it. But they should have beaten Adelaide by 31, the Giants by 28, North by 28, and the D's by 20. So does that speak to the fact that the rest of their game's actually in pretty good nick, and it's just the finishing that they haven't quite...
Well, I don't know who sets that up, but they've been given the ball up through the middle, and they've been getting goals kicked against them too easily on the back line, Corby. You know, I don't know who invents this new... whatever it is. I understand it.
Data boffins.
Yeah, well, they're great.
Maybe I'm still giving too much credit, I don't know if that's the right term, for that midfield where you go Neil, Berry, McCluggage, Ashcroft, Ashcroft, Jasper Fletcher. Zorko can push in there for little bits of time if you need to. Even a Zach Bailey can have a little 5-minute burst in. I think, gee, that's a high-quality group of players.
I'm not saying they can't win it, because I've come down here before and I've watched GWS, who I didn't think could beat them. Yep. I'll clarify this by saying this against Geelong's backline. If they don't go with 6 forwards and stay 6 forwards, Brisbane, they are in automatic trouble.
Yep.
So they've got to be different than what they've been so far this year.
They've got to play the game to win against Geelong, not the way they would play at up on their home ground.
It's always a lag with the premiers too. We always hold faith with the team that won it the year before. Yep. The coin toss. Ben Cameron is on the boundary for us tonight. Good evening, Ben.
Yeah, good evening, Corbin. I'm slightly obscured down here, so I couldn't exactly see who won that coin toss, but I can see Patrick Dangerfield
he won.
Pointing
it's his
to
night. He won.
Yeah,
Yep.
Danger pointing to the Joel Selwood stand end of the ground. 12 degrees Celsius, as you mentioned, Corbin. That late change, just repeating, Darcy Gardner out ill. Bruce Reveal comes in. The subs, Ollie Henry for Geelong. Reveal is the sub for Brisbane. You've spoken a lot about the whiteout game. Penn State, I loved it. It was an amazing atmosphere down here, and good poets borrow, great poets steal. So I like that they've pinched that idea. Worth mentioning all of the merchandise for Danger down here as well. We'll keep an eye on how many jumpers he goes through tonight. There's a few extra Danger 350 boots in front of the bench. So I think he'll cycle through a few, and maybe that'll be a little bit of merchandise money post-game. Not to forget Tyson Stengel too, ran through the banner with Maggie Betts, the youngest of Eddie Betts' children as well. So that was beautiful. No white shirts for the Brisbane fan area. Cheer squad, they were offered some, but they said thanks, but no thanks.
They don't miss a trick nowadays, the players, do they? Just a few different pairs of boots. Game worn in the 350th for Patrick Dangerfield. The 25th player in the game's history to reach the milestone, and it doubles up as a clash of two titans in the competition. A rematch of the best game of last year.
Oh, Leicester's gone to Jeremy Cameron.
Decent record against him.
And as Atkins has gone to Neil, 135 tackles, the most in the league, Atkins.
Bounce is perfect to get us underway. Stanley rises high and spoils it into the air. It's a loose ball. Smith's there. Eventually he gets it from Holmes. They're both involved, a dynamic duo. In comes Charlie Cameron. Kicks off the ground. It's a high ball, lands near the top of the goal square, but Jack Henry is able to trap it, mop it up, kick to a one-on-one on the wing. It's the broadcast wing, and outmark was close. Fletcher, who's having a wonderful season for the Brisbane Lions, takes a good one-on-one mark.
Fletcher hasn't missed since debut, kicks it inside the forward 50. What a leap! Lumen back to his high-flying best, up on the shoulders.
I think he's given away a free kick though. The old
shove in the back, Jack Henry.
That's the old-fashioned schoolyard where you push up on the shoulder.
I think was it against Hipwood? Hipwood and
Oh, maybe on Stewart, yeah.
Stewart.
And strangely, the other umpire, who didn't realise it was a free kick, called it play on, never called it a mark.
I thought that was all fair from Loman's point of view. As long as he took the mark, put the hands on the shoulders, but free kick going Geelong's way, and the Cats trying to work it out of defence, and there's a good smother. 1%er as Rayner gets across to smother the Jack Martin kick, and now we've got a neutral ball. Boundary throw-in, half forward for Brisbane. It is the Lions who are kicking towards the Barwon River end of this opening term.
Is there any wind down there, Benny?
Dead still, Mick. The flag's across from you on the Reg Hickey stand wing, totally limp as well.
Boundary throw in, and Berry gets it and hacks it. Just a bit of a brain fade, sends it out of bounds on the full. So it'll be a Geelong free kick. Jack Henry's got it this time in the back pocket, and he kicked short to Jack Martin, playing his third game for the Cats tonight. Goes around the other side where Holmes has got it. Holmes, rather. What a season he's been playing.
Yeah, he's been good.
I was about to say the South Australian youth.
I've actually gone up to him and asked him. He said it's definitely Holmes. He goes down the outer wing in front of the Reg Hickey stand. At the back was Starcevic. Gets a hat kick away. Mullen is there. Smith gives it off to Holmes, who goes long. Taking the mark was Dangerfield, and he wants to go. He's got it in front of the co-captain for the Brisbane Lions. He kicks inside 50, but mopping it up is Berry, and he's got the numbers to Logan Morris. All short, sharp kicks, and Logan this time he's paid the mark.
Number one on. Underwhelming season so far after a dominant display in the grand final and the final series as he kicks down to half forward. Few to beat for Day. In the end, the numbers win out. Guthrie knocks it out of play. So throwing half forward for Brisbane.
Yeah, open for both teams there on the wing. So Dangerfield got the ball in a little bit of space. The kick just missed inside to Shannon Neal. But then the exit, quite easy for Brisbane. And then the defence was able to scramble and get back and force a boundary throw-in. But open options through the middle of the ground.
Friday night footy on ABC Sport. No score through the opening minutes. The Cats work it out. Stewart to Smith. Handball out wide to Atkins. Tackled immediately by Berry. Says I'll have it. Cats home game. They're in the navy shorts. As we touched on, just missed a little trick with the white shorts and the white out. And they got the hoops on. White shorts for Brisbane. And their red jumpers paying homage to Fitzroy. Close to the line. Almost knocked out on the full by Stanley. But taken over by McCluggage. We'll have a boundary throw-in.
Is that deliberate? I know it's not deliberate.
If it went on the full, Mick, it would have been
it's just deliberate. What else? It was a bad throwing.
So half forward here for the Lions. Boundary umpire pings it back in. Rayner's able to collect it, give it to Berry. Handballs, heard the voice. He went that way. It was Ashcroft outside of the boot, going to land at the top of the goal square. Hitwood got one hand to it, couldn't take it on the second attempt. And then a couple of Cats pile in and force a ball up. Bailey grabbed it, and grabbing him was Jack Henry and Tom Stewart.
Well, really well roved by Bailey.
Ball up in the heart of the 50 here for the Lions, doing all the attacking early. Loman overruns it. Scooping it was Dempsey. He gets a little soccer kick in the direction of Neal. Quick hands. He goes to Dunkley. Now it comes to Charlie Camera. To Rayner. Goes left then right. Cam Rayner grubbers the kick. It's a tough one. Eventually it's been able to be picked up there by Berry, and his kick is marked on the last line of defence on the edge of the goal square by Tom Stewart.
A lot of pressure on the footy at the moment. Not a lot of clean possessions.
Stewart out to half back, trying to link up with Cameron. Was he paid the mark? Yes. Not enough of it. People trying to break it up late.
That's what I mean about Geelong's forward line. He's in the back 50, relieving the pressure, and that's what makes them a difficult side to control, because the ground covered by their forwards, the backline player doesn't know whether all the way up or stay back.
5 minutes in, Cameron in the slow play. That's Jeremy. Goes with a long kick down the wing, knocked away by Stanley, trying to feed close. Missed him. It's out of bounds.
It was almost like ruck work for Stanley then, wasn't it? Didn't bother with the mark.
Yep.
Just trying to give the little palm to close.
I mentioned last year's prelim, or alluded to it. Obviously, they did meet in round 3. Brisbane won that by 9 points. It was the rescheduled Cyclone game from opening round. And from last year's prelim, 18 players backing up for Brisbane, so only 5 changes. 19 for the Cats, only 4 changes. From prelim final night last year, forced tackle, dispossessed. Stanley wins it. Got it to Holmes. Kicks inside 50. Stengel the target. Free kick. Knocked away by Answorth. He wasn't looking. Took the arms of Stengel. And the man with the forgotten milestone tonight, game number 100 for Tyson Stengel, and the All-Australian will get it at right half forward.
Really important forward craft there. So Tyson Stengel just He probably was never going to mark that, but he made sure he turned to face the ball and at least presented an opportunity for the umpire to pay him a free kick. The moment he turns and Ainsworth doesn't, the defender's naturally going to panic a little bit. Drew a free kick. Just really clever forward craft.
What a run he's on. 54 consecutive games with Geelong. After starting his career with the Tigs, a stint in Adelaide. And the best run he's been on yet. Tyson Stengel for the first of the night. It's a dream start for him. And Tyson Stengel, no, it's not. It's a behind.
It's too good to be true, Lincoln.
Yeah.
So I thought for a moment.
Crowd went up.
What about the kick in from the Lions? It was a long one. It went to the edge of the centre square and then holding the ball. The leaper up there.
Jeremy Cameron.
It was Cameron, and then he didn't take the mark. He hit the deck. They piled on him, and the kick from the Brisbane Lions has gone straight to the Cats. So the Cats now have it, building across halfback. Jack Henry with a short bullet-like pass into the centre circle where Stanley's got it. He goes wide towards Bailey Smith, and he's beaten by Zach Bailey's. A couple of Baileys out there. A couple of Baileys on ice. That'd go down right about now. Brisbane Lions, though, through Zach Bailey, who sets it up to McCluggage in the centre of the ground, uses it nicely to Will Ashcroft, calls for the lead. Charlie Cameron was on the lead, and then he fumbled it because of the pressure from behind. Blicavs clearly outruns him and gets the kick away, but it's gone straight to the Brisbane Lions, and it's the ruck, Fort, who takes the mark.
Well, Charlie Cameron would not like what... It was terrible. He ducked his head and then didn't chase 1 metre.
Short kick to Will Ashcroft to Fletcher, and now out to Berry. He's got it on the wing for Brisbane. Kicks inside 50. Loman! There's the sit. The extreme mark up on the shoulders of Guthrie, and this one will be paid. And a return to the highlight reel for Brisbane's number 1.
He just sat under it, didn't he, Zach Guthrie? He knew he was in a world of trouble. Loman had the back position on him. The kick from Berry was a good one. Just sat it up enough on the opponent's head and said, there you go. Take a schoolyard specky for me.
That's exactly what it was. A good old-fashioned markers up. And this would be some kind of start. Cobra Kai to get it back going. He misses out to the left. And behind, so a behind each to start. We are 8.5 minutes in. Ben Cameron on the boundary, Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, that earlier high mark that wasn't paid to Kyle Loman. Tom Stewart went down and was in a bit of discomfort. A corky just above the glute is the issue he has. He's on the stationary bike, trying to keep that warm at the moment.
4 quick kicks by the Cats, and they've been able to get it through the corridor. And now the wide kick from Atkins goes out to Dempsey, draws the defender, gives it off to Bailey Smith, throws it on the left boot inside 50. Zorko was the only man there, takes the defensive mark and goes, wants to use the corridor and uses it quickly.
Quick hand pass finds McCluggage after the mark from Will Ashcroft. Now they come wide with a kick. He's the young man McLaughlin back in the team today. Gives it to Will Ashcroft. Short kick to Loman. High half forward. Comes back into the corridor. Finds Dunkley. Takes the mark. Looks a little closer to goal. Hit with the target. He's got it. Slipping over O'Sullivan, coming to try and spoil. And Eric Hipwood will get the chance to kick the opener.
Well, the reason why they got that ball where they've got it is through sheer speed with the ball. Not necessarily leg speed, just they got it, turned, found the target, turned, caught Geelong, which is very rare to catch Geelong with not enough numbers in the back up. That was a one-on-one mark, but it was they couldn't get the third player across to support.
It was the kick-in board too, Mick.
Yeah, it was.
They're straight away.
Yep.
The moment you hesitate on this ground, that gets taken away, that option.
Yep.
Eric Hipwood, 45-degree angle, 30 metres out, skips in, low trajectory drop punt, misses wildly to the right.
The accuracy's been their issue the last 2 weeks.
Oh, it's terrible.
They've dropped their last 2 games basically because of inaccuracy.
So 3 behinds in the game, all missed set shots.
Yep.
Brisbane 2 behinds, Geelong 1 behind. We are 10 minutes in. Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
So the kick in from the Cats is long and strong, looking for close, and rising over the top was Stanley. Umpire says it's a free kick going the way of the Lions, and Fort will take it. He's just going to bomb it long. Where's the leaper in Loman? He's nowhere to be seen, and Jack Henry read that best at the back of the pack. Moves it quickly into the back pocket. A kick to Mitch Duncan. Puts up his hands and says, let's slow it down.
Brisbane have been able to slow Geelong down pretty well.
They have one-on-one forward ball.
Duncan goes looking for Dempsey and finds him. The clear leaper in the pack. rises high and takes it cleanly in the air. From the defensive side of the outer wing, he goes to the attacking side, straight down the throat of a Brisbane Lions player. Starcevic couldn't believe it.
Second game back for him after that long layoff and his latest concussion. Long kick to the wing finds Bailey. Brisbane try to work it up. And the western side kicks wide to McLaughlin. Young Will, who is a left footer, arcs out onto his preferred side. He goes long inside the forward 50. Hipwood again the target. O'Sullivan gets a fist to this, but straight to Levi Ashcroft, and Bailey Smith gets him high. Free kick for Levi right in front of the sticks. He'll have a look from 20 out and now 50. A little bit of afters too, as Bailey Smith wasn't happy with it. Felt like Levi drew the free. Bit of push and shove. The ump said, come with me. And death and taxes are less of a short thing from here. Levi Ashcroft puts the first through tonight. And the Lions strike first. 1-2-8 to 1 behind. Brisbane by 7 points. A dozen minutes in. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Well, the rule says you have to tackle them below the shoulders. I mean, no question, Levi Ashcroft. He ended up on one knee. He was getting down that low to draw the contact. But if you can see a tackler approaching and he's going high, provided you don't duck into it or you're not even rolling the arm, he just goes a bit lower with his centre of gravity. Isn't that smart play? Just drops down enough. Draws a free kick. Mick, where do you stand?
Oh, I don't like it because I just look, if it's a bad tackle and it goes high, but I reckon Smith also went low, and just that he didn't go low enough. Now I think
clearly got him round the neck though.
He does end up on his knee.
Yeah, but he's on his knees.
Yeah.
So if you had
have players getting each other around the neck and play on, can you?
Well, it's only going to encourage more players to.
You can't
play for the high contact.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, they've come to play tonight, the Brisbane Lions, and they're going to win it out of the centre here again. Rayner, quick little give involved with Dunkley, gets it back on his preferred left. He sends it out wide. Jack Henry got on his bike and took the mark.
They're much sharper than Geelong around the contest, the Brisbane Lions.
At the moment, around the ball, the fallen ball.
Short to Myers. And he takes the mark at half-back.
This is where Brisbane have done well, Lingy. They've not allowed Geelong that free ball coming out like that. So it becomes a contest or a mark by Brisbane.
Kicks down the wing. Andrews spills the mark, but turns out okay. Answorth back to Andrews. Hand pass away to Will Ashcroft. Kicks into the pocket. Lohman. Scrawling marks. Got it up against the boundary line.
He's causing all sorts of trouble. I'm not sure who his direct opponent is, but I think that's his third mark.
He's busy, isn't he? He's just his movement. Getting in behind the Geelong defence.
It is behind. Yeah, he's getting it right in behind.
Started as the sub last game. Hasn't got any continuity with his footy. I think he was subbed out the first 4 games he played this year with a series of ankle injuries. Opens up, snaps across the body with the right peg and puts it through. Hot start for Brisbane. And the Lions are right on tonight. 2-2 to 1 behind. A 13-point buffer for the Premiers. 14 minutes in, Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
11 inside 50s to the Brisbane Lions, only 3 to Geelong, so clearly on top in this game. Clearances 5-1, so we spoke in the pre-match about the fact that midfield was the key to the Brisbane Lions, and they do look sharp. Their contest work has been good, quick gives, and the other thing is you mentioned they're doing well. Even when Geelong win the ball back, Jack Henry's been pretty good for the Cats at winning the ball back, but then Brisbane have slowed them up.
Yep.
There hasn't been too many quick transfers of play, so that long, slow kick, Brisbane able to either intercept mark or it comes to ground, and then they're winning the ball again at ground level and getting another opportunity. And now they're starting to take advantage of it. 2 goals in a row and feeling pretty good about themselves.
Well, you always knew they were going to come out hot after last week. 6 tackles in the first quarter against the Giants, 28 tackles for the entire game. You knew that Chris Fagan would have got through to them during the week. And they have come out fierce here with the first couple of goals. Second stoppage on the edge of the centre circle. This time Neal's in the ruck. Dubs it down to Holmes. He's tackled to the ground and going nowhere. So there's no tagging rolls, gents, that you've noticed in the midfield hill?
There's an extra mid for Brisbane, for the forward line. So they are trying to crowd it out, no doubt.
Sam Day gave it off to Levi, who gives it to Neal, who kicks right on the arc. Blitzarves leads Darcy Fort. Fort just a little hip and shoulder and knocks him to the ground. But Blitzarves gets his kick away and Holmes is able to mark it.
That's why Geelong were able to get that, because they had the extra player.
Right.
Brisbane had it at the stoppage. and Geelong had it behind the ball.
Oh, Holmes' spear pass was cut off by Cam Rayner. The target was Graham Myers, centre wing on the outer side. So Rayner sees something he likes inside 50. Leaping up high was Dunkley. Couldn't take the mark in the end, and the repelling kick this time finds Myers in the same spot. Interesting kick, brings it back inboard. Stolen by Wilmot. His eyes light up from directly in front. He steadies and he goes. The Brisbane Lions are here at the Cattery, and they're making an early statement. Look at the celebration, the energy in this bunch. And there's belief early. 3-2-20. Geelong yet to score a major, one behind after 16 minutes of play.
And again, Geelong were able to win the ball down in their defensive 50. They try and exit, and Brisbane are giving them absolutely nothing.
Nothing through the corridor. That's twice it's been picked off through the corridor. It's a good mark for a start off. Well read. The kick, there's not a lot wrong with the kick, but just that a Brisbane player was able to work his way between it. Brisbane are defying all the things that I think about this ground is that you need 6 forwards. They've had 5 forwards, but that 6th forward has made a difference around the stoppages, no question.
Brisbane with the first 3 goals. The Premiers by 19 points. Free kick in the middle, and it's for a hold, and it's going Brisbane's way. Fought to take it for the ruck infringement. Hand pass to Will Ashcroft. Drives it forward again for the Lions. Off the pack, spills down to Rayner. Shakes free. Shoots goalward. Gets the kind bounce. Sits up on the line. It's there. Make it the first 4 for the reigning champs. And Brisbane are putting it on Geelong and playing the role of party pooper for Paddy's big show. 4-2-26, Geelong 1 behind. 18 minutes in, a 25-point buffer for the Lions. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Nick Malthouse and Cameron Ling.
Well, it's an absolute smashing out of the middle of the ground, Nick. 7 clearances to 1.
Yeah.
And that's leading to the stat you're just pointing to there. 15 inside 50s to the Brisbane Lions. 3 to Geelong.
Yeah.
Only 3 inside 50s to the Cats, and we've still got a lot of time to play in this quarter, and already Brisbane 15 inside 50s. Now the rewards coming too, the goals are flowing.
And it's not exact. They're not going at 50-50 inside that 15 because they've only done 6. But what it is, it's the way the ball's coming out of Geelong's line. It's not finding the third target, getting the second one, not the third.
Did the goal umpire shepherd that on the line? I'm keen to get another look on that with Lawson Humphries chasing the footy, and yet the positioning of the goal umpire watching it come through almost got in the way of the Cats defender who was trying to touch it and save the goal.
Lions with a 25-point lead. Darcy Fort, the ruckman, has got a free kick right in the centre circle. Bangs it long. Reaching up was Bailey, got a hand to it. The repelling handball, though, was from the Cats, so Sullivan with a couple of quick ones. It's messy. They make a mess of it. O'Connor tried to get it to Stengel, who just kicks it further up the line on the outer side, right in front of the red chicky stand. O'Sullivan got it. Handballs to Lester of the Brisbane Lions, who walks it over the line. Nothing clean, nothing coming easy for Geelong at this point in time. 19 minutes gone of the opening term. 4 goals to none.
Wheels only had 2 possessions too, incidentally. So
twirling ball back in play on the outer side again. Brisbane with the numbers around the contest. This time it's Ashcroft, rather not Ashcroft, Levi who's got it. Yes, Levi Ashcroft, my apologies. And they move it around. It's a quick turnover here from the Cats.
They send it inside the forward 50. Jeremy Cameron, the target. No mark. Ball hits the deck. Answorth whacks it out for Brisbane, but straight to Holmes. Kicks into the pocket. Dangerfield around his bootlaces. Couldn't pick it up. And in the end, it's fumbled out of play by Andrews. I was about to say professionally. I think he could have disguised that a little better.
I'm surprised he actually didn't get a free kick for that, because that's as obvious as you get.
Dangerfield and Cameron right there appealing, but no free kick. Lions by 25. They've kicked the first 4 goals. From the boundary throwing, Atkins collects, shakes a would-be tackle, shoots goalward, it's offline. And Dempsey trying to soccer it through on the behind line, hits the post. So 2 behinds for Geelong, 4-2 for Brisbane, 4-goal lead for the reigning premiers.
And the quick hurried kick in, trying to catch the Cats snapping yet again. The half-forward line, it's a holding the ball decision, and it's going the way of Geelong.
He was out of bounds.
No, Fletcher's been pinged, I think. So
he's been pinged. It looked like it was out of bounds.
free kick to Brad Close. So Close has got it at half forward for the Cats. A rare foray inside 50 in this opening term. The leaper was Martin, but he couldn't get his second hands to it. And it's over the boundary line. So a throw in deep in the left forward pocket for Geelong.
Connor O'Sullivan behind the ball. He's not happy about his calf. We'll get Benny Cameron. Just keep a close eye on Connor O'Sullivan for me, please, Benny, because he's signalling to the bench.
Port gives it to Atkins. Atkins just handballs into space. Lester is there. It bubbles away. It goes back to Atkins and it's picked up by Holmes. Bangs it long. It's going to land in. Sky ball it was. Cameron was at the drop, but Lockie Neal dashes away. And he delivers on the outer side off hands as Rayner, hitting it at speed. Oh, what a wonderful tackle by Holmes.
Got him high, though.
Oh, that's disappointing.
Yeah, just the very first contact was high.
She did a lot right in that tackle, but free kick for Rayner, defensive side of the wing. Score check, Brisbane 4 goals up. They've kicked the only 4 goals of the match. We're 22 minutes in. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. What is a white out tonight? White T-shirts on every seat. And as far as the eye can see, and they're not happy, the locals. Paddy Dangerfield's 350th, and yet it's all Brisbane early. Kick down the line, and Guthrie and Dunkley wrestle for it. Guthrie knocks it out of bounds. Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Cameron Ling, Mick Malthouse, Ben Cameron, your call team. And a 4-goal buffer for Brisbane. Just repeating the late change, Darcy Gardner out ill. So Bruce Reveal is in and starts as the sub. No late change for the Cats. Ollie Henry is their tactical sub from the boundary throw-in. Will Ashcroft, hand pass back into the middle. Stengel had it, gave it away towards Myers. Squeezed a kick forward, they work it out. Jack Martin to Stengel, hand pass to Smith. 70 metres out, drives it deep. Cameron in the pocket. Lester gets rid of him. Says keep going. Ball sits up. Lester trying to clear. Kicks it straight to Atkins. And the Cats fans are not happy. There were a few no calls with a tangle deep between Starcevic and Dangerfield, and in the end they get their shot at goal now.
Well, it's one or the other on the Jeremy Cameron one. Either he's in a world of trouble for staging or it's a giant push in the back. It's a giant push in the back. Dreadful decision.
And now Atkins from 45 metres out. Gets the drop punt for Geelong. The kick sails goalward. It misses. So the Cats with their second set shot miss. They're third behind of the night. 3 behinds to 4-2. It's Brisbane who lead the game by 23 points. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Oh, hang on, Ben. We're going to get back to you because the kick in from Zorko went over the head of the intended target. It's mopped up by Mitch Duncan. He's given it straight to Jared Berry. As soon as the Brisbane Lions get it in the defensive 50, they go. It's a clear plan tonight and to go quickly. So 3 quick kicks and now Hugh McCluggage has got it. Across half-back. We'll get down to you in a moment, Ben. McCluggage high to the wing. Eric Hipwood was there. Stewart's tackled. Ball dribbles free. Lockie Neal. There's a spare boot in the middle there. I don't know who the boot belongs to.
Sean Manor. Zach Guthrie just threw it to the bench to say, can you undo the laces on that one, please, for my teammate?
Tossed up in the air. Centre wing, right in front of the broadcast box. Will Ashcroft got it off to Neal. He's run down by Atkins in a tackle. Lockie Neal asked the question for push in the back, and the umpire says, nah, brilliant tackle, and that will be rewarded. And Atkins has got it at half back.
What do you got for me, Ben?
Connor O'Sullivan stayed out there. I'll keep an eye on him at quarter time, though.
Atkins trying to straighten up. Broken up by Hipwood as he knocks it inside the forward pocket. And in the end, Jack Henry tackled close to the boundary line. We'll have a ball up now.
Ben, every time we go down to you, there's an intercept.
It's much like when I played. Whenever I get involved, there's a turnover.
Friday night footy on ABC Sport. A 23-point lead for Brisbane. And the ball up. Fort wins it down to Charlie Cameron. He runs out of room. Throw in half forward here for the Lions. Kicking to the Barwon River end. What a start to the game. Patrick Dangerfield running out with his kids for his 350th game. And a sea of white with white T-shirts on every seat. And yet it's the Brisbane Lions with the first 4 goals From the boundary throw-in, Stanley palms it down to Smith. And the headband again tonight. Kicks down the wing. Dangerfield competes, no mark. Falls to Jeremy Cameron, who's off and running. Kicks from 70 out, inside 50. Neil runs onto it. A perfect kick, just placed it up.
That's an unbelievable
the runners
kick.
to get on the end of it. And Shannon Neal was the first of those who marks. And now there's going to be a 50.
Wow, how smart was that kick?
And I reckon he wanted it back too. He was going to keep running and kick the goal on the run, but Neil will make a certainty of it.
No one stands the mark. He drives it up into the second tier and gives them a look at the Sharon. The Cats have got their first goal. It's taken 26 minutes, but they're on the board. Geelong moved to 139. They trail Brisbane 4-2-26. The margin is back to 17. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Mick Moldhouse, Cameron Lee.
I couldn't tell what the 50 was for.
No, I'm still...
Neither.
No.
I just thought you'd like to
Zorko.
have some form of
It was
communication between the...
Zorko.
Okay.
For
what?
Didn't see what it was
descent
for.
or running into the protected zone?
I can only assume descent.
Yeah, we'll see the replay of it, but it was a superb kick by Jeremy Cameron. He just crumbed the ball beautifully from the contest, used his athleticism, realised he was just about to get caught, chipped the ball over perfectly to Shannon Neal, who was thinking about giving it back, but went back for the set shot. And there's no protected zone issue on the replay, so it has to be descent.
Against the other umpire. Wasn't the umpire standing there?
No.
No, I reckon they grabbed Zorko because he was within 10 metres.
Protected. He was
tough score.
10.1 or 9.9. It was close.
So Brisbane by 17, 2.5 in the opening stanza. And in the centre it's the Lions, although Fort's kick was a fresh airy. Atkins comes in and he's tackled by Levi Ashcroft. Levi and Will got the same haircut pretty much and same coloured boots tonight for us, Corbin, both wearing the blue. It's very kind of them for the commentators.
Up it goes. Levi, only teenager out there on the ground tonight. With Big Bro again from the ball up. Spills down towards Wilmot. Gets a kick out to half forward. They all chase out after it. Clever from Humphreys. Taps it to Mullen. His handball though close to the boundary line. Hipwood wrestles for it with Humphreys and out it goes. The boundary throwing between wing and half forward for Brisbane.
Well, that's a win for Brisbane because it was 3v4 and they were able to keep the ball on their half forward line. It's a dangerous ploy because Geelong do it so well from the back line with the extra.
Looking here with 4 disposals in this quarter. Had only 8 in the first half. The last time these two teams met at the Mark O'Connor tag. From the boundary throw-in, Will Ashcroft, hand pass to Berry, tumbles a kick inside 50 for Brisbane. There's O'Sullivan, who collects off the back flank, drives the kick back down the wing for the Cats. At the drop, though, is Andrews, and he just kills that, punches it into the third row. Boundary throw-in right on the wing.
He had the mark. He could have taken that, Harris Andrews. And just to clarify, Mark O'Connor has the job again on Lockie Neal, all over him around the stoppages.
So where's Atkins gone?
Atkins is just hunting the footy now.
Yeah, it's interesting because he's the best tackler, has the most tackles, and that's what you need for those small players.
On the eastern side, it's a boundary throw in. Berry goes in. Handballs over the top. Puts Ashcroft, and that's Will under all sorts of pressure, and as a result, snaring it is Manor. He goes down the line. Dangerfield steams out. Starcevic right behind him. Long way from home on the outer side, and he took it over the boundary line. Brandon Starcevic with the matchup on Paddy Dangerfield.
Just on O'Connor too, he's one of the 4 players that are different from last year's prelim, so he wasn't there prelim final night. So he's one of the changes that has been made since this time, or since prelim final time last year.
Stanley goes at it with both hands out in front of O'Connor. This time the kick inside 50. Dangerfield backing back, doing what the danger man does, putting himself in the dangerous spots, and he's taken a wonderful mark over Starcevic. With Answorth coming in the other direction, he knew that there was going to be damage coming, and he still kept his eyes on the ball, outstretched arms, leaning back off balance.
Very well done by Stanley. Really, he's getting them back in the game, Stanley, with his tap work. They were slaughtered early.
So he'll kick it from inside 50. Dangerfield, the milestone man, will kick it from inside 50, but he's just a step or two away from the boundary line in the right forward pocket. Off 2 steps.
It was a short run up. He got too close to the man on the mark.
Really strange.
Yeah.
swung the leg at it awkwardly and...
Out in the full.
Yeah. A disappointing result for the Geelong captain. And it's Brisbane by 17 points. Last minute before quarter time.
Berry, long kick in towards the boundary line. Fort competes. Ball spills front and centre. Smith grabs it, but there's a whistle on the play, and I assume it's a Brisbane free. It is. An illegal shepherd. It's going Dunkley's way.
Very good play by Smith again. Geelong are starting to get back in the game because of the clearances and because of the fallen ball. Brisbane have gone off the boil a little bit there. That was another... I know it's a free kick against, but...
Geelong have crept in front in contested possession.
Yes.
They were well down in the first half of the quarter.
Yeah.
Dunkley short kick to Berry. And now the long contest kick down the line. Loman's going to fly at it again. Runs underneath it. There's another free kick, more intervention. This time a Geelong free.
Jack Henry's been huge for the Cats.
Massive.
Just whacked on the way in to try and mark that by Morris. With a loose arm, so free kick goes Henry's way. He turns it over. Back to Berry. He's going to get his third touch here. The same area of the ground at left half back. It is a 17-point lead for Brisbane. As time will tick down on this opening quarter. And that'll do us. So Brisbane stunning the Cattery with the first 4 goals. 4-2-26. They lead Geelong, who are on the board now 1-3-9. So the goal kickers in that opening term. Loman, Levi Ashcroft kicked the first of the night. Rayner and Wilmot. Well, the only goal for the Cats was kicked by Shannon Neal.
6 tackles in the opening term last week against the Giants at home. The Brisbane Lions, 16 in the first quarter here today. So they've set the tone with their pressure and their tackling.
It's a good observation. 9 players without a tackle last week and another 5 with just 1. So there's a response from the Brisbane Lions that we were anticipating. All right, the thoughts of Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling coming up next. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Step back 66 million years.
When amazing creatures of epic proportions ruled the earth.
Join Bertie Carvel for Walking with Dinosaurs. Stream all the episodes now on ABC iView.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Kicks down the wing, Andrews spills the mark, but turns out okay. Answorth back to Andrews, hand pass away to Will Ashcroft, kicks into the pocket. Loman, scrawly marks, got it up against the boundary line, opens up, snaps across the body with the right peg and puts it through. Hot start for Brisbane.
Myers in the same spot. Interesting kick, brings it back inboard. Stolen by Wilmot. His eyes light up from directly in front. He steadies and he goes. The Brisbane Lions are here at the Cattery. And then making an early statement.
Fought to take it for the ruck infringement. Hand pass to Will Ashcroft. Drives it forward again for the Lions. Off the pack, spills down to Rayner. Shakes free. Shoots goalward. Gets the kind bounce. Sits up on the line. It's there. Make it the first 4 for the reigning champs. Dangerfield competes, no mark. Falls to Jeremy Cameron, who's off and running. Kicks from 70 out. Inside 50. Neal runs onto it. A perfect kick. Just placed it up. And Shannon Neal was the first of those who marks, and now there's going to be a 50. No one stands the mark. He drives it up into the second tier.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
The reigning premiers by 17 points at quarter time. They lead Geelong 4-2 to 1-3. Friday Night Footy round 15 right here on ABC Sport. The legendary Cat Cameron Ling and the coaching icon Mick Malthouse.
Mick, if I could draw it up from a Brisbane Lions perspective, to start a game at a ground you haven't won it for 22 years against a very informed team, you'd say, let's be really good around the contest. Let's be excellent at clearances. And they were dominant in that area in the first half of that quarter in particular. Let's force Geelong to kick really poorly.
Yep.
Kicking at 56% efficiency, which is really bad. A good result is 66, 67%. An excellent result is 70+%. Brisbane are going at 75%. Geelong are going at 56%. So they've forced Geelong to butcher the footy, turn the footy over. And the last bit you'd want to do is let's force them to just kick long and slow off half-back to a big giant pack where we can either spoil the ball or we can start taking some intercept marks and send it back inside forward 50 a whole bunch more. That's the perfect blueprint to start a game here for the Brisbane Lions. It's exactly what they did. They get the 4 goals out of it. They have the 6 shots at goal. It did shift a bit towards the end of that
No
first
doubt.
quarter, but as far as the first 18 minutes go, exactly the way Brisbane wanted to start.
Yep. I reckon this ground caters you have to have 6 forwards. Brisbane have elected not to go 6 forward. They throw the other player up near the stoppage, which we've already said that their depth of mids is quite high, so to get another player up there, they've gone in 18 times. They have sacrificed probably 7 or 8 and just given it up that they can't possibly win it because Geelong have either got 3-2, 4-3, and they've done that, Geelong, but it's on the way out that they haven't been able to get that often to their forward line, albeit the fact that they've gone in their 10. The thing is that I've always noticed about games, when you get top-level games, and this is a second V3, is it's generally flooded with mids getting a lot of possessions. You're looking at, in today's football, 350 to 400 possessions. Yep. On right now, they are around 300 to 330, 340. And that's indicative of how tight it is in close, so they're not getting a lot of free ball where they can get the football out. 1,600 metres, Brisbane have gone, 1,350 Geelong. It's not massive because it's when it's moved well, but a lot of times it's been in close. There's been a lot of tackles. There's been not a lot of backward movement with the ball because Geelong don't have to because they've got the extra number. Brisbane, Kelly's on the money. Their modus operandi is get it out.
Yep. And if you look at the main possession winners, just individual possession winners, for Geelong, just park Max Holmes and Tom Atkins have had 7 touches each. But the other ones are Jack Henry, Connor O'Sullivan, Tom Stewart are in the top 6 for the Cats. All backs. Brisbane Lions, it's Berry, Dunkley, Ashcroft, Rayner, Zorko's a half-back. So their top 4 disposal winners are mids or forwards.
Yeah.
So it's a better balance for where the Brisbane Lions want it right now.
At the moment.
And they are straight away just pinging the ball. Someone's open, bang, use him.
Yep.
And this ground, I know it very, very well. You can use the corridor. You can slice and dice here, provided you do it straight away.
That's right.
If you hesitate, the skinniness of this ground shuts that option down straight away. But Brisbane are doing it, and they're backing themselves really well and looking incredibly dangerous early on. They've got themselves the lead, but it'll be good to see how this quarter starts because the last 8 minutes of the quarter was Geelong's way.
Easy, because that 10 inside the front 50 was
7
probably
or 8 of them at the end, weren't they?
Right at the end. Yeah. You called it was 2 or 3. It's very deep into the quarter.
Different theme from their meeting earlier in the season where the Cats led by as many as 32 points and then Brisbane kicked 8 of the next 9 goals to pinch it. As we start the second term, Lions by 17. Fort wins it down but straight to Smith. Kicks Geelong inside 50 and the ball skids away from Shannon Neal. Who'd have thought without all the double-up names we've got tonight, we've got 2 Camerons, Charlie and Jeremy, we've got 2 Neils, Shannon and Lockie, but we've only got 1 Smith.
The short and tall of it, of those names.
And Bailey Smith, the only one out there.
A couple of Baileys, though.
That's true. Boundary throw-in. As Fort knocks it out towards one of them. Here's Zach Bailey. Hand pass goes outside of the defensive 50. Holmes gives a handball away to Atkins. Half forward for the Cats. Kicks inside 50. Jeremy Cameron crashes the pack. Ball hits the deck in a dangerous spot. And Wilmot clever just soccers it out into open space. And the chase is on. Stewart first to arrive. Spins out of the would-be tackle from Rayner. Kicks in the corridor and finds Smith again.
Bailey Smith's got it. You can hear the warm applause. He's got a loose player wider still and he goes in that direction. Martin Marks, uncontested. Got it on half forward. The left footer just goes long into the left forward pocket. Fort. Now, Darcy Fort looked like he was tunnelled.
It's a Dangerfield free kick.
Did Danger get pushed in the back then? Because Danger got caught under Fort. Looked like he was tunnelling Darcy Fort, who's asking the question.
So it's been paid against Starcevic. I think as Dangerfield went to jump, he's maybe grabbed his arm, but not much.
No, there isn't.
He's played on and missed.
Yeah. So Danger's set shot has missed.
I tell you what, the gods.
Oh, goodness.
Football gods there because there was no free kick at all.
He's had 2 casual looks tonight, Dangerfield. Couple of behinds his return so far. Brisbane on the back flank now through Wilmot trying to thread the needle. Smith breaks it up. 70 out from goal. Geelong win it back. Smith kicks inside 50. Dangerfield looking to fly. Contact from Andrews. Ball hits the deck. Hump says play on. Stengel caught. Dispossessed. Hump lets them roll again. Shannon Neal can't collect. Now tackled as the ball comes to ground. Throw a blanket over a dozen of them here. The ball bobbles around. Still the ump says someone get it out. Levi Ashcroft to Zorko. Hand pass a turnover. Smith, unorthodox hand pass back inboard, and Levi Ashcroft with a clearing kick down the wing. Day looks to spoil. Comes to Stewart. He's tackled. Lost it. Back to Day.
Day gets the kick away. There's absolutely no one to kick to. And crunching tackle applied by Hipwood. He gives the free to Jack Henry. Jack Henry's been fantastic tonight. Down back for the Cats so far. They trail by 16 points. It's Friday night footy on ABC Sport as Henry kicks wide. Was it too wide? No, it was just touched on the line by his teammate in Cameron, Jeremy Cameron. But it'll be a boundary throw in right in front of Ben.
Also down here right in front of me, Ollie Henry, the sub, has just run away to the rooms. He's come back with a sanger. He's waving it at me at the moment. Looks like banana and honey, I think, in that. And looked like a packed lunch and just enjoying his sandwich at the moment.
Oh, Ben Cameron with his special comments at ground level for us this evening on Friday night footy.
He did grow up only about a drop punt away from this ground, so he might have ducked home for a sanger off mum.
Yeah. So the Lions have got it. Rayner's kick was smothered brilliantly by Dempsey. Myers has got it. He's grubbers the kick only as far as Zorko. He got a shove in the back as he got his kick away. Was able to hit up Day. Uncontested all by himself. Looks inside 50 and going back. Oh, Jack Henry was coming the other way, but it's a wonderful mark taken by Will Ashcroft.
That's the difference between today's footy and probably 10 years ago, in all honesty.
Yeah. Jack Henry just had to pull up, yeah?
Well, he would have been in the stand.
Yep.
And that's not trying to be smart.
No,
simply
absolutely.
That's the way football
You're right.
is, because he only needed one more step and it would have been legal.
And we're better off for it as a game, aren't we?
Well, he's now standing up.
Yep.
Yeah. No, it's
That's
a great comment.
That's your opinion,
Yeah.
Will
Ashcroft to extend the lead that currently stands at 16 points. 45-degree angle, sends it on its way, and he's put it right over the goal umpire's head at the northern end. Brisbane's lead back out to 22 points. First goal of this second term, 5-2-32. Geelong 1-4-10. If it sounds like silence behind us, it's because it is.
It is, yep. And it is on the back of terrific Brisbane pressure and Geelong butchering the footy.
Yeah, twice.
First quarter, their kicking efficiency well down, as we spoke about at quarter time. But again, then Graham Myers, just a beautiful kick of the footy normally, just completely butchered it on turnover, and there were options galore, and in the end it was Will Ashcroft ducking inside forward 50. Who was the recipient, kicked the goal?
It started well, hasn't he? Will Ashcroft tonight.
Yeah. They've had the ball inside front 50 once for a goal. Smith's had the ball ominously 4 times and looks dangerous with the football, Smith.
The Lions by 22 points now. Friday night footy on ABC Sport as Smith trying to walk through the tackle from Will Ashcroft. Got it out eventually. Martin passing through. Cats keep it. Hand pass to O'Sullivan. Long kick inside 50. Shallow entry. It bounces up in front of Leicester. There's a free. There's 2 players tangle. It's a free for Brisbane.
Yeah, it's fair. He just couldn't get to the ball.
No, that's Harris Andrews with, 10 pre-seasons under his belt against someone, Shannon Neal, with 4, 5 pre-seasons under his belt. Andrews was so strong there, holding his ground. Neal in desperation gave away the free kick.
The co-captain as Harris Andrews goes back to Answorth. Long kick up the wing. Rayner flies up, slips straight to his hands. Ball out the back. Day had it, lost it, and his pocket picked by Atkins. Geelong win it, defensive side of the wing. Eastern side, hand pass to Dempsey. Clever kick, finds Close. And the long sleeves and the hoops. Sleeves again tonight for Close. Oh, dabs it short, turns it over. And Wilmot.
Turnover, yep. Brisbane are just pouncing onto everything.
Aren't they? Jeremy Cameron caught standing still, and Wilmot, with the surge from behind, was able to pinch it out of his hands.
It's like the Brisbane, when they're defending, they've got all the answers to the quiz already. They know exactly where Geelong are trying to go with the footy.
Halfback Wilmot skies that to the wing. Jack Martin was there, then he was tackled. He dropped it. Atkins picks it up, blindly kicks around the corner, and that's a wonderful mark again. Instant replay, deja vu. Harris Andrews over Shannon Neal, and the quick couple of kicks, and the Brisbane Lions are out. Out wide here, unable to take the mark is the youngster. McLaughlin keeps it in play, throws it on his left boot. He's from Colac. He kicks to a 2-on-1. It was 1 Brisbane Lions, and the couple of Cats players, O'Sullivan And also Mullen make sure they kill it over the line. Boundary throw in 25 around here for the Lions.
Probably a good job for Brisbane to have that ball there because the Cats outnumber them back of the ball. They get their numbers back to the Cats.
Great to see Joel Selwood here tonight. Of course, the stand named in his honour looks on as the boundary throw-in occurs at that end of the ground here. The Cats work it out. Smith, hand pass away to Mullen. Kicks in the back pocket down the line. Shannon, Neal and Andrews. Andrews snatches it and then walks out of play. So throw-in in front of the benches and in front of us. 22-point lead for Brisbane. They've kicked 5 of the first 6 goals. 7.5 gone in this second term. Off the SMS, David, in Lonnie. It's 12.5 degrees in Lonnie right now.
Heat wave.
Picked the wrong week, Nick, to be down there. This time last week it was 4 degrees for the Friday night fixture. And the ball in on the wing. Atkins are high up and under, and at the drop is O'Connor. Takes the mark for the Cats. He's got it right on the logo. His team down 22.
Here's the difference.
Yeah, they're hesitant to pull the trigger, Geelong, whereas Brisbane are not hesitating at all, are they, Cal?
He goes sideways and backwards to blitz halves. Charlie Cameron's having a dirty night. He just gave away 50, creeping over the mark.
A stupid 50. He's right. The umpire's spot on.
So blitz halves. Too far out to score. He's going to kick it right near the edge of the square. Jeremy Cameron in from the side. He floated across in front. He turned his back to the Sherrin and he cradled it into his chest.
Superb athleticism.
It is. It's a case of a backline player thinking, no, he can't go for this. I've got him up until the point where he takes off.
Yeah, and it was a swap because Leicester's had him, but Andrews had him on that one. Andrews just did not go with him.
Oh, what a surprise. What a surprise.
Man on the mark is standing 15 metres out. No real angle to speak of. And no problem for Jeremy Cameron. Jez has got his first of the night and they're back to a 16-point deficit, trying to claw their way back into this contest after the hot start from the reigning premier. 5-2-32 Brisbane, Geelong 2-4-16. 9 minutes gone into second term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
A couple of things from that one, Mick. So you're right. They get a swap over. So it's Andrews on Cameron, and Andrews just assumed Cameron wasn't going to make it.
Exactly.
Which you can't do for a supreme athlete like Jeremy Cameron. You've got to always assume he's in the contest. So then Leicester was the one on Neal, and Neal really selflessly sealed Leicester away.
Could get there, yeah.
And so that Cameron could come across in front of that matchup and take ultimately was an uncontested mark because Andrews refused to fly with Cameron.
I know this thing, it's 1-1 to 1 goal. Real danger signs here for Brisbane. They've gone 2-7 against them inside front 50s, and the contested football is 8-12 Geelong's favour. So it's really spun around this game.
Fort wins it down, but they've coughed it up. Atkins to Stanley, and now to Holmes. The runner, the track star, kicks to full forward. Slides past Shannon Neal. Knocked away by Andrews. Clever from the Lions. Berry got it to Fletcher. Caught wrong-footed. Gives a hand pass away to Answorth, and now the Lions get it out of a defensive arc. Bailey competes on the wing. No mark. Spills down to Holmes, who's on it again. Geelong back with it. High half forward. Myers, low trajectory kick, skids inside 50. Answorth picks it off for Brisbane. Hand pass meant for Fletcher. Rolls out of bounds. Throw in half forward for Geelong.
Tell you what, if the Cats score here, it could be a turning point. Charlie Cameron giving away that 50.
Oh, I think the turning point happened about 5 minutes before quarter time. Really, that's when Geelong started to swing the game right around. Brisbane can meet them, but Geelong have done it from that moment, really.
Nick Moldhouse on ABC Sport this evening. It's Friday night footy, boundary throw-in. Darcy Fort gets the kick away. Desperate stuff down low. Hipwood, little toe poke in the direction of Morris, who's been quiet tonight, and then Zach Bailey's forced to tackle Cats players on all fours. Spills out, bobbles around, ball still to be won. O'Connor is tackled by a couple of Brisbane Lions players. Ball up inside the centre square.
If it had got through there, Brisbane's way, Cam Rayner had got inside forward 50 by himself. Now Geelong scramble to cover.
Lions by 16 points. Free kick again. And there's a hold as Dunkley was being held by Holmes before the footy reached him. So free kick to Dunkley. Hand pass to Fletcher. A wrap around the back. Kicks inside 50. Leaping for it, McLaughlin. No mark. Levi Ashcroft got a play on it. Knocked it to Morris. Hand pass to McLaughlin. He left it behind. Back in dispute. Geelong attack it through O'Sullivan. He's tackled and the ump says, I'll have it. It's not O'Sullivan, in fact. He had a play on it, couldn't quite scoop it up. It's Duncan. The ball up here. True centre half forward for Brisbane. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Blitz halves, grabs it out of the ruck, and it's a get it out of here kick. Up to halfway. Cameron, Jeremy Clever knocks it on into the path for Stanley. Can't quite pick it up. Centre half forward. Ritz beats Stengel, goes bursting through. Got the ball out to close. 55 from home to Jeremy Cameron, who somehow gets deep into the forward pocket. Huge work rate. Ball slides out of bounds in front of him, and a throw in forward pocket for the Cats.
Kicks are just missing. Missing for the Cats, so that shows the pressure Brisbane's putting on them. That's a kick by Close to Jeremy Cameron that usually hits. It's a great sign of how much pressure Brisbane are putting on this game.
Twirling ball back in play. Left forward pocket here for the Cats. Ball hits the deck. Lockie Neal's there with the gather. And the cautious kick is good. And the mark taken by Fletcher, who was taken high afterwards, and he receives 50.
Yeah. It's a bad 50 to give away, given how they were starting to build the pressure on him.
Had him right locked in, didn't they?
Tyson Stengel, it was coming late, taking him high. So he gets his kick from the centre of the ground to Berry. All important inside 50. Kick goes straight down the throat of Dempsey. A turnover and a poor one at that for the Brisbane Lions as they were looking to build.
Well, that really is, that hurts because they had full momentum up.
They did.
It was a shocking kick.
So Dempsey in the defensive 50 goes short and wide to Humphreys. Down the line all by himself is Tom Stewart. Mark's uncontested. Right in front of the interchange gates. He goes to half forward and Neal charges out. Those big hands couldn't quite wrap around that yellow Sharon. And it's knocked over. Harris Andrews there. The premiership defender and co-captain with all the experience in the world.
Had a big day last week. Shannon Neal against the Bombers. Kick 4. Back it up again tonight. 16-point game, 5 goals to 2. Brisbane lead it. Second quarter action, 14 minutes in. For the boundary throw-in, it's coming back out again. Geelong fans wanted a hold on Bailey Smith, who was in a tangle running out after it.
I think he's telling the umpires that too.
The Cluggies, and then just gives him a little bit of a shove. Nick Moldhouse and Cameron Ling. Ben Cameron on the boundary. Kelly Underwood and Corbin Middlemass calling the footy. Late change coming in too with Darcy Gardner ill. So the would-be replacement for Jack Payne never got to the starters line. Bruce revealed the late in starts as the sub for Brisbane. Sequence of handballs. The Ashcroft boys waxing together. Levi to Will, back to Levi, kicks down to half forward. Charlie Cameron paddles it out in front to his own advantage. Trying to wrong foot O'Sullivan, what a chase. O'Sullivan rips him down. It should be rewarded and it's not.
It was the goose step. He tried the goose step on O'Sullivan.
I reckon he hand passed it at the last second, but that'll deflate him, Cameron, because he got caught from a bloke who he thought he was quicker than.
Ball ends up out of bounds. Throw in here, half forward for Brisbane.
So the Cats fans now finally getting into it. Rona with a handball out to Ashcroft again. Will combining with Levi. Levi with the kick inside 50, and once again it's an intercept. This time to Guthrie. Flares it wide to Jack Henry. Mark's still in the defensive 50. They've got the momentum with them, the Cats, and the crowd's starting to get involved. His kick hits up Graham Myers. And round the red shicky stand they go to Blitzarves. Marking uncontested down the line to a one-on-one. This time Neal beats Andrews. Oh, he's given away the free. Listen to the crowd. They're finally engaged halfway through this second term after Brisbane's hot start. Brisbane led by 17 at quarter time. I can't believe that decision's been made.
The kick goes down the wing from the Brisbane Lions. No mark there for Hitwood. Ball hits the deck. Myers is onto it. Got it forward to close. Quick hands for Duncan, a little too hot. Fletcher wins it back. Miscues the kick. Rolls out of play. Delivery.
There's plenty happening at the moment.
Not much scoring.
No.
Where are we going? We've gone 10 minutes of actual time.
Kick from O'Sullivan, down the wing, straight with the hands of Shannon Neal. We've seen that a couple of times tonight. The greasy conditions, cold night in Geelong, but not wet. As Andrews gives it to Starcevic, kicks back down the wing. Here's O'Sullivan again. The circle work.
Another 50.
That's fair. You know, the rules are so rigid now. If you want to jump over the mark and stop the player from playing on.
So it was Lohman laterally, sort of flinched as Sullivan went to try and switch the play, and that is exactly why the rule is there, to They don't want you to slow down the ball carrier.
No, exactly. He's an impressive athlete, isn't he? 15th game of footy. He just chased down Charlie Cameron at ground level and held onto the tackle. And then in a pack was able to take that mark. 200 centimetres, 198 centimetres.
This is a moment for him. Hasn't kicked a goal as yet.
Yuck.
Shanks that off the boot.
Yuck.
Won't even have the trip. And in the end, floats to the forward pocket. Only Brisbane players there. Day to Levi Ashcroft. Now to Leicester. Get out of here. Kick up to the wing. Spills Will Ashcroft's way.
The Ashcrofts are really getting involved in his second term. Hits up Hipwood. He's a long way from home. It's one-on-one inside 50. Set him himself is Logan Morris. He takes the mark at the top of the goal square over Jack Henry. And Morris will get his first real look at it tonight.
Well, it comes back to the kicking. Just giving Connor O'Sullivan a pump up, but an awful shot at goal meant Geelong wasn't set to defend a ball that was immediately turned over, and then it was just end-to-end footy from the Brisbane Lions, and a pretty simple shot at goal. He's going around the body though.
He was best on ground for Brisbane last week with 5 goals at the Gabba in that home loss to the Giants. Around the corner he goes from pretty much directly in front, and it's easy as you like for the youngster. In his second year of footy, won a premiership in his first year. And they edge clear again. Back out to a 22-point lead, the visitors. 6-2-38, Geelong 2-4-16. 8 to play before half-time.
I've been coming down here for a long time watching games at Geelong. That would be, without a doubt, the quickest from one bad kick to a goal. And I only say this because I suppose the Geelong was setting up mainly for a point. But the way the ball then came back up through this line, found a player in front of us here, Corby, virtually on the half-forward wing, and then he had a target that was virtually clear. It was a bit of a contest, but not much, because all Geelong players were caught outside the back 50. It was that's easily, I've never seen it happen here before.
I'm not sure they keep records on those kind of things, but Mick Moldhouse's memory over 70 years in the game will give you a pretty good indication on how rare an event that was. Geelong out of the middle, Dangerfield to Mullen, back to Dangerfield, ugly kick down to half forward. He's had a couple of errant kicks headed towards goal earlier tonight, and the ball spills into the lap of Close, who's locked up straight away.
Well, can I add another thing that I haven't seen? I haven't seen Geelong kick the ball this badly in a game of footy. That ball from Dangerfield was just a complete floater. And same with Connor O'Sullivan. Graham Myers got a cheer before for hitting a target.
Lions by 22. Atkins, tough, stands up with the footy, kicks it inside 50, spills front and centre to Manor, squeezes a kick out, and that has missed everything as well. Bounces out of play. One bounce out, it goes 10 metres around from the behind post.
Is that pressure, perceived pressure, or is that just having an off night?
Combination of all three.
Okay,
There's some nights you just don't kick well and you can't put your finger on it, but you got to add in Brisbane have been excellent with their pressure, and now I think it's perceived pressure starting to build.
Boundary throw in Barwon River end of the stadium where the Cats are looking to score. Fort gave it straight down to McCluggage. The clearing kick comes the way of Duncan. He slips over the boundary. So this time another boundary throw in. 70 around from the Geelong goal.
Brisbane by 22. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Your thoughts as well on the SMS 0437 774 774.
Once again the ruck tangle. Blitzards this time doing damage with Fort. Lockie Neal tackled by Dangerfield. Spills free. Ball to be won. Answorth charges through and he's tackled by Blitzards, who will play in the ruck again. Ball up just outside 50 from the Cats. Blitzarves and Fort. Neither winner. Free kick in the ruck going the way of Fort. Blitzarves up over his arm. Over his shoulder, rather. So Fort right on the defensive arc. Right behind him was Fletcher calling for it. So the smallest handball you've ever seen to Fletcher, who kicks sideways. And marking is Andrews. He goes to Berry, closer to the boundary line. Still off half back. Short little lead there from Zorko's ignored. This is the slowest ball movement we've seen all night from the Brisbane Lions. They've blitzed it so far. Goes down the wing. Big pack forms and it's spoiled over the line. Right in front of Bailey Smith, who's had an impressive second quarter. He's had the 6 disposals, so too Tom Atkins. And Levi Ashcroft with the 8 disposals in this second term. It's Brisbane by 22 points.
Fort wins the hit out in front of McCluggage. Humps out after it. Up against the boundary line, pulls the kick back inboard. Lohman skids to his knees, takes the mark. 22-point advantage for Brisbane. He's got a runner shooting behind Zorko. Kicks inside 50. Critical fist from Mullen. Knocks it away from Charlie Cameron, who was certain to mark in the forward pocket.
She's a good athlete as well. Oisin Mullen, only 32nd game. Great spoil. 12 inside 50 to 7.
12 to 7. And two goals to 1.
Yeah, Geelong's way, but they have not taken advantage of it. Brisbane's kicked the 2.
Blitz halves, palms it down, but it comes Brisbane's way. Lohman off balance, throws it on the boot, right to the behind line, and Jack Henry leaps up, takes the mark.
That stoppage, Geelong would like to have a good look at that stoppage, because Brisbane had players in front of it. We're unlucky not to come away with a better shot on goal.
Jack Henry to Stewart, now to Smith, right half back. The Cats with it, down 22 as we tick towards half time.
I reckon Geelong are in a hell of a lot more trouble, if not for Jack Henry tonight, Nick.
Bailey Smith's kick to a pack. They all misread it, and waiting at the back and nestling, cradling to him like a baby in his midriff there was Harris Andrews. Worked it to McCluggage. Oh, what about that kick inside 50? Spectacular. It was silver service after a long lead from Kai Lohman, and he marks in front of Humphreys, and he's well within range.
And the reason why, Cal, is because Geelong filled 2/3 of the 50-metre line. Lohman led through the vacant third, and McCluggage didn't even look at the fat side. He looked at the thinner side, or the fatter side, to find the clear player. Beautifully done.
So Lohman to the city end. He is a big game player. It's Paddy's game, and he's on the approach, and he sent it straight into the woodwork.
Short runner.
Yeah.
Met it halfway up. And there is no breeze tonight, but look at that right post at the northern end. It is still swaying. He has clattered that.
Brisbane aren't even hesitating with their ball movement, though. To what you're just describing there, Mick, with that use from McCluggage, superb. Geelong are hesitating.
Well, Duncan received a handball from Stewart and then turns it over. Hitwood takes the mark, 60 out. He's out wide, pokes it into the pocket for Day, outnumbered. Stewart makes up for the earlier error and knocks it out of play.
Just so every time Brisbane get the ball, they're just going bang, straight away. Now, that one's not perfect, doesn't quite end up with a mark, but it means the Geelong defenders are nervous. Yeah, they're thinking, oh, hang on, they might pull the trigger on this one. Got to go to them.
Yeah, there's no I'll be the one to come over the back. They just don't have a chance to set.
Forward 50 stoppage for Brisbane. Free kick, ruck infringement, Stanley's way. There are so many times a whistle blows in the modern game where you just think, it's becoming more and more like rugby union, isn't it? Where you think, well, let's see which way they point. It's not totally obvious to everyone watching on exactly what they're all for as Stanley goes long out towards the wing. Spills down Brisbane's way. Zorko's hand pass misses Bailey and it's out of play. So a throw in 70 out from the Brisbane goal and a 23-point lead for the Lions. 6-3. They lead Geelong 2-4. Brisbane kicked the first 4 goals of the game and they've really protected that buffer throughout.
Dangerfield with the 5 disposals, 4 kicks and 1 behind. He's had 2 set shots, 1 out of bounds on the full and 1 behind. It is Brisbane by 23 points. And Brisbane with the numbers here: Wilmot, Ashcroft, Starcevic, Court. Handballs back to Wilmot. He gets the handball away. Oh, he's gathered it. And he goes. And he takes on Bailey Smith with speed. He kicks to the top of the goal square. It was almost marked by Sam Day, except for the Jack Henry spoil that came over the top and made sure that it wasn't a mark. And again, he saves the moment.
Oh, I tell you what, there was a crummer there that just missed it. Went through his hands. I think it might have been Lohman, was it? In front.
Yeah.
Toss back in. Fort looking for Lockie Neal. Tackled by Atkins. No great surprise there.
Oh.
Umpire says holding the ball.
Wow.
What?
Free kick to Atkins.
Goodness. How?
Gee, that was hot.
Hot. He was ridden. I'll tell you what, he'd be too up the straight of the Flemington Racecourse.
Atkins hands it to Stewart, kicks out of the defensive 50. Dangerfield flying forward on the wing. No mark. Ball hits the deck. Dangerfield got it. Gives it to Close. Kicks down the line. Kicks it. Out on the full. Free kick for Brisbane. 23-point advantage for the reigning champs. 26.5 gone in the second.
I feel like I'm just pushing repeat at the moment, but the Geelong ball use is awful right now. And from good kicks. Brad Close is a good kicker of the football, and he was completely on a different page to his teammate then compared to that kick from McCluggage. Superb.
Just like a heat-guided missile, put it straight on the chest of Berry. Kicks down to half-forward. McLaughlin the target. Humphries left his man to compete. McLaughlin tries to collect. Humphries, sensational. Breaks it up, lays the tackle and forces it out of bounds. And Lawson Humphries, 17 is legit. There's no doubt about that. What a player he is.
Yeah, and saved a certain goal. Because of the ball use through the middle that Brisbane had, it was wide open. If McLaughlin takes that cleanly and gets inside forward 50, Brisbane had spares everywhere. Great play by Lawson Humphries.
Brisbane by 23. They kicked the first 4 of the contest here, and since then it's been goal for goal. As the umpire again picks out another free kick.
Well, it's almost the same as against Neil. This time it becomes a free kick.
So it's going to Charlie Cameron, and he'll kick it from 50 out. Mullen's the man on the mark. 55 out. He's just not going to waste any time towards Lohman, the leaper. Now it comes to Morris. Unselfishly tries to just squeeze the kick. Can't find a target. Duncan went in with the sliding tackle looking for the free. He dropped and ducked his shoulder. It wasn't forthcoming. And the umpire says instead of a free to the veteran, we'll do a ball up. 40 metres out, directly in front of Brisbane's goal. Fort stealing it. And getting it away was Martin on the left, just bangs it out of there. It's a bouncing ball on the outer wing. Dangerfield flicked it back over his head in the direction of Stengel, who breaks the tackle. Bursts clear in the centre of the ground. Can hit up Duncan, who's run all the way up to the broadcast wing. He brings it back inboard with a short, sharp kick to Manor. Faked one way, runs the other, then delivers in the Jeremy Cameron direction. Couldn't take the mark, charging through, caught. Holmes brought to ground, play on advantage, says the umpire. Comes out to Cameron, top of the goal square, off balance on the left. He's got it. He's a magician, Jeremy Cameron. He juggled it and just somehow got it on his left foot. Top of the goal square, snap. He gets his second. And it's back to a 17-point ball game. Geelong 3-4-22. Brisbane 6-3-39 with less than 2 minutes before half-time.
She'd had to work hard for it, though, inside forward 50, Mick. They eventually got it there through the brilliance of Jeremy Cameron, but the Brisbane defence was desperate. They were scrapping, they were fighting, trying to hold on to anything. A couple of important moments, Tyson Stengel involved up the ground, but it's hard work right now for the Cats to score, and for all the work they've done this quarter and some better play, they've kicked 2 goals, 1. The Brisbane Lions have kicked 2 goals, 1, and we are back to the exact same margin of quarter time.
Paul from Catherine off the SMS. There are actually 5 Camerons involved in the game tonight. You forgot to mention Cameron Ling, Ben Cameron and Cameron Rayner.
Yes.
Along with Charlie and Jeremy Cameron, of course. Back in the middle of the ground. Dangerfield had it, lost it, and here is one of them. Rayner, hand pass away to Dunkley for Brisbane. High up and under. Lockie Neal leaps in the air, competes, spills to McCluggage, hand pass back to Rayner. Breaks 2 tackles. Now Rayner on the run. Kicks to the goal square. Ball slides wrong side of the post to behind.
Oof, looked like Dusty.
Strong hips from Rayner, wasn't it?
Bursting, barging.
There's something about the tackle bust in the game, isn't there, when a player goes running through the gauntlet like that. 6-4 to 3-4. And that makes it an 18-point buffer for Brisbane. Half an hour gone in the second term.
So Guthrie to Bailey Smith. He's got it in the back pocket. Short, sharp pass to Mullen. Still in that defensive 50. Back to Smith. Shoved as he got his kick away, and as a result, the kick goes to Zorko. So Dane Zorko with the intercept. Centre wing. Outer side. Puts plenty of height in that. Logan Morris has a crack at it. Stolen by McCluggage, his teammate, the outside of the boot. And McCluggage, well, here's an A-grader this year. He stole it. Would have been a certain mark to Logan Morris. Pinched it out of his hands on the outside of the boot. And that is a brilliant goal. Back out to a 24-point lead. 7-4-46. Geelong 3-4-22. It's an old-fashioned tug-of-war here, goal for goal at Cardinia Park as we close in on half-time. That was important for the Lions.
Well, it's also squared up the inside 50s, Lingy. So where we said Geelong from 5-minute mark first quarter or late first quarter in probably 15 minutes, now the Lions have started to get back in the game. So it's the Indian arm wrestle has swung. I reckon swung again towards the Lions mainly because of the contested football. Actually, I'm not 100% sure.
But also turnovers again. Again, another awful kick from Bailey Smith straight down the throat of Dane Zorko. And then it was great crumbing by Hugh McCluggage.
24 points. Brisbane's lead on the stroke of half-time. Back in the middle at the coalface. Holmes gets a hand pass to the wing for Dempsey. Cats inside 50. O'Connor gets in front of Jeremy Cameron and takes the mark. He was coming from the centre square. Cameron was hitting up. In the end, it's the Irishman who just jumps in front of the leading goal kicker in the comp, and he'll get the last look at the sticks in this first half.
He's got the distance from here, but this is a hugely important kick.
Only kicked 10 goals. Even he was looking around thinking, is there any chance we can get Jeremy Cameron to take the kick? Mark O'Connor misses. Wrong side of the stick, out to the left and behind. And that is the last kick and the last score of that first half of footy. It faded late. You heard the crowd behind the goals trying to will it through, but not to be. And at half-time in Paddy Dangerfield's 350th game, it is the road team, the reigning premiers, who lead by 23 points. 7-5-46 over Geelong, 3-5-23. And this is a different script than their previous meetings. It was the Cats by 26 points back in round 3 in a game they lost. And of course, on preliminary final night, Geelong led for large periods before Brisbane got them late in the game of the season, of course, at the MCG last September. A different script tonight. It is the premiers who are playing from in front. The goal kickers to half-time, 7 individual goal kickers for Brisbane. Down the page, Lohman, McCluggage, Will Ashcroft, Levi Ashcroft, Morris, Rayner and Wilmot. Meanwhile, for Geelong, they've had 3 goals, or they've got 3 goals, 2 different goal kickers. Cameron's kicked a couple. They both came in that second term, and Shannon Neal kicked their first of the night. Brisbane by 23 points. The umps are making their way off. They are the jeers that you can hear. We'll get to some of that in just a moment, but a 23-point buffer for Brisbane at the long break. Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse, Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Mick, it's too simplistic for me to say it's Geelong's awful kicking, and turnovers are killing them. But it feels like that right now because Brisbane Lions' pressure has been outstanding. Harris Andrews and multiple Brisbane Lions players are taking intercept marks high up the ground. So the intercept marks aren't even 10, 15, 20 metres out from goal. They're 70, 80 metres out from goal. And then they're able to counter-attack. Geelong look hesitant with ball in hand. And then when they do kick, they're kicking badly. Brisbane, on the other hand, are just going. They are pulling the trigger. And we spoke about it during that quarter. It means now that the Geelong defenders, who love to get set and work together as a unit, are thinking, hang on, they're going to go to my opponent here. Because they're just bang, bang, bang with all of their ball use and really in control for most of that first half for the Brisbane Lions.
Oh, exactly. And interestingly enough, Lingy, I said at quarter time it wasn't a high possession getting game. Well, the same here again, 75 to 82. These are for the people at home listening to us. This is on the low side of possession getting. I've seen 60s and 70s, but this is 75 and 82, and it was very similar in the first half. And it's because one is the ball use, 2 is the length of the kick, 3 is the contested football. It's not, and neither side are really chalking up multiple possessions and marks on the back line. I'll kick it to you, kick it to me, and they are, as you said, going for it. Geelong have gone back a couple of times to go forward, and it's been successful, albeit the fact that at half-time they've only kicked 3 goals, 5. But Brisbane the same. If their first instinct is to go sideways first, but also look. I've watched Andrews take a free kick or a mark on the half back line. He shaped his body for inside to go backwards or through the middle.
Yep.
And that 6 or 7 seconds he ended up having to turn and go up the line, but their intent is so obvious.
And Brisbane haven't needed to have lots of possessions because they're getting a turnover so high up the ground, through the middle of the ground. Just seen a stat flash up. Already tonight, points from turnover, to the Brisbane Lions. They've scored 39 points from turnover. Their season average, the Brisbane Lions, for an entire game is 49.
Well, 39 out of 46.
And they're already at 39 points. So they are creating turnovers, getting turnovers, and then whipping the ball straight back in, which means they don't need the extra 6 or 7 possessions per chain to work it up to that point, because they're winning it there through the middle part of the ground, and then they're going forward with it and looking incredibly dangerous. And maybe for a 10-minute patch of that quarter there, Geelong had control of the game a little bit and were getting the ball inside 50.
Definitely early.
All of that, but with no real reward for it. Even when we thought Geelong were back in this game, it was 2 goals apiece.
Yeah.
And then the Brisbane Lions get that late goal to make it 3-2 for the quarter, and they go into half-time feeling really good about themselves.
Yeah, there's a lot of players Lockie Neal's only had 5 for the half. Look, if you said, Brisbane are travelling, they're going down to play Geelong, and they're roughly 4 goals in front, at half-time you'd go, Lockie Neal's had an outstanding game. He's had 4 and 1.
Yeah. The Ashcroft boys and McCluggage and that have just...
Yeah, Berry's not a long kick. I look at 64% efficiency. That's about right. For him, he's... A couple of times he's had it and he's tried to go long, and it's sort of like 40 metres and it comes back pretty quickly. But when he's able to get the shorter kick, what has he done? He's done 306 metres. That's when he becomes a dangerous player, not trying to go length. Ashcroft, as you said, Dunkley's done the role.
The big one, can I jump in?
Yep.
So the 3 of their mids, Will Ashcroft, Hugh McCluggage and Levi Ashcroft, have all kicked a goal.
Yes. Yeah, all mids have kicked goals,
Yeah, to get a group of your key mids to have all, by half-time, kicked a goal each, that's what's complementing the fact that Lockie Neal is having one of his quieter nights.
Yeah, but he's where the ball is. Whoever's on him, and I know they've shuffled it, have done a job with him, but they're not dominating the ball. So, in other words, it's not that he's losing the contest. He's at the contest, and it may well then be Dunkley or McCluggage or Ashcroft winning the football. So, the net result is Brisbane are probably winning that stoppages or clearances that quarter. I think it was pretty much even, 13 all. So, and interesting enough, the contested football that quarter, Brisbane were miles on top, which is really... Geelong, I think Geelong's MO is the tough football, get that, the bigger bodies, and they dominate around those sort of things with Atkins and Smith and Holmes. Contested football at the moment is all up, is 65 to 60, but that quarter was, I think, 35 to 29. Yeah,
so Geelong, for all their work they want to do in close, and from the 20-minute mark of the first quarter, I think they're +5 in clearances, Geelong. But for all that work, and you're right, Bailey Smith's getting his hands on the ball a little bit, Atkins and Holmes as well, they're not getting any reward simply because they are butchering the footy, and that's credit to Brisbane's pressure corps.
28 tackles last week for Brisbane. They've had 30 in the first half alone, so they've already beaten last weekend's Telly. Hi team, always happy to be with the ABC footy crew, especially when the Cats are playing. Good calling, and go the Cats. From Laurel, thanks Laurel, nice to hear from you. Lots of ruck infringements last night and tonight. Coincidence? ? Simon from Adelaide. Certainly they've been hot on it again tonight. Graham from Canberra, this is how Geelong played against Carlton. Game over. He's already calling things off. I like this one. Tristan from Footscray. Loving the commentary from the ABC team, especially liked the update about Ollie Henry eating a banana and honey sandwich while he's on the bench. He doesn't miss much, Ben Cameron, when he's down there. And from Luca at Largs Bay, I look at McCluggage and compare him to McGrath from Essendon. Top 2 picks. McCluggage has improved his possession to be elite, and McGrath seems to turn it over. From Luca. Thanks, Luca. Appreciate your thoughts. 0437 774 774, the SMS number. Lions by 23 points. No injuries to report at this stage, apart from the late change with Darcy Gardner out ill. And Bruce Reveal took his place in the lineup. He is the tactical sub, unused, as is Ollie Henry, who's now got a banana and honey sandwich to digest after that first half of footy. Second half action around the corner, but first the latest from the ABC newsroom.
ABC News, I'm Thanmaya Navada. Israel's National Emergency Service says several residential buildings have been damaged and at least 7 people injured after an Iranian missile strike in southern Israel. The strike hit Beersheba, the same city where a major hospital was struck yesterday, causing extensive damage and several injuries. Iran says it's targeting military and defence-related sites in Israel and denies targeting civilian areas. Paramedic Shafir Botner says emergency response teams are searching for casualties in affected apartment buildings in the area.
6 buildings got hit. Now MDA teams are searching each apartment to see if someone got hurt. And MDA teams now searching every place, every shelter room.
The Israeli military says it's attacked dozens of military sites in Iran in its latest strikes. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says his country won't enter negotiations with the US over its nuclear program until Israel's strikes stop. Earlier, the White House said President Donald Trump will decide in the next 2 weeks whether the US will join Israeli strikes on Iran amid a substantial chance of negotiations with Iran. It comes as Mr. Araghchi is expected to meet European foreign ministers in Geneva today in the first face-to-face talks with Western governments since the latest conflict started. Meanwhile, health officials in Gaza say at least 23 Palestinians waiting for food near Israeli-backed distribution centres have been fatally shot overnight. Israeli soldiers say they fired warning shots, as the BBC's Rushdie Abuluf reports.
One is near Gaza Humanitarian Foundation Center in central Gaza. Thousands of people again were gathered outside the center trying to get some food. The area is under Israeli security control, where people said tanks opened fire and also drones were killing people in the area. The main hospital in central Gaza received 23 bodies and over 100 people were injured and evacuated to the hospital.
A Perth court has been told that some Woodside employees suffered sore throats and rashes after activists released a stench gas at the company's building. Here's David Webber.
The 29-storey Woodside building was evacuated after the action by members of the Disrupt Borough Pub Group in June 2023. Stench gas had been released. In the district court, Kristen Morrissey, Joanna Partika and Emil Davey have pleaded guilty to creating a false belief, and Morrissey has pleaded guilty to causing poison to be administered. The prosecutor said the trio weren't motivated by animosity towards the workers, but the court heard 7 workers experience symptoms for days, including sore throats, nausea, headaches and rashes. Morrissey, Partika and Davey will be sentenced in July.
A Victoria Ambulance Union boss wants more cohesion between paramedics and police when determining if call-outs are safe. Ambulance Victoria is investigating the death of a 44-year-old woman in central Victoria on Wednesday after paramedics were allegedly unable to secure police support to attend to the call. The union secretary, Danny Hill, says paramedic safety is paramount, but information about patient risk needs to be accurate.
Perhaps they may have been able to attend and make a difference to a person's outcome, but they haven't been able to because of outdated information. So it's vital that they share that info.
Tasmania's Premier says a Liberal candidate who has questioned gender-affirming care and the safety of COVID vaccinations has every right to stand for the party in the upcoming election. Equality Tasmania says the views of Julie Sladen are out of step with the party's policy and invited her to meet young transgender people. Dr. Sladen recently signed an open letter denouncing the gender-affirming model of care, a model that is supported by the state's Liberal government. Premier Jeremy Rockliff says his views on supporting transgender youth are well known, but it did not directly respond to Dr. Sladen's public views.
The Labor Party have done 3 press conferences out there demonising and personal attacks on a candidate who has every right to stand for election. I'm very proud of each and every one of my 35 members standing for election. It's a great team.
Julie Sladen has been contacted for comment. And the Italian classical singer Andrea Bocelli has released an unexpected duet with Italy's tennis world number 1 Yannick Sinner. The title of the song, which translates as Dust and Glory, features Sinner reciting motivational lines from games he's won and lost. And you're up to date with the very latest on ABC News.
Meet the people who dare to imagine.
Making colour sing. You feel it.
In Picasso, the piano, the Classic 100 and creative types with Virginia Trioli.
Give me more of that.
Where it's always free, always creative. ABC iView.
The ABC Listen app has it all. The British and Irish Lions Tour of Australia, Wimbledon, and West Indies versus Australia. Oh, and did I mention we're doing the footy every weekend? ABC Sport on the ABC Listen app. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Day, uncontested, all by himself, looks inside 50 and going back. Poor Jack Henry was coming the other way, but it's a wonderful mark taken by Will Ashcroft. Will Ashcroft, 45-degree angle, sends it on its way, and he's put it right over the goal umpire's head at the northern end. The Ashcrofts are really getting involved in their second term. Hits up Hipwood. He's a long way from home. It's one-on-one inside 50. Set him himself is Logan Morris. He takes a mark at the top of the goal square. Around the corner he goes from pretty much directly in front. And it's easy as you like for the youngster. Manor faked one way, runs the other, then delivers in the Jeremy Cameron direction. Couldn't take the mark, charging through, caught. Holmes brought to ground, play on advantage, says the umpire. Comes out to Cameron, top of the goal square, off balance on the left. He's got it. Puts plenty of height in that. Logan Morris has a crack at it. Stolen by McCluggage, his teammate, the outside of the boot. And McCluggage, well, here's an A-grader this year. He stole it. Would have been a certain mark to Logan Morris. Pinched it out of his hands on the outside of the boot, and that is a brilliant goal.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
So despite Geelong's hard work, Brisbane actually extended their advantage in this game in that second quarter after leading by 17 points at quarter time. It's the Lions who lead it by 23 at the half. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Corp and Middlemass alongside Kelly Underwood, the coaching icon Mick Malthouse, the legendary cat Cameron Ling, and Ben Cameron with you on the boundary. Story of the night, Brisbane had a late change. Darcy Gardner, who was meant to be the like-for-like replacement for Jack Payne, was out ill. Bruce Reville took his place in the lineup. Bruce actually starts as the sub. He's yet to come into the game. And Ollie Henry, who's had his banana and honey sandwich, he's been on the bench. And he is yet to come into the game as well as the Geelong sub. Lions kicked the first 4 goals. They led by as many as 25 points. The Cats have not kicked back-to-back goals all night. So that just tells you a story of how their game's just been a little disjointed. They've struggled to use it by foot. Brisbane's pressure has been enormous. And at halftime, it is the Lions who lead by 23. Just on the Sunday teams quickly, so they've dropped, of course, squads named last night, Stringer, Green and Angwin, all the ins for GWS in the expansion derby, if you want to refer to it as that. Taylor and Daniels are injured and Delano loses his place, while Weller plays his 150th game. Lockie Weller, Ethan Reid and Connor Butterick also back. 3 unforced changes for the Suns, but Lemon, Swallow and Lombard all omitted. And then the late game is the Western Bulldogs and Richmond. Nick Caulfield comes in. Luke Cleary's been omitted there. And Jasper Alger is going to make his debut for Richmond. Hailing out of Warragul, the medium forward at 183 centimetres. He takes the place of Kane McAuliffe, who is out injured. And the other footy news today, the significant news, is that Jeremy McGovern has played his last game of footy. He was medically retired by the AFL's concussion panel. So after 197 sensational games, a premiership player, a 5-time All-Australian in less than 200 games of footy. An incredible feat. What a player he's been, that he's played his 197th and final game. So well done to Jeremy McGovern. We've had a chance to take a little bit of a breath. What have we come up with as the two teams are back out there to start the second half, Lingy?
Well, we've come up with the fact that Brisbane have been outstanding in the first half, exactly the way they would have wanted the game played. Their pressure's been excellent. Their contested ball work and clearance work has been very good. And their ball use, which is often hard on this ground, has been first class. If Geelong are going to get their way back into this game, it's going to have to be on the back of some much more efficient ball use. They've fought hard at times, and Bailey Smith and Tom Atkins, Max Holmes, the key mids, are getting their hands on the footy, but just too often they are giving the ball back to the Brisbane Lions. The Lions have already scored the 39 points from turnover tonight. Their season average is 49 points for an entire game. That's not their average for a half. That's their average for an entire game. So they are dominating that particular stat. That is the key to everything tonight. if Geelong can fix up their ball use and get that efficiency into that forward line, they can get their way back into the game. But that's a big if, Corbs.
In other sports, the NRL tonight, shortened round obviously on the back of Origin. 3 teams having the bye. The Canberra Raiders, 16, lead the West Tigers 0. Wow.
0.
Yet to score. 47 minutes in, so early in the second half. And this off the SMS from Darnay, listening to the call in Perth while watching day one of England versus India. A cricket test. Of course, you get cricket up late in the UK. What a series that is. Day one at Headingley. So first test, India batting first after being sent in. So the Poms won the toss, chose to field. India, none for 52. Off to a good start. Yashasvi Jaiswal 28 and KL Rahul is there on 23. So we'll follow that closely over the next few weeks.
It's like kicking against the wind. When you win the toss and you kick against the wind,
it is.
That's what you do when you send someone back in. When you win the toss, Corby, you know that.
Not ideal. The white T-shirts are either being worn or waved. Ben Cameron's on the boundary. Ben?
We had Christmas lunch with Yashasvi Jaiswal, didn't we, Corb, last year? No change to the subs, so Bruce Reveal and the sandwich-eating Ollie Henry, still the subs unused.
All eyes on this centre bounce as it's Stanley that smacks it down, the hurried kick away. Rayner rises high, but he's outmarked by Stewart at centre half back. Moves it quickly, maybe a sign of things to come towards Bailey Smith. Smith has given away a free kick.
Oh, I think that would be the other one.
Dunkley takes it. Dunkley feeds the handball off to Fletcher, spears the pass beautifully to Zach Bailey. Marks at centre half forward. And then he's able to hit up Rayner, who had a little space on Holmes. And Rayner's taken the first mark inside 50. They're looking to start how they started the game. They came out hot. They booted the first 4 goals, and at halftime they had a lead of 23 points. This is a team that has not won at this venue in 22 years. The reigning premier, last win in 2003. A huge second half coming up for this team. Can they produce the upset and spoil Danger's milestone game? Rayner. He's already kicked a goal in the opening half from right on 50. Not much angle. He celebrates before it even crosses the line. That's how confident Cam Rayner was. And what a dent to Geelong's hopes. There is just silence and shell-shocked faces around Kardinia Park as that lead flares out to 29 points, the biggest so far of the night. Brisbane 8-4-52, Geelong 3-5-23. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Just good ball use again, Nick, by Brisbane. They get the free kick, but just immediately
run,
bang, bang, and they get inside forward 50. Yeah. Off the line ball use, didn't hesitate. As soon as one was open, they hit it. And then Zach Bailey, straight away, a little bit of space for Cam Rayner. Gets his shot at goal and finishes nicely. So efficient at the moment, the Lions.
This could not have gone better from a Brisbane perspective so far. And all of a sudden, they've had the wood over the Cats in recent times, and they're feeling good about themselves. Holmes trying to change that. Gets the centre break. Hand pass out to Manor on the wing. Kicks inside 50. Dangerfield and Shannon Neal spoil one another. Brisbane work it out. Zorko's hand pass in behind Fletcher. Smith trying to win it back. Gave it straight to Zorko. A 1-2 against the boundary line. And was he out of play? He was. In fact, it's out now. Zorko
out on the full.
Yep, kicks it out of bounds on the full. They let them go. To the Geelong fans thought he was already out at half forward for the Cats. It's a free kick at high half forward.
A sign of the way the night's going.
Yeah,
that was a Shannon Neal mark, and Dangerfield spoiled his own teammate.
Yeah.
Cats try again. Holmes towards Dangerfield. Competes in the air. No mark. Spills down to Fletcher. Kicks out of defence. Bailey's got a spoil. Brings it to ground. Rayner shoots a hand pass away through traffic, and then burrows back in to go and get it.
That is a free kick.
Bangs bodies.
Absolutely.
Bangs bodies with Atkins. No free kick given. Manor got it out to Smith. Kicks inside 50, and Martin at the drop takes the mark. And can this kickstart the Cats?
I thought it was low and hard, Nick. I'll be honest.
Yeah, yeah, maybe. I just thought he was too low and at the legs.
Prohibitive contact below the knee.
Yeah,
that one. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. I'm really hot on that. With the Players Coaches Association, I started that in 1985 talking about that. It's a long time ago, I saw a player go down with it.
He's kicked goals before in navy and white, but not quite this mix. And Jack Martin still hasn't, as he misses to the right and behind. Of course, now at his third club after starting with the Suns, a stint with the Blues. Jack Martin, game number 3 as a Cat, still goalless in his new colours. And that's a let-off, Lingy.
Bad let-off, yeah. You do all that work to get it down there and you're trying to chase down a score. You can't be missing those ones.
Zorko on the kick-in duties. At the city end, he hits up Zach Bailey and then goes backwards and sideways to Answorth. Still in the D50 here, the Brisbane Lions. Sensing a significant victory. Still a long way to go. Answorth with a bit of a floater down towards Day on the wing. Umpire says there's a push in the contest. Free kick going to Day.
You play in front, that's what you get. He's dead set pushed him in the back, there's no question.
So he's got a defensive side of the outer wing in front of the red chickie stand. Sam Day just bangs it long to half forward. Logan Morris was there, but Tom Stewart strong in a contest. It was 2-on-2. Stewart wins it, flares it wide, goes for Martin. Martin to win the free kick here. Jared Berry took his eyes off the ball and contact with the marking arms. Gives it off to Holmes, throws it on the boot, inside 50. They need something special here, the Cats. It ricochets the way of Neil. He does the fend-off tackle on Answorth, gets the handball away to Close, gives it back to Dangerfield, tries to burst through 2. He can't, and has to handball. It's picked up by Charlie Cameron, tossed on the boot. Did it go over? It did. It'll be a boundary throw in. So Danger just hasn't been able to find his moment yet. Nothing going his way. A couple of missed set shots yet to have an impact. It's Brisbane by 28.
Boundary throw in, half forward for the Cats. Stanley wins it down, but Ford had a play on it, then coughed it up. Stengel ducks underneath, 2 tackles, shoots goal and puts it out on the full.
There's a lot of hero ball going on at the moment from the Cats.
Yeah, that's a real worry.
Yeah, there was
Dangerfield twice in the last couple of minutes. One, he spoiled his man, and the other one was he's trying to barge through 3 players in off him.
Yeah, and then Stengel then had the handball to Jeremy Cameron, would have run into 30. Easy drop punt goal.
Starcevic takes the free, goes long down the line. Stanley flies again as a whistle on the play. It's a free kick for Geelong, and Stanley had his jumper tugged. He was held back as he was trying to run and jump at the footy. Gets it 70 out, kicks to Shannon Neal, competes in the air, no mark. Leicester got it down for Brisbane, to Zorko, to Dunkley. Series of handballs, and now with Berry off the back flank. Kicks down the wing. Day knocks it close to the boundary line. Lohman ran past it, paddles it back to Day. Retreats by hand to Berry. Crunched in the tackle by O'Sullivan, and the pair end up out of play. Well, no, a free kick. High tackle, it's going Berry's way. We got the late whistle.
Jeremy Cameron's just a little sore behind play. It was a collision in the air, I think, with Shannon Neal. Ben Cameron down on the boundary. Keep an eye on him. Might be some sort of corky or hip-on-hip collision as the Brisbane Lions mount another forward thrust. The kick is a good one from Dunkley to Andrews. Marks just inside the centre square. Starcevic running off Dangerfield, trying to teach him a lesson in his 350th, and then he's able to hit up his teammate Logan Morris on the long lead. Did he take that inside 50? He did.
Yeah, well, Dangerfield did just get taught a lesson in game 350. He went to spoil and quite rightly rolled off to not take the mark, stand the mark, because Starcevic was dangerous, and then just refused to chase him.
Yeah, he did. He stood back.
And Starcevic kept going. He took the mark and then was able to get the kick inside forward 50. Brisbane doing everything right now.
This one, you're too far out for that, surely.
Logan Morris off a couple of steps in the pocket. Oh, he's just pulled off the miraculous.
No. There's no Geelong players on the line.
Extraordinary stuff. The fans have been waving the white T-shirts tonight, but it looks like the team has raised the white flag.
Oh.
Logan Morris in the left forward pocket kept it low, and there was no Geelong defender on the line. And that margin's blown out to 34 points. Brisbane 9-4-58. Geelong 3-6-24.
You reckon they weren't there for a reason?
Well, have a look at the replay when we get it in a second
about
what happened on the goal line. So we're seeing the replay at the moment, how Logan Morris ends up with the footy. Great work by Starcevic to run off Dangerfield. But the shot at goal, Darcy Fort, oh, they're not going to show it, unfortunately. Darcy Fort just takes out Connor O'Sullivan on the goal line. Big shove, and the umpire just let it go. Why not? Pushing the backs don't count.
You can do whatever you want on the goal line.
Oh, pretty much, can't you?
Back in the middle, Smith trying to flip the script here for the Cats. Kicks to centre half forward, spills down to Holmes. Key players involved. Hand pass to Myers, honours the lead of Shannon Neal. It's the cleanest break out of the middle we've seen tonight from the Cats, and Neal will get a look at it here. Right half forward, 5 in from the boundary line, 35 out.
Finally, a good entry from the Cats. Brian Myers has struggled with his kicking tonight. His field kicking's been really poor, but that one to the advantage of Shannon Neal. And the Cats get the mark inside forward 50. It would be an understatement to say this is crucial, this kick from Shannon Neal. Normally a good set shot goal kicker.
The margin at 34, a game high. Shannon Neal in a must-have kick. He misses across the face. Margin's 33. We are 10 minutes into this second half. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Berry for the Brisbane Lions, just getting a little bit of work done around his right hip, so has a bit of an issue there with the Docs, and poor old Tom Stewart battling that corky from early in the game all night. He's on the spin bike at the moment trying to keep it warm.
Wilmot kicks into Starcevic, goes long down the line. Logan Morris was there. The handball from Humphreys was wayward. Trying to go back in and win it was O'Sullivan. They pile on top. It'll be a ball up right in front of Ben Cameron. Right near the Geelong bench. The Lions have kicked the last 3, bracketed either side of the half-time break. Fort and Stanley go at it. Fort, second crack, tries to get it to Ashcroft. That's Will Ashcroft. Both Ashcroft brothers have been brilliant tonight. Levi applies a tackle on O'Connor. And it'll be another ball up.
What's Ollie Henry eating down there, Ben?
He was having a few more snacks at one point. It looked like a little sort of chip. He watches the footy just like me, just eating and watching on.
Not a ball up, but a boundary throw in right in front of Ben. Stanley knocks it down. It was Fort, though, that picks it up, gets the kick away. And Stanley basically marked it, only 2 metres away, though. Toe poked off the turf by Manor. Almost an important mark taken by Dangerfield. Umpire says it'll be a free kick. Again, this time it's going to Danger. He runs on, he plays, he goes for home, and he's wayward. He has misfired 3 in a row. He has not put his kicking boots on tonight. I don't know how many times he's changing the boots, Lingy, in this 350th milestone, but none of them that he's put on so far are working.
No, it might be an entire team boot change.
Wow. Brisbane by 32, and they're quick off the mark again.
Bailey receives a hand pass in the middle of the ground. And footy for Brisbane. Hits on Morris.
That is as great a football as we'll see.
Blitz them straight down the centre.
Smooth transition from the kick out. And Paddy Dangerfield, it's been a horror show for him tonight. He's had 5 kicks going at 0% efficiency.
Yep. I sometimes wonder, I know it doesn't work this way, but a quick point when you miss almost should count as a turnover, because the opposition's able to pick the ball up straight away and
that's where it is
and
now.
move it in quick, and they're having a shot at goal.
Yeah.
This almost should count as points on turnover.
Morris for his third. He's got it. And Brisbane's lead is growing. And they've got their new front man in the forward 50, Logan Morris, at 20 years of age. They wanted the answer for Joe Danaher. They just might have him as the forward line leader. Brisbane 10-4-64, giving it to the Cats, 3-8-26. A dozen minutes into the third term, the lead is 38 the Lions' way.
Big kicking efficiency this quarter alone. Geelong 57%, which is woeful. Brisbane 84%, which is beyond incredible. I said 70% is what you aim for, is really good.
Well, I'm going to give you some real bad news. Inside 50s are 3-7. 3 to Brisbane. How many goals they kicked?
3.
To 7.
100% scoring, 100% goal scoring from their inside.
For only 3 times. But it's quick going in there.
Yeah.
Fans have come for a party on Friday night footy and ABC Sport, and they are stunned. They are shell-shocked. Brisbane trying to win it out of the centre again. McCluggage is tackled by O'Connor.
So they move Blitzarves into the ruck here.
Flicked up, Days in it as well. Straight down to Ashcroft. That was Will. Gives it off to Wilmot. Gets his kick away and it's wide. Charlie Cameron got on the bike. Took the mark. Spears it into the pocket. Well done by Humphreys. Got a very important hand involved. Straight down to O'Sullivan. Now Stewart loops the handball over the top. Shoved in the back blatantly. There was Holmes. And it's play on advantage. And the kick goes out of bounds on the full from O'Sullivan. Nothing is going right for the Geelong Cats tonight.
Rory Day was kicking O'Sullivan.
Yeah. Yep.
And one was a set play, the other one was running on the run, but nonetheless, same result.
Fletcher takes it right in front of the benches, kicks long. And Manor is tackled by the two Ashcroft brothers. Wherever you see one Lingy, the other one is right there.
Yeah, and they are so strong.
Aren't they?
For young men, they are so strong, so good in a contest. They've got all the physicality, smarts, everything you want.
Ooh.
McCluggage jumps in on top of it along with O'Connor. Ball spits out. Myers had it. Tackled by Wilmot. Here's Will Ashcroft. What a handball. Sets up McCluggage against the boundary line. Squeezes it. Kick to half forward. Jack Henry, a good one-on-one win with Morris. Takes the mark. And Charlie Cameron, almost 50, stood over where the mark was set. Morris was already on that mark. Lucky not to give away another 50-metre penalty, which has been popular tonight. Henry back to Duncan. Short kick to Guthrie. Cats still with it. Short to Manor. Margin 38 Brisbane's way. Midway through the third term. Manor. Long kick to half forward. Shannon Neal crashes the pack. Ball hits the deck. Bailey clean. Spin move. Got around Atkins. Brisbane going forward again. Hand pass away to Levi Ashcroft. Kicks inside 50. Morris brings it to ground. Keeps it in front of him. Hand pass to Charlie. Handball back inboard. Here's Rayner. Kicks it goalward. He's offline and it's through for a behind. A 39-point lead for Brisbane halfway through the third. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Understandably, my man Ollie Henry is about to be subbed into this game, so we wait to see who will come off.
It's not dangerous. He's on the bench with his hamstring getting rubbed.
Oh. Steve Saunders into the action, just giving the hamstring rub down there to Patrick Dangerfield, but I don't think it'll be him, but we'll wait and see, Mick.
Humphrey's kick in has been marked, an intercept marked by Fletcher. They are just running all over Geelong at the moment. Fletcher points in the direction and says, "I'll hit you up, Hipwood." Backing back bravely. That was well done. O'Connor filled the hole and as a result receives the free kick. He was collected high.
It takes a lot of bravery to go back like that, wide open, knowing the contact's coming.
Flares the kick wide to Manor, who wants to use the corridor. Got Duncan just inside that square. Duncan goes to a one-on-one. Holmes forced to spoil down to himself. Then he gathers it, gives it to Humphreys. Off to Stengel, who's caught by Answorth. Ball spills clear. McLaughlin comes in, tries to get a little handball away. Stolen by Stengel, and now Humphreys over the top to Holmes. Squeezed in against the boundary line. The little give and go with O'Sullivan doesn't come off. Stengel comes in. He's tackled by Dunkley. The umpire says the ball's coming back. It's a free kick going the Cats' way.
Holmes is going to get it for a hold on him after he disposed of the footy. He's trying to argue that if you handball the ball and you're grabbed and not allowed to get the ball back, the rule states that it's a 50-metre penalty.
Yeah.
Right.
And the umpire clearly not knowing the rules.
Holmes got it on the outer side. Goes in towards Cameron. Awkwardly down low. Wilmot was there and Manor applies a tackle on Berry. Right up against the boundary line. Right where the arc of 50 meets the boundary line. Kicking to the city end is the Cats in this term, but it's the Lions that have booted the last 4 goals with a lead of 39 points.
Free kick for Leicester. He was held at the stoppage. Friday night footy on ABC Sport as Leicester goes back to Andrews. Ugly kick to half back, but they switch play successfully. Levi Ashcroft, what a hand pass. Threads it through to Starcevich. Brisbane out again. Kicks it to McLaughlin. Hand pass to Bailey. Long to Cameron who marks. Charlie at centre half forward. Forward 50 opens up. Humphreys wrong-footed. He left the man all alone in the goal square. It's Morris who bangs it up into the second deck. And this is getting out of hand for the Cats. 4 for Morris. And a 45-point lead for Brisbane. And if the game ended now, it would be the Cats' heaviest defeat at home in 8 seasons. Right, that is not a stat I thought we would be searching for tonight. Brisbane 11-5-71, Geelong 3-8-26. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. The Premiers all over the Cats.
They got through them easy again through the middle of the ground, Mick. Brisbane Lions, just brilliant ball use. It's been the theme all night. As soon as a teammate is open, they've just used them. Hand off foot, willing to take even half a chance to get the ball going forward. And Logan Morris, the recipient of the easiest goal, but the ball, Nick, has been superb.
He's kicked the last 3 in the game himself, Logan Morris.
Yeah,
He's kicked 4 straight after 5-1 last week, Logan Morris.
Little metres for this quarter, Lingy. It's
really double.
1,100 to 700.
Back underway in the centre. Tracking back was Fletcher. Gets it out wide now to Ashcroft. This is Levi. He's the favourite for the Rising Star Award this year, and he's showing us why here tonight. Charlie Cameron in a tussle with Mullen. Stewart comes in, picks it up. Handballs back to O'Connor. He's got it on the back of the square. Puts it out into space. It's a foot race. It's a 2-on-1. 2 of the Brisbane Lions gathered by Berry. Gives to Fletcher, and then Fletcher down the line to Lohman. Diving, marking. Squares the kick. This is Lockie Neal.
Jared Berry will get this one. It's just they're picking them apart.
Oh, you stole the words out of my mouth.
Sorry,
I said
Kel.
they are picking them to pieces. As Fletcher tried a little bit fancy footwork around O'Connor. Couldn't pull it off. Now Lockie Neal's able to grab it. Just throw his boot at it. Skies it to the top of the goal square. Danger time again here for the Cats. Humphreys tackled. Gets it off to Dempsey. Dempsey's high ball will land in the arms. Oh, it's a free. Going to Lockie Neal. So Harris Andrews gives away a free and a 1-on-1 to Neal. Neal.
50 to Shannon Neal. Harris Andrews knew straight away. He threw the ball back, but the Brisbane Lions, other players were slow to react.
So Neal's got it. He goes short all by himself, just inside the 50. Here is Myers, who goes for home, steadies, and a much-needed goal. They're flat still, these Cats. There's no energy in this celebration. It brings them back to 39 points because they've just kicked their 4th goal of the game and stops a roll of 5 in a row to the Brisbane Lions. Margin 39. Myers with his first. Jeremy Cameron's got 2 and Neal's got 1. 4-8-32, but it's Brisbane smelling a famous victory here on Friday Night Footy, 11-5-71. Let's go down on the boundary, Ben Cameron.
Mitch Duncan's the man subbed out of the game for Ollie Henry, who's onto the ground. I saw some brilliant leadership from Patrick Dangerfield just moments ago. Max Holmes very visibly frustrated when he came to the bench. Dangerfield, who's not having a great night by his own lofty standards, came over very calm, gave some feedback to Max, was able to calm him down and try and get him back on track.
39 points on lead for the Brisbane Lions. Stunned Kadinya Park as Smith over the top of the footy, just soccers it forward. Myers collects, hand pass straight to Levi Ashcroft. Dempsey tackles him, keeps the footy moving forward. Rayner, though, picks it off for Brisbane. Or gives it to Berry, straight to his mate McCluggage, who's locked up straight away. Ball up centre half forward here for the Cats, and that's Ollie Henry with the fresh leg straight on to lay that tackle. Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Fort wins it down. Manor kicks into oncoming traffic. Ricochets to O'Connor. Kicks it deeper inside the forward 50 now. Dangerfield hunting out after it. Picked up by Dempsey. Loops a hand pass into the pocket. Meant for Dangerfield. Wrong-footed. The ball floats out of bounds. 71-32 the scoreline. 11-5 to 4-8. 22 gone in the third. That last goal for Myers ending a run of 5 consecutive Brisbane goals in the game. Neal palms it down, picked up by Dangerfield. Hand pass to Jack Martin. He releases back to Smith. Outside the 50, kicks to full forward. Andrews punches it away. Levi Ashcroft collects. Gives it to McCluggage. High bomb to half back. Stewart. Is he going to be paid the mark? He is. If not, he's getting a free kick for the contact that came from Cameron. Maybe completed the mark, my apologies. So
he juggled it.
He should go for this. He's got 50 plus in him every day.
I don't know. He looks sore at the moment, Nick. And Benny Cameron mentioned the cork he copped early. Hasn't been running smoothly. I wonder if he's unsure about his kicking distance.
So he's got kicked 5-13 in his 181 games. This would bring the house alive. Doesn't quite make the distance, and then it's rushed through for a- score.
Yeah, got a lot of rotations. So that means you've had your foot cocked a bit higher. Just get under it to see if you can get a bit more distance.
Zorko brings it back into play. The umpire again with a free kick before the ball even reached the contest. It was a push out, and it was against Day. So O'Sullivan takes it. He'll send it back inside 50. Can he find an all-important target? Danger was there, right in the middle of the pack. Stengel hits it at speed. He dodges one, he dodges two, he throws it on the boot. It's a high ball, it's offline. Close going back bravely, almost took mark of the year. Now Stengel again. He goes left, he goes right. Rather, it's Martin. Martin gives it off to Neil. Right on the goal line is close, and they make a meal of it again. Through for a rush behind. Brisbane's defence just too good.
I'm not convinced about Brisbane's defence this year. I think they were a bit lucky to get away with some haphazard kicking more so than good defensive play. But anyway, they got away with it.
It's always a combination of both, but is it more good lines or bad cats tonight that's contributed to this scoreline and the way that the game's panned out?
I think it's both.
Yeah.
Brisbane have been really impressive, and Geelong have been quite poor, really.
Rayner kicks down the wing. McLaughlin got upstairs, takes a very neat mark in a one-on-one. Just leans into Jack Henry, and a young man with a hanger kicks it inside the forward 50. Blitzarms picks it off, takes the intercept mark, then retreats back. Cameron, that's Jeremy, who's a long way from goal at fullback. Kicks out the half-back for Stanley. Hand pass away towards Humphreys. Zigging and zagging. Gives a hand pass away to Ollie Henry. Feigns a handball, and Fletcher got him. Has to put boot the ball. Still alive on the wing. Atkins goes and gets it for Geelong, trying to spark something. Hand pass to close. Handball to Jack Martin. Kicks to centre half forward, and McLaughlin gets back again to take the intercept mark for Brisbane. The Lions on top. They lead by 37, 25 minutes into the third.
Gets it over to Will Ashcroft. It does a give and go with Answorth, and then he gets it back. He gives it then to Day. Day keeps on up the line to Zach Bailey. Tries to step back inboard and around Mullen. Get it on his right. Doesn't go for home. Instead, it's a high ball. Top of the goal square. Spoil was really good from Blitzarves. And just walking it over the line is Mullen, who's tackled by Lockie Neal. Ashcroft again. Will Ashcroft involved. He's had 16 disposals and a goal, and his brother Levi has had 15 and a goal. What a contribution from the Ashcroft brothers.
Yeah, so impressive. They are so good around the ball too. And they've got someone good to learn off in Lockie Neal, throw in Hugh McCluggage, throw in Jared Berry, Josh Dunkley.
Gee, lucky to get away with that.
Oh, wow.
And as his hand pass ends up with Berry, he curves the kick across the goal face, and Brisbane believe it's gone through for a behind. At least Eric Hipwood did, pointing towards the line. In the end, the umpire agrees. It's a minor score off the boot of Berry from the forward pocket. So 11-6 now to 4-10. Oh, the exiting kick out from the Cats. Turnover again. They've coughed it up again by foot. McCluggage to Zorko. That kicks a turnover. Blitzarms takes the intercept mark. Hand pass to Max Holmes. Off the back flank. Kicks down the wing. Starcevic a hand on it. Ollie Henry's handball broken up. Lester got it away to Fort. He's tackled. Dangerfield attacks it. Bursts his way through, gets rid of Zorko, kicks to Jeremy Cameron, who takes the mark. And Jez has got it left half forward. He'll have a look from 45 out to give the Cats back-to-back goals for the first time tonight.
Well, he needs to kick this because he did turn his back. He had a player 20 yards in front of him, totally clear. Could have played, if he had kicked it to him, he could have played on and kicked the goal. And I'm not saying that Cameron is one of the most reliable kicks going. There's no question about that. But I must say he did look a bit exhausted, perhaps because of his work ethic.
First effective kick for Paddy Dangerfield tonight on the chest of Jeremy Cameron, and he does the rest. Jez has got three. And Geelong makes sure at least there's a little bit of daylight in that doorway. 5-10. Trails 11-6. The margin is 32 points. The Premiers lead at 28 minutes into the third. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
They get the goal, the Cats, clearly a very important goal, but with a bit of slightly better ball use down the other end of the ground from the Brisbane Lions.
It's a goal, isn't it?
It's a certain goal. So Geelong, I think was it Myers who tried to go inboard again, Mick?
Yeah.
From the far side. Turned it over again. Brisbane have been on top of that all night. The kicking's been really poor from Geelong. And if Brisbane had have hit a target, it's a certain goal. And then we're not even talking about the door even being remotely open, but with, a minute and a half to go in this third term, it's probably still game over. But maybe pinch a late one.
32 points, 22 years in the making. There's a lot of history there. You never know. Fort slaps it down in the end. Atkins has got it. He had Dunkley on one arm and he got the kick away with a one-hander, but it's picked off by Berry. Berry's been brilliant. Berry's kick towards Dunkley. Atkins made sure he didn't mark it. Atkins is hard fighting in there now. Brisbane with the numbers. McCluggage fires it out. Little bit too much on it for McLaughlin. Stolen by the Cats. And the kick makes its way to Stengel with some fancy footwork. Oh, Bailey Smith slipped over. Still got the handball away. Over the head of Close. Zorko's got it right up against the boundary line. The high kick, and it's almost marked by Stewart. He's able to gather it, though. Gives it to Guthrie. Drops it cold. Regathers. Nothing clean, nothing easy for these Cats tonight. But they're trying. They're battling as Guthrie goes right to the arc. Claiming the mark. Brisbane, Zorko. Oh. He got 2 looks at it. I don't know whether it was a mark. And the reaction from the Geelong fans in the background will tell you exactly what they thought about it. It was Zorko v Dangerfield. Zorko got his hands to it once and then twice.
Well, he might have just got a finger to it the first time.
No, I think Danger might have had a hand in there as well. Anyway, Zorko goes long. 2 centre wing. Big pack. McCluggage on all fours. Fired out of there by Ollie Henry. Can't find a target. And scrapping. And they shook plenty of mud, and Dunkley's on the bottom. Atkins tackles him. Dirt, mud. The white shorts of the Brisbane Lions are muddied. They've put everything on the line tonight at 3/4 time. Brisbane lead by 32 points. And those Bronx cheers for the umpires after that controversial free kick or mark paid to Dane Zorko over their man, their main man tonight, Paddy Dangerfield, playing his 350th. Nothing has gone right for the Cats so far. Brisbane by 32, 11-6-72 to Geelong 5-10-40 after Brisbane kicked the first 4 goals of the match to have the Cats dazed. Their heads have been spinning all night. And the goal kickers, after Logan Morris booted 5 last week at home, he's booted 4 tonight. 2 to Rayner, singles to McCluggage, Will Ashcroft, Will Lohman and Levi Ashcroft. While for the Cats, Jeremy Cameron has 3 and singles to Neil and Myers.
Lions lost by a point here in 2021. They lost by 10 points here a year later. They get the opportunity to do a 22-year first. They're a quarter away from winning here at the Cattery for the first time since 2003. 32 points is the lead for the Brisbane Lions with a quarter to play. The thoughts of Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Lang coming up next. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
On the ABC Listen app, hear the latest true crime podcasts. Binge the full investigation on Someone Knows Something, Unravel and Mushroom Case Daily. True crime on the ABC Listen app.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Zach Bailey marks at centre half forward. And then he's able to hit up Rayner, who had a little space on Holmes from right on 50. Not much angle. He celebrates before it even crosses the line. That's how confident Cam Rayner was.
Starcevich, Brisbane out again. Kicks it to McLaughlin. Hand pass to Bailey. Long to Cameron who marks. Charlie at centre half forward. Forward 50 opens up. Humphreys wrong-footed. He left the man all alone in the goal square. It's Morris who bangs it up into the second deck. And this is getting out of hand for the Cats.
Harris Andrews gives away a free and a one-on-one to Neil. Neil.
50 to 7 Neil.
So Neil's got it. He goes short all by himself, just inside the 50. Here is Myers, who goes for Holmes, steadies, and a much-needed goal.
Ollie Henry's handball broken up. Leicester got it away to Fort. He's tackled. Dangerfield attacks it. Bursts his way through. Gets rid of Zorko. Kicks to Jeremy Cameron, who takes the mark. First effective kick for Paddy Dangerfield tonight on the chest of Jeremy Cameron, and he does the rest. Jez has got 3.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Sounds there from the third quarter where Brisbane threatened to bust the game wide open. They led by 45 points at one stage. Geelong kicked the last 2 goals just to give themselves a silly look if they're good enough with a quarter to go. Brisbane by 32. The Geelong legend Cameron Ling and the coaching icon Mick Malthouse on ABC Sport.
There are certain games that Geelong's involved in, Corbs, that I would say, they could come home, they could storm home. Tonight's not one of those. I think it's been a brilliantly played game by the Brisbane Lions. They have done so much right, and Geelong are just a mile off their best football, an absolute mile off their best footy. Even when they've fought hard to get their hands on the footy, Mick, they are just gifting it back to the Brisbane Lions. And then you think of some of the goals that the Lions kicked in that quarter in particular. They flew through the Cats. It was dynamic end-to-end football where they completely took them apart. Brisbane, I think with a touch more composure towards the end of that quarter, instead of leading by 32, they're leading by maybe 50 points. And the game is completely cooked. I think it's cooked anyway. Brisbane have played it that well tonight.
I've seen Geelong have big last quarters on this ground in particular. You think that Brisbane would hold on. They need 6 goals to go down. But the interesting thing is, you're spot on there, Lingy. There's a few times, particularly the last, say, 5 or 6 entrances, where Brisbane just gave the ball straight up, which was so contrary to the way they've played. They've been in 46 times for the game. They haven't. They've been in 44 times and only scored 17. So it's not a lot of scoring, but when they have scored, it's been pretty simple. And they don't have to fight for their goals. Mind you, having said that, if you looked at the shots that Geelong have missed, and I mean ones that you would just put down. I mean, I'd put down a couple already, and you think, wow, they've butchered those ones. Too close to the man on the mark, a bit too rushed, or could have given a better option.
Yeah.
And that's been the significant thing today. I've felt that a couple of players have been pretty selfish about their forward line craft, and I'll say this too, midfield. You don't look at midfield being selfish, but their selfishness is not defending the ball, not running, not chasing, not filling the gaps. That, to me, when I say it to I used to say to my player, you're selfish. They go, hand pass, I kick. No, I said, what about filling the gap? What about chasing? Then they get it. Selfishness comes in a lot of forms. I reckon Geelong have been a little bit off tonight in that way.
Yep.
Such a mental game. We talk about it all the time, but the Cats have won the last 5.
Yes.
Easy kills. Essendon 95. The Suns here was 24. West Coast 43. They had a tough one against the Dogs. They won, and then Port 76. They've got the bye next week. Brisbane stunned at home by GWS. And they've got the bye next week as well after lost their last 2, Crows and Giants. So they've come in stung and fired up before the bye.
And last week they were 9-10 to 8 goals. That's 11 shots more, and they get beaten.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is where Chris Fagan will either be at his best or Brisbane will be at worst for Geelong to win.
Lions with a 32-point advantage to score their first win here at Kardinia Park since 2003. What a happy year that was for the club. Stanley palms it down to start the final term. To Holmes, hand pass away to Smith, kicks inside 50. Dangerfield goes to ground in the marking contest. Staying up is Lester, gets the kick out of defence. Neal on the wing, that's Lockie Neal. Hand pass away to McCluggage. Here go the Lions again to Rayner, who marks a true centre-half forward. And Rayner's got it, and the man on the mark about 48 out.
Well, that sums up the night, doesn't it, Mick? Wow. So Geelong get a good centre clearance, good quality centre clearance. But like that, like lightning, it is a mark inside forward 50.
Rebound so quickly,
yeah. They've done it all night out of the defensive 50.
This would be their 5th goal from the back half if he kicks it.
Yeah, he's been a lot better in his presentation, Rayner.
Cam Rayner, what a night he's had so far. The right-footed drop punt is pure. He's got 3. And the Brisbane Lions are ready to light up the Cattery. It is a 38-point buffer for the Premiers. 60 seconds into the final term. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport, 12-6 to 5-10.
Saying what you've just said about the forward line, can you just dig up and see how many tackles both sides have had in their forward line? That'll be interesting because, we talk about that selfishness, and it's got to revolve around if you're not winning the football, you've got to do something for your teammates. And the best thing you can do for your teammates is when you haven't got the football, take it off the opposition or keep it in there.
In the prelim, by the way, Nick, they laid 21 tackles inside their forward 50 Brisbane.
Right.
Phenomenal when they obviously came from a long way back to win it.
Look, you know what they've done here tonight? They've put a blueprint down how to beat Geelong.
Yep.
Geelong have only laid for the whole game 3 tackles inside their forward 50.
That says something.
I wonder how much they learnt from the Giants as well, who
that's
beat
right.
Geelong here a couple of weeks ago. I reckon they might have watched that tape a little bit during the week. As Lohman is tackled by a couple of Cats, and it'll be a ball up centre half forward here for the Brisbane Lions.
What that tape shows is a team that's not afraid to take the first option on this ground.
Yep.
And that's what Brisbane have done all night. They have sliced up the Cats.
Absolutely. I reckon Chris Fagan was all over that tape. Brisbane kicking to the city end in this final term.
Well, he's coached brilliantly,
hasn't he?
In instructions. What we've seen, they've taken the ball off Geelong through the corridor, not necessarily right at the front end, and they've forced them to have to use the ball indifferently. So
another ball up. Holmes with the handball over his head, works its way to the centre of the ground. Neal's got it. He gives it off to Ollie Henry, whose handball has gone straight to Berry. Goodness me.
Tyson Stengel alone in the Cats goal square.
Oh dear. So a couple of quick handballs. And now Dunkley's got it. Answorth. They're just lining up across half back. Answorth kicks to a one-on-one. Logan Morris forced to fly from behind on Jack Henry. Works its way to Lohman. Lohman's got a man all by himself inside 50. It's Will Ashcroft. Unselfishly bops it over the top to Morris, who's marked. Atkins has given away 50. Logan Morris is going to kick goal number 5. This has become a horror movie for the Cats. An absolute nightmare of a night. They have well and truly put up the white flag. No man even on the mark as Logan Morris dribbles that ball not even a metre or two into the advertising hoardings. And this has been an extraordinary result. They've been rattled right from the opening bounce, the Cats. Slept walk through this game. And Brisbane by a dazzling 44 points. When you consider this team compared to the one that won the premiership last year, there's no full forward in Joe Danaher. There's no full back in Jack Payne. And the Cats have come up against these Brisbane Bullies, proving back-to-back isn't out of the question.
No, well, they've taken a giant step. The Cats are a good football side, there's no doubt about that, but they've played them in their game and they've taken the ball off them. So I don't know if there's a 44-point difference, but that's a feather in their cap to Chris Fagan, the way I see it. He's coached brilliantly against them.
They're an interesting set of games too, the last 3 meetings now, and you examine them as Dunkley kicks inside the forward 50 again for Brisbane and Jack Payne takes the intercept mark. So you got the prelim, obviously high stakes. Geelong had that game in their keeping. Brisbane came from a long way back. As Henry kicks to a contest on the wing, ball spills out. McCluggage and Dempsey wrestle for it. Dempsey knocks it on for the Cats. Smith, handball to Atkins, hand pass away to Stanley. He kicks inside the forward 50. Neal hunting out after it along with Dangerfield. Spills down to Shannon Neal. Tackled, dispossessed. Umpire says keep rolling. Ball comes out to Jeremy Cameron. Spins onto his left peg. Hooks it over his shoulder. And that's what he does. Jeremy Cameron's got 4. And he's played his part in the team well beaten. 6-10-46 Geelong. Brisbane 13-6-84. 5.5 gone in the final term. Cameron with his 4th of the night. Just on those meetings, so long way back in the prelim, Brisbane come back to win it tonight on the spot in the grand final. Earlier this year, Cats 32 up late in the second quarter, Brisbane come back and win it. And then tonight they play from in front, they come to their home ground and they beat them. So 3 wins, 3 different venues, all in the space of, 15 games?
Yep, and 3 really different ways of winning, but all crucial games. Because tonight's game, Cats beat the Brisbane Lions. They go 6 points clear.
Yep.
On second on the ladder, and with what you'd call a pretty favourable run home for the Cats. Now, Brisbane jump back ahead of the Cats with this win here tonight. And we know how crucial a top two finish is when one of them's an interstate team.
Is it almost bogey team territory?
Well, you start feeling good when you play certain teams. Let's put it that way.
38 points the margin. Will Ashcroft getting it out of the centre, combining with Dunkley, gets it back. His kick is wide and stolen. Picked off an intercept mark by Stewart, who goes quickly to Dempsey. Dempsey, long and strong, inside 50, but teaching young Neil a football lesson is Harris Andrews, Brisbane Lions co-captain.
That's a good call, Kelly. He has. Neil can only learn from tonight.
Kicks to the wing. Spoil. Dempsey with the tackle on Dunkley. Went unrewarded. Fans are angry, frustrated, annoyed. As Jack Henry's tackled and sees it over the line. So boundary throw-in right in front of the interchange gates.
See, that's holding the ball every day of the week. That's the rule. You spin around twice.
You talk about being sort of AFL hardened and conditioned. Shannon Neal last week played on Lockie Blackiston, who's a ruckman out of East Fremantle, who was playing in the WAFL earlier this year. Kicked 4 goals on him. Lockie obviously out of necessity filling a role in a position he doesn't ordinarily play, a step up to AFL level, and this week he's got Harris Andrews for company, and it's a different game. Breest up back on the wing. Holmes turns straight into the tackle on a ball up.
It's one of the better games I've seen Andrews play in the last couple of years too. One-on-one football. He hasn't relied on anyone else being his wingman. He's just done it himself.
No Gardner, no Payne. Gardner are laid out before the bounce with illness. 38 points the margin. Manor trying to link up with Dempsey. Slips over, ball rolls out of play. So a throw-in on the wing.
And Lingy, you asked Stuart Dew, the Brisbane Lions assistant, in the pre-match. I think it was you or Mick. You're short down back. You know, where are the concerns there? And yet they've thrashed arguably the best six, the best attack in the league over the last 5 or 6 weeks.
Well, Starcevic has given Dangerfield an absolute bath. I mean, Jeremy Cameron's been very good, but Harris Andrews has given Shannon Neal a bath.
And the stoppage on the wing, Blitzarms kicks to half forward, but picked off. Dame Zorko, half back, the 2-time All-Australian. There's the daring corridor kick. Fingertips on it from Holmes, but it got to Wilmot. Handball to Hipwood, got it out hurriedly to Fletcher, to Will Ashcroft. Little Bro's on his outside, he gives it to Levi. 55 metres out, kicks Brisbane inside 50 and under pressure. 1 bounce out of play. Another throw in, 25 out from the Brisbane goal. Good late pressure from O'Sullivan.
And again, we're talking about the ball use here, the corridor ball use. You can't hesitate, you've got to go. But you've also got to be prepared. The opposition might just get a hand in.
Yeah.
But it's all right. You can clean it up.
Get numbers there.
Get numbers there and run it in a wave like they did then. It's okay if it's not perfect.
Oh, Will Ashcroft with the little mid-air miracle kick was extraordinary to the top of the goal square. It was just out of the stoppage. No one near him. He just grabbed it and kicked it mid-air.
Yeah, there's only 2 players I've seen do that. One's Dacos and that's him. Just smart play.
How was that?
Yeah, brilliant.
Turns into a stoppage and a ball up top of the Brisbane Lions square as McCluggage goes in and is tackled to the turf. Margin 38. Brisbane lead. Brisbane kicked the first 4. They led by as much as 45 in the third term. Clearing from the stoppage is Ollie Henry. Neal fires out the handball. He's a long way from home. Gives it to O'Sullivan. Off to Bailey Smith. Here he goes. Dashing down the wing. He has a bounce and then he kicks to a 2-on-1. Danger was the one. Danger at second at ground level. Gets it back to Bailey Smith. Fumble from Smith. A regather. Back to Danger. Off a step. Grime Myers gets on the end of it and he'll have a set shot.
Beautiful kick by Dangerfield. Looked at the danger. Looked at where Brisbane players were. Then looked for the space.
Finds Myers. He's had a dirty night, Grime Myers.
He's kicked 1 though, isn't he? Is he?
Yep. He's kicked 1.
So, how does he kick this one?
He's kicked like that all night, Cal.
Yes. Yes, he kicked the first goal for the Cats in the third term, but not to be then. Danger's had a poor night in that first quarter as well. He had a couple of set shots, didn't he? And couldn't finish it off. So, goalless so far for Paddy Dangerfield in his 350th.
37 points the margin. Zorko goes with a long kick up towards the wing and a good mark from Lawson Humphries. It'll be paid. And the boy from the Kimberley in WA kicks inside the forward 50. Forward pocket to be more specific. Leicester coming over the top to spoil, but there's a free kick underneath all that. And it is going to go to the man of the moment. And Patrick Dangerfield will get up and be handed the footy here in the left forward pocket after a little tangle with Dane Zorko. He's trying to change the umpire's mind, and that rarely works. I'm sure this hasn't been the night that he'd planned, but Patrick Dangerfield, in his 350th game, hits that part of the footy and misses far to the right. Or far to the left as he sees it. A minor score. It's been that kind of night. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Max Holmes has limped to the bench. He's getting his right ankle strapped at the moment. A bit of an issue with that. The Cats will be hoping one half of their Dash brothers isn't too badly wounded.
Haven't seen too much of the Dash brothers tonight. What about Zorko's kick into Dunkley? So strong overhead. He marks. He gives it to Ashcroft. Levi with the don't argue, and then gives it back to Dunkley. Dunkley's kick just missed Morris. Morris has booted 5 tonight after 5 last week. He's getting involved further up the ground. Again, Ashcroft just dashes through. This time it's Will. Gives it to Fort by hand. Gives it to Fletcher by hand. Off to Zach Bailey. Has a dash. Kicks inside 50. And on the end of it is Logan Morris lining up for goal number 6.
And they've just cut Geelong absolutely to bits through the middle. And
Sliced them to pieces, haven't they, Mick?
Well, they have. And I'm just having a look at where Bailey Smith is when they do slice him through. And he's trailing them. Dangerfield was trailing them.
I reckon you just mentioned, what are they called? The Dash Brothers? I reckon the Dash Brothers have fallen in love with that terminology. They've dashed forward all night. Not a hell of a lot of running the other way.
No, it's not.
Okay, so Logan Morris is lining up for goal number 6 of his career. Never booted 6, he's offline. Couldn't quite get there. He's booted 10, though, in the last 2 weeks, so who cares about PBs? What a second-year player. What a story.
Yeah, he's going to be good, isn't he?
37 points the margin. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Kelly Underwood, Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron on the boundary, Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse. The Lions with a big win in the Cattery, at the Cattery for the first time in 22 years. There's a bit more footy to play out before we get there, and there's going to be a ball up here on the wing.
We've got sorry, you go, Corbin.
John off the SMS. They expected an easy win. Too much Dangerfield stuff. Celebrate after the game, not before it. Good work, Brisbane. We picked you.
I've got a bit of Friday night footy to get us through this final 12 minutes for the Brisbane Lions and Cats fans.
That is an interesting postscript as to, obviously, all the T-shirts on the seats and the Dangerfield milestone. We'll pick apart some of that in the post-matches. Day grabs it out of the ruck, kicks it forward, and Humphreys just punches it out of bounds. So we'll have a throw-in half-forward for Brisbane. Do you lean into that narrative at all? The worst performance of the year for Geelong comes off the back of probably their biggest build-up to a single game.
I'm not a believer in that being a distraction for the players. I think Brisbane have just played it perfectly tonight. I think Geelong are off their best, but they've been forced off their best. I think the modern player can get involved in some of the theatre off the ground and not let it distract them.
So toe poking it off the ground is Ollie Henry, the sub, in the direction of Dangerfield. Had to go and pick it up off the turf and then kicks down the line for Neil. Had a little bit too much of it. Harris Andrews could have run it over the line, but instead he handballs back inboard to Answorth. Has a dash. Kicks down the line to a one-on-one, and Mullen in front of Lohman takes the mark.
And a good mark. Yeah, very, very good mark. He was harassed 20 metres away from the start of that run. It was very good.
Mullen goes into the left forward pocket. Neil was there, and that means his direct opponent, Harris Andrew, was, and takes the mark. All too easy. Risky kick. Back inboard across the face, looking for Bailey. Reveal, who's on the sub. He got it to Wilmot. Kicks around the body. And the mark, intercepting mark by Atkins.
Starcevich, the man who's been subbed off, Kel.
Thank you very much, Lingy. So
that's interesting. He's been really good. I suppose they might.
Oh, hang on. What's happened?
Umpire called play on.
And as a result, it was Eric Hipwood that came down from behind and ran him down. And now Humich Cluggage has been run down, holding the ball. It'll be a free kick to the Cats. Guthrie's got it.
It's like protect yourself at all times.
Yeah.
Someone will come and get you as Guthrie gives it to Humphreys. Kicks inside 50 and a mark at centre half forward for the Cats, and Jack Martin has that. Ben Cameron on the boundary. Obviously, Brandon Starcevic is always a little bit topical, Ben.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I was a little late on that. I was paying attention to Holmes, but just cramped, the Brisbane Lions are saying for Starcevic, so not head-related, which is good news for him.
Absolutely. Thanks, Ben, for that. Jack Martin on the drop punt, sails right to the goal line and into the post. A couple of behinds for him tonight, so that takes the margin to 36. Brisbane's way 13-7. They lead Geelong 6-13, so a 6-goal buffer. Brisbane looking to score their first win here at the Cattery in 22 years.
Since 2003. I'll take you back to 2003 and what was happening in that year as the Lions bring it back into play. A couple of short, sharp kicks and ball works its way on the edge of the centre square where Zach Bailey's got it in front of Bailey Smith. Spears the pass straight to Jack Martin for the Cats, who's given it straight back to the Lions. There's Bruce Reveal. There's the G's for Bruce. Quick couple of handballs. Here goes Wilmot. They can smell another goal. Berry, Zach Bailey, over the top. Charlie Cameron on the left, sprays it out of bounds on the full.
Gone.
It lands about 5 rows back, so probably the one little concern out of this game, Mick. Brisbane, brilliant.
Oh, they've been fantastic.
But Charlie Cameron's still down on confidence.
No, he's gone. He's lost his half-yard pace, and that would be 5-yard run before he kicks it. He feels threatened that the players getting to him, and that's what ends up happening. I've seen it happen so many times before.
Wow. Okay. Nick Moldhouse with his thoughts on ABC Sport. Geelong have worked it down the wing. Shannon Neal gives it to Atkins. Short kick to close. Hand pass to Smith. This is some pretty bruise-free stuff late as Smith kicks goalward, but he misses. It was behind end to end. There's not sort of the high tackle, high pressure that we saw in the first 3 quarters. 18 minutes in. And into this final term, and the lead is 35 Brisbane's way.
Oh, it's been a good week for a Queenslander, Lingy. It's been a good week if you're a Queenslander. 2003 was the last time the Brisbane Lions won here.
I reckon that was the game where Michael Voss famously stopped the game at a stoppage.
Oh, yes, you're right. You're right. I love this story.
Shannon Burns,
yes.
A very, very young-looking Shannon Burns.
Yes.
She's the runner for the Cats now. Just after half-time, Vossi called to the umpire to stop the entire game and pointed at poor little Burnsy and said, hey, one of the Oz kickers is still on the ground. And the entire bay of the crowd heard it and just started laughing. They destroyed us back in those days, that great Brisbane team.
And Chris Scott kicked the winning goal.
Yes.
Who would have thought? 22 years later. So a bit of a scrap these final 10 minutes. Brisbane Lions fans are going to soak it up. Sorry, Mick, go.
Oh, just going to say, you must get to the bloke who's pushing the siren, and for goodness sake, push it. This is the worst bit of football.
No. I've got some good trivia for you, Mick. Who was the Australian Prime Minister in 2003? This is all about celebrating 22 years.
John Howard?
Correct.
Yep.
Good. Keep it coming. I love trivia.
So you're a Queensland blood, have you?
No.
Where can you barracking from?
I'm not barracking for them. I'm just saying it's a big week for them. I didn't cheer.
You normally do that for Adelaide. I'm thinking, where were you born?
Definitely Adelaide.
Where were you in 2003?
Where was I in 2003?
Yep.
Well, living.
Yeah.
I was in Melbourne.
Oh, you're in Melbourne.
Yes.
Channel 10?
3AW, working with Rex.
That's a behind for Shannon Neal as the Lions go straight down the pipe and Will Ashcroft takes the mark. Have you got another cue for us?
Queensland Premier, 2003.
And who cares? And who cares?
Excuse me? Who cares?
Who cares about Queensland?
Someone's
Premier?
Was it Peter Beattie?
Yes, it was. Victorian Premier?
And that's another one who cares.
Braxy.
Yes, Braxy. Look at you,
no,
Lingy.
Braxy's okay.
Wilmot kicks long down the wing. Guthrie went over the top of the pack, and there was a push in all of that. It's a free kick Brisbane's way. Loman takes the advantage. Kicks inside 50. Cameron in a wrestle. Nice work. Mullen knocks it away from him. Geelong had it, lost it as Atkins hand passes it back into dispute. McCluggage attacks that and try and soccer it out of there, and in the end Mullen gets another look at it. Hand pass back into dispute once more. Eventually Cameron squeezes a shot out, puts it out on the full. So that's the second one he's had in a matter of minutes. Nick Moldhouse is a little concerned about how much road there is ahead of Charlie Cameron in his AFL career. 34 points Brisbane's lead.
Well, they'll keep playing him, Corby, but the fact is that he's just, effectiveness is just rubbish now.
Time on final turn. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Brisbane Lions free kick here for a push in the marking contest.
Goes to Zorko. Lingy won the political section of the sports trivia tonight.
I was about to say, I hope there's other categories. I was ready for some fresh CD.
Who won
answers.
the gold Logie in 2003?
Lisa McHugh.
No, good guess. No.
She won about 12 of them.
Fletcher inside 50, Rainer Marks. Up high, he's wide though. He's right up against the boundary line.
If you got that, I was calling a conspiracy.
Gold Logie, 2003, the last time that the Brisbane Lions won at Kardinia Park.
Rove,
who said that?
Me.
Yes, you got 1 point. You got 1 point. All right.
Good Sandgrove.
Come on, Mick. What was the best movie at the Oscar? Best movie at the Oscar?
Lawrence of Arabia.
Mick switched off.
What was like 20 years out of it?
So set shot for Rayner. He helped set up this win. It would
another one
take
on the
the
full,
impossible.
Cal.
Oh, it's out of bounds on the full.
We've had 3 of them. I'm going to go with Beautiful Mind.
You're having some good pings, Lingy. Brisbane by 34 points, 5 minutes left, but it's bruise-free footy because Brisbane is on the verge of a brilliant win. Their first win since 2003. And the best Oscar was Chicago, was the best movie.
Here we go.
Here's Mullen trying to get it out of a defensive 50. Cameron with some good pressure, got a kick away, and it's marked by O'Connor, still inside the back 50. I've got a message before to say I can't remember a game where there's been so many errors kicking in from fullback or short kicks in the defensive 50. It's amazing how many times tonight they've been broken up or turned over. As O'Connor goes along straight down the pipe.
Stop kicking it to Shannon Neal because now Harris Andrews is embarrassing him a little bit.
I've just checked what his date of birth is. It's got to be his birthday.
Andrews takes the intercept mark.
It's a great. It will be an important lesson for Shannon Neal's football development tonight. You learn from this one. It's a nasty, painful lesson, but he's going to have to learn different tricks, body positioning. You go back to the gym, you work hard, you do all these things so that the next chance you get at Harris Andrews, this doesn't happen again.
Brisbane by 34. We are 23 minutes into the final term. This last quarter, 2 goals to 1 Brisbane's way. They've won every quarter so far. 17 at quarter time, 23 at the half, 32 at three-quarter time, 34 now. As the kick heads down to half forward. Hitwood can't mark, but knocks it away to Bailey. On the run, Bailey just misses near side or behind. 35 points, Brisbane's lead, 23 gone final term. Have we got another question?
Best actress, Oscars. Come on, Mick, you haven't got one yet.
Julie Christie from Dr. Zhivago.
This isn't my category.
Close to home.
Is there a sports section?
Can you give us the movie? Or would that be too
Cold Kid?
Virginia Woolf.
Is that Meryl Streep? No.
The Hours, it was called.
Well, that is Nicole Kidman.
Yes.
There we go.
Lingy, you've got them all. Okay, a bit of a scrap here. We're counting down 3.5 minutes to go. Geelong fans, have any started to leave yet, Lingy? Can you see as there's a...
I'll just check on the Ling family.
Yeah, they're still there.
My 3 kids have gone, which means they've gone out to the back oval, St Mary's Oval, to kick the footy. It's because Nicole's still sitting
poor
there.
Nicole.
So their mum's still there, but the 3 kids are gone.
She is a good mother. Dunkley kicks it high. Lohman flies. Sam Day's there. Lockie Neal slides in, picks it up. Zach Bailey. They still want more. Here's Ashcroft, Levi. Rather, it's Will. Handballing it to Levi. Of course, to Lohman. All the blondes combined for a goal. He's got it.
That much pressure. How many shots can you have?
Goodness me, the snap from Lohman. And they're finishing it off in style. He's booted too. And what about that? The Ashcroft brothers. Forget the Dash brothers. It's all about the Ashcroft brothers. Brilliant tonight. Brisbane by 41 points. Closing minutes. 14:08.92. Geelong 6:15.51. If you've just joined us and you can't believe that scoreline, Brisbane hit the Cats hard early. They booted the first 4 goals of the game. Led by 17 points. Extended it to 23 points at halftime. At three-quarter time, it was a lead of 32 points.
There's a celebration from Kyle Lohman too, just a little wave. I don't know if he's saying see you later to a few people that were hitting the exits, but they get the last laugh, Brisbane. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
think he was waving up at a few Brisbane supporters, maybe even family that have come down from Lake Wendouree, from right alongside that Mick Malthouse statue to watch him.
They all get to celebrate, and there's no doubt about that. Brisbane tonight, they can party as they please as Lockie Neal gives it to Will Ashcroft, kicks for Day at centre-half forward. His late father, by the way, actually previously worked at Penn State University, so there's a little tie-in again tonight with the Nittany Lions, as they're known, the college team where Geelong have borrowed the whiteout theme.
I don't know if they'll be using it again.
I hope they do, but unfortunately it was the worst performance of the year. A stoppage at centre-half forward for Brisbane. Lockie Neal shoots a kick into the pocket. Loman's out after it again. Good tackle by O'Sullivan, takes him out of play. The ump says spin it in, forward pocket for Brisbane.
Well, I can assure you, with the question before about whether or not it's right or wrong, it's caused it. A whole bunch of white T-shirts on seats is not the reason why Geelong butchered the football today.
So deep inside 50 for Brisbane, where the ball's been camped for most of the night. And a boundary throw in, and Myers is tackled by Wilmot. Got one last question for you.
Oh, good. I love
2003. Here's Neal bursting through. Under pressure, he was tackled. Handball goes to Atkins. It ricochets back to Tom Stewart. On the outside of the boot, he bangs it out of there, straight down the throat of Bruce Reveal, who came in, late inclusion, started as the sub, and there's the Bruce. So there are Brisbane fans definitely here, and they're not leaving. Lohmann flies from behind with that traditional leap, and then he follows up with a big tackle. Tom Stewart's a little proppy behind play.
Yeah, the doctor's trying to get to someone for the Cats, so I assume it must be Stewart, Cal. He's just hovering around the goal square, the Geelong doctor.
Still inside 50 here for Brisbane as Dunkley handballs it straight back to Bailey Williams, gets a hurried kick away. And the umpire blows his whistle. Free kick going to Stengel in his 100th game. One that he'd probably rather forget. Some lovely moments pre-match, running through the banner with Eddie Betts' daughter. Ollie Henry, who started as a sub, bangs it long. Dangerfield has given away a free to Harris Andrews for...
Is it a shock, wasn't it?
Yeah, like tunnelling like, wasn't it?
There was a question earlier off the SMS about whether he was trying too hard. Yep. Do you see that in his performance tonight, Dangerfield?
Yeah, I do.
Yep.
You know, you just see he wants something to happen. It's just not happening. His goal kicking was ordinary. He had short. Remember, his first shot was about 5 or 6 steps, which we couldn't believe.
He's always played his best football, 2022 final series, when he hasn't tried too hard.
Yeah, right.
He's almost let the game come to him, and then his influence takes over.
So 30 seconds to go. My last question as we go inside 50.
Stanley kicks along, and there's Harris Andrews again.
No, a Brisbane Lions free kick off the ball. Right, go, Cal.
See, last question. Who won the grand final in 2003?
There we go.
Come on, Mick. Mick. Oh, he's ignoring me.
Cal, that's just
he's
nasty.
Boys, I have no idea what you're talking about. Absolutely no idea. I'm not bitter and twisted, but I want to know who rubbed out Anthony Rocker.
Ainsworth with a long kick out wide towards McLaughlin, who marks in front of the benches. It's all about the Brisbane Lions with good reason. For the first time in 22 years, they come to the Cattery and win. And as they were then, the reigning premiers are a team to take very, very seriously again. Brisbane by 41.
We are the pride of Brisbane town. We wear the roll, blue and gold. We will always fight for victory, like Fitzroy and there's our bowl. All for one and one for all. We will answer to the call. Go Lions, Brisbane Lions, we'll kick the winning score. You'll hear a mighty roar.
It was all about Patrick Dangerfield and the Cats coming in, the whiteout show, and yet it's all about Brisbane going out. They led by 17 at quarter time, 23 at the half, 32 at three-quarter time, and 41 points in the finish. Brisbane break their 22-year drought at Kardinia Park to win by 41.
To the call, go Lions.
performance of the season. Geelong with their worst performance of the season. The Lions by 41 points. Logan Morris, the real thing. He kicked 5 goals, 3 for Cam Rayner, 2 for Kyle Lohman, and then singles down the page for McCluggage, Will and Levi Ashcroft, both with 1 each, and Darcy Wilmot kicked 1 too in the opening term. Meanwhile for Geelong, Jeremy Cameron, one of their better players tonight. He kicked 4, did his bit, and apart from him, Brian Myers kicked 1, and Shannon Neal, who was well beaten, kicked 1 as well. 41 points in the finish. The Brisbane Lions with a huge victory Friday night at Cardinia Park, their first win in these parts in 22 years.
So the Cats might have turned the stadium white in the pre-match, but it was a whitewash from Brisbane in the end, Corbin. Absolutely extraordinary, and throws a spanner in the works where we thought where the season might be heading and that it might be a 2-horse race. Suddenly it's not at all, and I can't wait to hear Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling dissect this one, because it came out of the blue, came out of nowhere, and it's caught us all by surprise.
35,367. They all go home with a new T-shirt, and might just be to change the oil on the car. It's what it's been used for up to tonight. 41-point win. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Patrick Dangerfield, I'm sure, will get a moment here as he makes his way off. He's got his kids with him, and he's about to make his way off the ground. But some initial thoughts from Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse, and of course we'll be inside the Brisbane rooms and we'll bring you all the reaction over the next 40 minutes and more of your thoughts on the SMS. Paddy Dangerfield, he's got his kids under each arm. His daughter, who stole the show yesterday at the press conference, waving towards the Geelong fans that have stuck around in the Brisbane Lions, part of that guard of honour. Understandably too, for a champion of the game. 350 in the set now, just the 25th player in the game to get there. It won't be towards the top end of these 350 games in the way that it played out, but a wonderful milestone nevertheless. The Cats will make their way off. Brisbane will stick around to celebrate, and we'll hear from the coaching icon Mick Malthouse and the legendary Cat Cameron Ling.
Well, congratulations to Paddy Dangerfield on 350 games. Just get that one out of the way. He'll be really disappointed with the way the night has gone. But we've got to go to Brisbane, Mick. Their performance tonight was just so impressive. Their pressure around the ball was excellent. When they did win the ball back, their ability to use the ball really well and so efficiently at times, it just tore Geelong apart. They scored 66 points from turnover tonight, the Brisbane Lions, which is unbelievable. And I reckon,
92,
and I reckon, given what the mess of the last 15 minutes of the game was,
it was
Charlie Cameron put the ball out in the full twice. There was another out in the full. That 66, if the game was still semi-alive, could have become something like 80 points from turnover. They destroyed Geelong on the turnover.
Yeah, and we're going to look at 21 shots to 22. The number out in the full, as you said. So, as far as shots for goal goes, it was the efficiency of Brisbane. 14 goals doesn't seem a big score, but given it's against Geelong for a start off, it's an extra player in defence, so they paid a penalty down there, Brisbane. They were prepared to cop that penalty and then force Geelong to turn the ball over in the middle of the ground and then go again. It was, I think Geelong had, probably no dominance, but Geelong had the upper hand for the last 5 minutes of the first quarter, a fair chunk of the second quarter.
Yeah,
but
10 to 15 minutes, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But no real reward on the scoreboard.
2 goals too. They kicked 2 goals too that quarter to 2 goals too. So 3 goals too. So Brisbane actually outscored them. It was the thing that I've seen sides beat Geelong here. I've seen GWS, and it was well orchestrated, very well coached to take away their strength. I've seen, I think Gold Coast. Did Gold Coast win here? Maybe I got that wrong, but I know some.
Fremantle have won here in the past.
Yeah, there's a couple of games I've seen where they've been beaten, Geelong, but today they were beaten in a more traditional way of bringing your half forward up, then taking. When they scored, it was. I'd love to know how many. You probably know this. How many marks or free kicks from marks? So it was the ease in which they were able to dissect Geelong through the middle of the ground, and that to me is a worry. If they're going to, if Corby's has now said that Brisbane have won the last 3 games against Geelong at different venues.
That's in the sample size, by the way, Mick, of 16 Geelong games.
Yep.
So in their last 16 games, they've lost to Brisbane 3 times, 3 different venues, in 3 different ways.
And the worry would be, no matter where they play them now, is how Brisbane are prepared to play against Geelong. They dissect them with the use of the football through. You know, we talk about kicking efficiency, but Brisbane's goals come from real efficiency through the middle, then the run, they're prepared to hand pass, and then break up the next line. And Geelong's back line was falling back, kept on falling back. You had Rayner kick 2 or 3. He kicked
3 goals.
3 goals, and I reckon most of them were outside there on 50 because he went back and come up to the ball. It was a really comprehensive win. I always said if you're going to beat Geelong, you've got to look at the modus of operandi of GWS. I reckon if you're going to sacrifice a player up near the ball, then this is probably the blueprint because it's done on speed, use through the corridor. Make no mistake about it, the corridor was open when they kicked that football. Most times. There was a couple of times when it was okay, a bit tight, but generally speaking, they found that target. And then they're away. Geelong just didn't, under any circumstances, have anyone stop that type of run into. It was probably at the end of the day, Henry, Stewart, who else was down there? Backline players probably held up enough.
Lawson Humphries held.
Dawson Humphrey definitely.
Occasions.
I thought those 2 and 3 players probably stopped Brisbane from kicking the 16 to 20 goals.
Yeah, no, I'd agree with that. I think those 3, if they're a little bit less than what they were tonight, this is a 70-75 point win for the Brisbane Lions.
Absolutely.
It was a total domination by the Lions, and pretty much start to finish. And the midfield just completely controlled the game for the Brisbane Lions.
Yeah, we'll come back to all of that. Brisbane by 41 points. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. They replaced Geelong in second spot on the table, so they get it done 14-8-92 over Geelong 6-15-51. So the Lions, the team that kicked a little straighter tonight. Ben Cameron is in the winners' rooms, and I can hear Ben. They're on their way in.
Oh, they're led in by Dane Zorko, who's a pretty happy man. A few woos as they make their way in. It is interesting to note, of course, their new CEO, Sam Graham, dead ringer for his brother Ben. I think there would have been a few confused Geelong fans today seeing him with the Brisbane scarf on and thinking, why is Ben supporting Brisbane? But that is his brother Sam. There's a dead ringer, and they're huddling up, a very happy bunch, about to sing the song in very squishy sort of rooms down here. Pretty happy down here, and they get around. Everyone down here in the rooms, a lot of backslapping, so very happy with it all. I'll come back to you in a moment with Hugh McCluggage.
Thanks, Ben. Look forward to that. A 41-point win for the Lions over the Cats. What noise did they make when they came in the room?
No, I'm not repeating.
I missed that.
Ben just taking us through the sounds of the change room.
Whooping noise. Hey, what stands out is that this is a coaching masterclass by Chris Fagan tonight.
I reckon.
And you don't often say that against Chris Scott, do you? But it was... take us inside why.
You've got to be very careful about thinking that Chris Scott lowered his colours, because that's not necessarily the case. What it is the other coach was able to sit back, probably looking at the last... Like, they haven't been actually on top of the world, whereas Geelong have, and going, right, what have Geelong been doing? What do we need to do? So I'm not saying you're wrong, Cal, but I don't think Chris Scott undercoached. What happened was Chris Fagan was able to manipulate the side, and you've got to have the capabilities in that side, make no mistake about it, to be able to exploit areas where Geelong could be got. I said before the game, Brisbane will win if Geelong play poor football. Okay, they were forced to play poor football, but they certainly played poor football. Their disposal was horrid, and I don't necessarily think it was because they were over-tackled or anything like that. But anyway.
Brisbane by 41, Ben Cameron with the winners.
I'm down here with Hugh McCluggage, who's pretty happy, as these rooms are. How would you articulate that performance that the team delivered tonight?
Yeah, I thought we were back to... to be honest, in the last 2 weeks, I think we've played pretty well, but we just haven't kicked straight, and tonight we were able to kick straight. We were able to get our offence going, and, yeah, it's just really pleasing. We haven't won down here for 20-odd years, so just to get a win is awesome. Yeah, first time in 22 years, and the last time it was Chris Scott who kicked the winning goal. Of course, that time you guys were the reigning premiers as well, as you are now, so there's a little bit of symmetry in amongst it all. It felt like the pressure was dialed up tonight from you guys, and that was very evident. I noticed a lot on the boundary how keen you were to get around to one another when there was a 1%er. How much of that was spoken about? Yeah, we spoke about it a bit. I think last week our pressure factor was putrid, to be honest, and we didn't lay many tackles, so we knew that it was going to be a little bit slippery, and that sort of winter game down here where we just got to bring the pressure and be nice and clean, and I thought we did both those things. I'll send you upstairs. Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling have a few more questions for you.
Hugh, congratulations on the win. A fantastic game. Geelong's kicking, we remarked all night how poorly they kicked. How much of that is, I mean, clearly it is your pressure, but also what you were doing structurally, where the way that you set up, the way that you had Harris Andrews positions, all of that. Did you just feel like you just totally controlled that and that's what forced them to kick like that?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I thought we were really quick to locate and get a man so that they couldn't switch the ball or use it through the middle, and then we were able to have Harris, who's one of the great backmen in the competition, read the play, which is handy, but it's a team effort. I mean, all the other guys down back have to do their bit to make sure that we can get those sort of plays free, and I thought the pressure inside as well was really, really good, and we made them rush their kicks. And
what about on the flip side? You guys opened them up at times with your ball use. Did you talk a lot about the fact just whatever you see open, just use it straight away? It had that feel about it.
Yeah, that's pretty much how we try and play. We try and play an instinct on offence. I think, as I said, we have actually been able to do that quite well this year, but maybe we just haven't gotten the value for money in terms of hitting the scoreboard. But tonight definitely changed, and, we were able to get some really good looks.
Hugh, just in the last 16-odd games, you've played Geelong 3 times and you've beaten them each time. Is there a secret to it? Geelong have been pretty masterful when you look at their records over the last few years, and yet you've been able to consistently knock them over.
Yeah.
Do you match up well?
Yes and no. I think in 2 of those games we were down quite badly at half-time, and we had to change things up with our ball movement and also with our pressure. But I think nearly every game of footy nowadays is based off how well you can pressure the opposition and how well you can move the ball. And we've been able to do that well the last few times against Geelong, particularly in the second halves and tonight the whole game. But that's pretty much the recipe against most sides. If you can get it going forward, use the ball well, and then pressure them, make them sort of go straight and long, then you go a long way to winning most games.
Sure. Tell us a little bit about Logan Morris. He's had a couple of interesting weeks, one might say, for a young fella.
Yeah. You forget he's in his second year, Logs. He's such a smart footballer. He reads the play well. He's tough in the air and on the ground. And I think he's just blossoming, really. He's got so much left to give, but at the same time he's already playing like a veteran, which is awesome. I thought Eric Hippwood as well did some really, really good stuff. Halving contest tonight, and Kai was back to some really good form as well. So we know when we get those forwards up and going, we're pretty hard to stop.
Your midfield is so deep. You've just got so many players, and you've got another Ashcroft comes in there, and he fits in so beautifully. Where do you? I'll ask you. Have you any idea what sort of percentage you play in the middle, and then where you play the rest of the game?
I think probably play, I'd say 70-odd% in the middle, and then swap with. So Will Ashcroft, myself, Lock, Dunks, probably spending a majority of time in there, and then we've got Cam Rayner and Zach Bailey who can pop in for the odd little stints in there, and then obviously Levi, who's out on a wing, Bez as well, that can play in there. So like you said, we are sport for choice.
Yeah,
doesn't mean it's just going to happen though. No. You've got to be on your game, which I think we're doing pretty well, but there's always room for growth.
Sure.
Hugh McCluggage with us on ABC Sport after Brisbane's 41-point win at the Cattery here in Geelong. Hugh, it's Corbin Middlemass here. I know you want to talk about the team and you want to roll out all the usual lines that we expect to hear after a round 15 game, but I want to talk about you. You've obviously been nominated for an All-Australian Blazer a couple of times in the past, never made the team. Some people, including myself, probably have you in our mid-season team in the way that you're going about it. But do you feel like you're playing the best footy of your career right now?
I think I am, yeah. I think purely because the defensive side of my game's lifted, and I'm probably just having more impact with pressure and tackling. And I've really looked at Josh Dunkley to model that part of my game on. You saw it tonight, like some of the efforts, the 1%ers, the scrap. He just keeps himself in the game, and I think that's probably been the difference this year for me. Is I've added that side a little bit more, and it's been enjoyable. I'm playing probably solely as an inside mid as well, whereas in the past I played a little bit through the wings, which is a different challenge, and trying to get that clearance work up and going as well, which isn't necessarily my strength, but I think is growing each week.
There's no doubt about that. And every group in the competition, I'm sure, wants to play lights out their best footy every single week. It's a long season. We know that's difficult to do. Are you finding as a group at the moment, on the back of your success last year, that some weeks motivate the group collectively more than others? We've seen you come to Melbourne, play on the G against the Hawks, and then down to Geelong tonight in a place where you've really won and produced your two best performances of the year in what is a pretty big occasion.
Yeah, I think we've got a lot of boys that love playing in those big games, those primetime games, and we've had a lot of experience in that area as well through finals in the last 6 or 7 years and a lot of primetime footy. At the same time, I think we've actually, if you look at the facts and the stats, we've been playing quite well most weeks, but whether it be accuracy or just little lapses in concentration, which probably weren't there so much tonight, we've let teams have a sniff, and that's all any team needs. But yeah, the fact that we've been able to come down here, beat Geelong, beat the Hawks at the G, be really competitive with Adelaide at Adelaide Oval, it's really good signs.
And did you get out to the ball during your bye?
Yeah, I'll head down there. My little brother will be out. He's actually playing for Werribee tomorrow, so I'll go and watch him, and then I'll make the trip back down to Warrnambool and enjoy some time off.
Enjoy it. You deserve it. Appreciate your time, Hugh. Congratulations on a massive win tonight. It was a joy to watch.
Too easy. Thanks for having me on.
Hugh McCluggage in the winners' rooms. Brisbane by 41 points, 14-8-92 over Geelong, 6-15-51. Cats' heaviest defeat at home in 8 seasons. So you have to go back to 2017. Late in the year, they lost to Sydney by 47. So 41 points. Clearly their worst loss of the year. The previous defeats that they'd had so far this season were by 7 points, 9 points, 18 and 4. So this is a massive outlier at 41 points. And it also means that Brisbane take back second spot. So as you touched on during the call, Lingy, they change positions.
Yeah, and probably as bad as I've seen them play in a long time, the Cats, because a 41-point margin probably flatters them a little bit as well. Brisbane outplayed them for maybe other than 10, 12, 15 minutes, Mick?
Yeah.
It was all Brisbane, and the ease with which they moved the ball and were able to score at times was just so impressive. The way they shut Geelong down, and Hugh spoke about it there, the fact they wanted to take away Geelong's corridor ball use, but they sweated on it a couple of times and read it. I think I joked it was like they had the answers to the quiz. Yes. They were onto it, and Darcy Wilmot's goal early on where he just chopped one off, ran in, kicked a goal, that set the tone of, I think, had Geelong doubting whether or not they could go in there, so they hesitated, and by the time they hesitated it was even easier to pick off. Just a complete, total domination by the Brisbane Lions.
So, interestingly, I was lucky enough to be in the champion data briefing pre-season where the data boffins, Mick, come in and they go through all the different analysis as to what makes each team great. And they came to Geelong and they said, look, a lot of people think about Geelong because they're old, that they must be slow. And yet their DNA is speed, that they actually play the quickest footy of anyone in the league. And obviously Chris Scott's spoken about that and the scoring ability and everything else. So that they average 102 points per game this year. They were kept to 51 tonight.
Yeah.
And yet it sort of feels like the answer to Geelong's riddle is sort of speed plus speed, almost that you've got to play with a bit of speed on the ball. So, control it at times, but when you got to pull the trigger, you got to go and be daring against the Cats. Is that what we've seen sort of show itself up? That's the blueprint on how to beat them.
There's absolutely no doubt that seems to be, if you're going to play Collingwood, Geelong, Brisbane, Adelaide to a degree, Giants, Fremantle, Dogs a bit different. Speed on the ball gives you a chance to beat those sides.
Yep.
The slower you are, the more they set up, they get in behind it.
So that's interesting, though, isn't it? So if you,
if you
look back at the great Richmond days, right, and the other great team I think during their time was probably West Coast, and they didn't play each other nearly enough. But that was oil and water. One team was chaos, one team was control. Whereas what you're essentially saying here is that the way to beat those teams that go fast is also by going fast. It
is speed, but you've also got to be calculated. You can't just then rush it and kick the ball in because Stewart marks it, Henry marks it.
You've got to be good at speed.
That's right. You've got to be. The players in front of you have to know what to do with that speed. So if you have a close look at what Brisbane did today, they led back, then they come forward because the player with the football was able to get the second hand pass, a third hand pass, and either one of those hand passes only went to a player because the forward player wasn't in position. Whereas some sides they overhand pass and the player's out of position, but they would pull back the second hand pass because the player had already broken away, made space. We saw, had a go at Cameron because I just don't think he's playing that well. But that last goal that was kicked by Morris was because they found space. He's played on straight away. The Geelong defender, he was caught in no man's land. He went to the most obvious one across the body, and Morris ends up with a kicking goal by himself. Looks silly, but it wasn't the Geelong.
So the speed that we speak of,
speed is the way,
is created by all 18 running to the right position, being the extra option,
and knowing what's happening in front.
Yep. But can I also add in one other thing? You're talking about speed and boldness with your ball use. You're talking about that all in attack. You also need speed and boldness in defence.
Oh,
so to be aggressive and be prepared to come at a Bailey Smith or a Max Holmes who's coming flying through the middle of the ground and go at him and close his space down. So you are forcing him to make a decision a second earlier than he wants to. And if he then...
And the next line comes up.
Yeah, and then he either bombs it up, your intercept marker comes into play. If he gives an extra handball, because he thinks, I better not kick it, I'll give an extra hand, then he's closed straight away. So the speed and the boldness of the aggressive defence can then flip the ball around, and you can go back at 1,000,000 miles an hour through that. Because Geelong will have run, and Collingwood do it as well. You talk about it a lot. They run to attack and create. If you take it off them quickly, every one of them are out of position, and you can go back 1,000,000 miles an hour, and then you can look like you're fast in attack.
Yeah.
So they work in together.
Which is what Hugh McCluggage just told us. He's learned off Josh Dunkley to do the defensive running as well, and that's where the game...
That's where Geelong broke down tonight.
That's where,
badly. Their defensive running in the middle was quite extraordinary. It was only in probably the second and third quarter that it was so evident that when you saw Brisbane take the ball clear, especially with the Ashcrofts, because they're so smart with the ball and they share it. Yeah. You look behind, and Smith and Dangerfield is in the middle, and even Holmes.
Yeah. How would you sum up what happened to Smith and Holmes tonight?
Well, no, Smith hasn't encountered that. He's still ended up with more positions than anyone else on the ground, I think, or of Geelong anyway. But he's been able to get away with it because sides aren't that good. They cough up the fifth possession. It goes, they look good. They kick it up. Stewart marks it. Then Smith's on the rebound. I'm not saying he's only one way, but he's very close to one way tonight.
And again, I'm just jumping on, piggybacking your comment, is you can be so aggressive in your running patterns forward, and you can be pseudo one way when you use the ball really well and efficiently down the end, and Grime Myers then gets it at half forward, swings around Shannon Neal mark into Jeremy Cameron to mark. The ball doesn't come back out. So you can be flat out one way. But when it's turning over quick, like Brisbane are able to do now, and you get caught out of position as a Bailey Smith, then you get highlighted as having only gone one way because the ball's gone back
gone past you,
and you're not running to defend.
Brisbane by 41 points. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Great insight from Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse, Corbin Middlemass and Kelly Underwood with you in the ABC box here at Cardinia Park as the ground is emptied out. And we got here and there was a T-shirt on every single seat. And no surprise, there's 0 T-shirts remaining. So all the seats were filled and all the T-shirts are gone. Let's go into the Geelong rooms. Ben Cameron skipped across there. What can you see, Ben?
Pretty vacant Geelong rooms at the moment, it must be said. Just a few people standing around having a little bit of a chat. I can see young Archie Duncan, who's always a menace in these rooms, just getting around. Young George Dangerfield as well. I can also see Joel Selwood, who was here for a little bit of a chat. And the CEO of the AFL is in the rooms just having a chat to his former colleague in Steve Hocking as well. Andrew Dillon is the man I speak of. And Rhys Stanley is just walking over to have a chat to us at the moment, so we might just roll with it. I'm well, thanks, Rhys. How do you reflect on that?
They were really good, really bad. It's sort of sums it up, doesn't it?
Cameron Ling spoke about the kicking of Geelong. It felt like a really bad kicking night. Like, how do you even contextualise that?
I know, as professional footballers, you don't want to have bad kicking nights, do you? You know, you work on it that much. I think, I don't know, early it felt like we were sort of trigger shot. You know, we had really good looks to go fast, you know, on the outside of the ground, and we'd sort of hesitate a little bit, and then they obviously set up so well behind the footy. So as soon as we sort of hesitate with that first one and we don't take the opportunity to go fast, they set up really well and could sort of turn that over, and we were offset. They got us back the other way.
It felt very obvious the other way too, that they were really quick to take that opportunity to just take the first option and go quickly. Did you notice that in-game?
Yeah, certainly did. I think at one point there we went back to a CB. You know, we were sort of winning it out of the middle to get half forward, and we'd all press as you normally do and sort of hunt the footy, and you know, we'd get turned over at half forward, you turn around and they got three out ahead of it, and they slingshot and go through and kick a goal, and your head was spinning a bit. We go, hang on a sec, that's not ideal. So obviously a little bit to work on there, but we've got to reflect a little bit on the first half of the year and realise the reality of where we're at. You know, I think we're 10-5 now. We've had a really good start to the year. It's a good time to stop, reflect, have a look at what we've done well, have a look at what we need to work on, and reset for the second half of the year.
Yeah, that's a really good point with where you are at the moment. All of the celebrations around Patrick Dangerfield, there were some people on the SMS line suggesting that perhaps, you know, the build-up to this game was a little bit of a distraction, the whiteout, the shirts on the seat, Danger's 350th. Did you feel that at all as a player?
Not at all, to be honest. I think the first I saw of it was I think 7AFL must have put something online, and that's sort of the first I saw of it. To be honest, we hadn't spoken about it internally until got here tonight and saw the work that the club had done to get those shirts out. So that'd be a silly excuse to try and sort of clutch at, I think. It certainly wasn't a distraction. I think, you know, celebrating an absolute great of the game is incredibly important. I wish we could have celebrated a little bit better with a better performance, but he's been, you know, arguably one of the best that we've seen. So disappointed we couldn't get it done for him tonight.
Seems like an obvious next question. I mean, you played with a lot of champions at St Kilda and now here at Geelong. What is it about Patrick Dangerfield that makes him danger?
That makes him danger. Self-proclaimed danger.
I thought you were going to say self-belief.
Well, there's a whole lot of that. There's a whole lot of that, but it comes from the best place. Like he's, you know, away from the footy club, he's a hell of a human being, a really great family man, and you know, I sort of touched on it earlier this week. He never sort of wavers from his belief and his true north. He truly is one of the good guys, and love him or hate him. I think opposition, you know, supporters may hate him at times just because, you know, of how good he's been for so long. But the things he's been able to achieve on and off the field, the work he puts in with the AFLPA stuff over a long period of time, that's a thankless job. So he needs to be celebrated, and like I said, wish we could have got it done for him.
Yeah, we spoke earlier on in the night about the fact that he has polled 3 votes against all 18 clubs in the competition. So he's been best on ground against your team, whoever you support. Have you guys had a chance to just chat about what happened and the bye coming up, I guess, and what that looks like? Or is that a conversation still to come?
We pulled in, but that was sort of more Pat reflecting on
on also the 350 games. I think Pat spoke a little bit, congratulated Tice on getting to that milestone, the 100, and obviously just reflected and sort of thanked the club for his time. So we spoke about the bye, very, very briefly. Look, let's do the right stuff. Let's reflect. Let's have a think about the first half of the year and how sort of positive it has been for us. But it's about sort of getting to work now, and we'll get back into the club late next week and get into it.
What does your buy look like? Am I going to offend you if I say you're getting out on the hobby farm? Is that an offensive word, or is that okay?
Nice drive by. That's good. I've got a bit to do at there's a heap of jobs to do, and I sort of it's always a battle of how many you try and do in season and how many you try and push to the end of the year. So I've got some cattle. I'm getting rid of some cattle this week, so I'll move them off early Monday, Tuesday, and I've got to go and stockpile a bit of firewood because we're running low, and the wife's always going to the front door, and there's none there at the moment. So I've got to get to work and do a few things, jobs that I've been putting off, but nothing too crazy.
You can hit up Angus Clark from Essendon, the wood chopper. He'll send you some firewood, and as close as I get to a farm is watching Clarkson's farm. I don't know if you've seen that, but Reece Stanley, appreciate your time. Best of luck for the bye in the second half of the season.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks to Reece Stanley down there in the Geelong rooms after defeat. We don't hear a whole lot from Reece Stanley, but he's a great orator.
Yeah.
Speaks well.
Yeah.
Spoke very well and summed up the game really well.
Yeah, didn't he? It was just a perfect encapsulation of that's everything. And I know they're a mature group, and he's played a lot of footy, but that was everything that the game was.
Yeah, and one thing with Geelong and the loss, they will be really angry at themselves and bitterly disappointed because it was such an important night for one of, their captain and an important player to the club. But moving on from that, the club for a long, long time, and this is going back to my days, prided themselves on, regardless of the result, in the previous game, they will recover from the game, review the game, interact with each other, get about their training, get about their program, looking towards their next game in the exact same manner. Be critical of themselves at times, even in a win, and find the positives and be really supportive and reward and recognise the important things in a loss. Now, there's not many things to reward and recognise about tonight, I get that, but that evenness over a long, long period of time, win, lose or draw, has held them in really good stead. And that's why they're able to continue to be competitive. So they have to find that again tonight and moving. Yeah. And the bye probably helps with that because they'll all scatter a little bit and get away back and reset themselves for what is obviously still an opportunity to win a premiership. Tonight's horror performance doesn't take them out of premiership calculations. Yeah. So they need to regroup and get on with the job.
And can Brisbane go back-to-back still?
Oh, yeah.
With no Danaher and no Payne?
But I didn't... I know they weren't near their best, and I took Mick's point in the pre-match that there was Geelong and Collingwood and a little bit of a gap to Brisbane, but I never for 1 second had Brisbane out of premiership calculations because they are so good and so deep in the middle of the ground.
Yeah, that's where you win it.
Yeah, and... You think with the motivation levels and the build towards finals, this group, I can forgive them a little bit of a stutter through a winter month or two. This group's they've scrambled up enough wins in the early part of the year to allow themselves a little slip in the last couple of weeks. Come September, they'll be right there.
I would contend that Geelong are so well drilled, and we've got so much reverence for them, quite rightfully so, for everything they've done. But if this was a game of schoolyard footy or it was the get-off-the-bus type team, Brisbane have more firepower. That they have more out-and-out stars across every single line, high picks, guys that are talented footballers, and Geelong sort of get the most out of what they've got. They've got great players, but they've also found them from everywhere across the country and moulded them into the unit that they are.
And name for me, just quickly off the top of your head, Geelong's midfield.
Yeah.
Well, Holmes, Smith, Atkins.
Yep.
And then we get a little bit from Manor. We get a little bit from, I don't know, Dangerfield. Maybe, but he's a couple of minutes now. He's mainly a forward. That's it. Now name in Brisbane's midfield.
Just keeps going.
Dunkley, Ashcroft, Berry, Fletcher, Ashcroft, McCluggage, Rayner for burst, Lockie Neal, Zach Bailey for Bert.
And you mentioned Lockie Neal, fifth or sixth.
I know. I was just running down the disposal list there. So it is, you're right, Corpse. Your point's well made.
Just a couple off the SMS. I've been promising to get to a few of these all night, so we'll do a little rapid fire here before we get out of here. From Simon in the York Peninsula in South Australia, Geelong had an amazing record at home prior to COVID, but it has dropped somewhat to about 60% wins since. Have the panel attributed this to big change? So it's not quite 60%. I did do some numbers on this. So they've lost here 8 times since 2023. And a lot of people think, 2023, that's 2.5 seasons worth. They've lost 8 games. You compare that to they had a 16-year stretch before that where they lost 15 games. So that's less than one a season across the previous 16 years.
It's who's you play to, the way the draw is.
But it's probably more just coming back into line, isn't it, with most normal teams over a period.
That's right.
That is outrageous to think you go 16 years losing less than one on average at home.
And because the ground didn't hold a lot, you don't play Collingwood down here, you didn't play Essendon down here or Carlton or that sort of stuff. So it really was distorted. But
I reckon there was a 5-year period where we might have lost 2 games in 5 years or something like that.
So I've got that. Yeah, lost 2 games in 7 seasons. Between 2008 and 2014.
Yeah.
2 games in 7 seasons worth of footy.
We had a decent team.
It was the envy of the competition.
Was that Fremantle got you? When was that?
Oh, no, that was in a final. I didn't play in that one.
That was one of the 2.
No, so I did boundary for ABC for years and years, and you come down here, and you never went to the opposition's rooms,
which were on the other side of the ground, weren't they?
And so when they won Fremantle, that was the Shane McInnes.
That was it. Yeah.
Having the confrontation with Ross Lyon, because we had to run down, and then there was no lights, there was no power. The techs were trying to, because we'd never been there. We hadn't been there in 7 years.
Don't get me started. Ever since they built this beautiful new stand with new rooms for the opposition, I want to stick them back over in the other side in those tiny little rooms.
It was extraordinary. And the Ross Lyon media, he'd won this final down in Geelong, and we were all squished in. It was absolutely ridiculous.
Congrats to Paddy on his 350 games. Go the Lions from Anne-Marie in Dandenong. And thanks for a great coverage, ABC. We've supported the Lions for over 20 years. Eric and Barb. Michael from Victoria Point in Queensland. Appreciate all your contributions throughout the night on the SMS, which is 0437 774 774. Mark in Canberra. Morris reminds me of Alistair Lynch. Smart, good kick, and courageous too.
That's a big call, wasn't it?
Yep.
For a 20-year-old, yep.
Phil from McLeod, at least Geelong fans get to take home their free white shirt to remind them of the time they got beaten by Brisbane at Kardinia Park. Thanks, Phil. Appreciate that. And from Steve in Ballarat, Chris Scott is far too professional and experienced to make tonight all about danger. Brisbane have just outplayed the Cats. They certainly did that. They won every quarter, 17 at quarter time, 23 at the half, 32 at three-quarter time, and 41 points in the finish. AFL Saturday tomorrow. We are on air from 12 noon. I haven't got it confirmed as yet, but I'm hopeful that we will have a very special guest and a senior coach who is celebrating a win on a Friday night. But we'll see how we go tomorrow morning. Mick, you'll be with me from 12 noon, along with Luke Ball. So we'll be on air tomorrow with AFL Saturday. Lingy, you'll be on from the same time on Sunday, 12 noon. Also in your local markets, you'll get in ABC Radio and WA Sports Talk from 10 WA time, and from 10:30 South Australian time you'll get SA Grandstand, so you'll be able to find those options, and of course it's all available through the ABC Listen app. The votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year. Cameron Ling.
One vote I'm going to give to Cam Rayner. I just thought he was explosive, kicked 3 goals, highly influential at times, had a really good game. 2 votes is going to Logan Morris. I'm going to give him 2 votes for his 5 goals. He was the recipient of a lot of work up the ground, I must admit, but he still did kick 5, which is a wonderful performance. And I'm going to give 3 votes, Mick, to one that you can be critical of at times, and I do take your point a lot of the times. I thought Harris Andrews just controlled the game.
He did.
5 intercept marks, and just Geelong didn't even look like really doing much with ball in hand, and Harris Andrews controlled everything. So I think as far as influence goes, not possessions or anything like that, I'll give the 3 to Harris Andrews.
I love it. 3 for Andrews, 2 for Morris, 1 for Rayner. So the fullback, the full forward, and Cam Rayner is the mid forward.
Will Ashcroft probably a little unlucky.
Well, 10 marks, and I can't remember Andrews taking an easy mark.
No.
So you had to get rid of a few.
Couple of big spoils.
Yeah.
They both have the bye next week in round 16, and then we'll see them Saturday of round 17. So Saturday week it'll be Richmond in the twilight here at Cardinia Park for the Cats, and Port Adelaide for the Brisbane Lions Saturday night at the Gabba of round 17. Great work, everybody.
17.
Yeah, we're almost there. Into the depths of winter, there's no doubt about it. Thanks to you, Kelly Underwood.
Thank you, Lingy. Enjoy your 4-minute drive home.
Oh, this is beautiful. This is so good.
Thanks, Lingy. Thanks, Mick. I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks to Stu Hollywood-Baker, to Ben Cameron for all his work downstairs, and to Craig Davis as well back at base. My name's Corbin Middlemass, signing off. The Lions spoiled Patrick Dangerfield's 350-game milestone and break their hoodoo in Geelong in the process. Good night.
Patrick Stack here. If you love sport and great conversation, then you will love ABC Sport Daily. It's your daily wrap of everything happening in the world of sport.
Catch up with Sports Daily, weekdays from 6:30 on ABC Local Radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio. Your home of BBC Stumped.
First ball.
Tremendous catch, tumbling forward. From the BBC World Service, in association with ABC and Akashvani, this is Stumped.
Hello and welcome to Stumped, your intercontinental hit of news, features and debate from the quirky world of cricket. I'm Alison Mitchell in London, looking forward to the start of the new Tendulkar-Anderson Trophy as England and India get underway with their 5-match series. The weather's hotting up in London, that is for sure, so it might mean a little bit of spin on offer perhaps. Pitches might be a little bit drier. But all in all, I think we're also still coming down after the incredible World Test Championship final at Lord's. So England and London has been the centre of attention for a while.
Hi, it's Jim Maxwell for the ABC. I'm still here in London and trying to avoid South Africans, but slowly making my way home in a day or two. But that trophy, really, that's disrespectful. It should be the Pataudi Trophy. What was wrong with that? History gets buried too quickly, Charu.
Well, I agree, Jim, and I think there is a bit of a pushback on the new trophy naming for one reason or the other. More on that later. I'm Charu Sharma for Akashvani in Baroda, the royal city in the state of Gujarat, where we have a brand new Baroda Premier League. And of course, the country is bursting with these new state leagues, which are a fabulous birthplace for lots of white ball stars, particularly for the IPL. But there's plenty of rain about, sadly, so a lot of the matches have been rain-ruined. However, good to be here for the first ever BPL.
Good to see you both. Coming up, we're going to get into that India 5-match series against England with former fast bowler and World Cup winner Liam Plunkett, who is now helping to grow cricket in the States. But first of all, yes, South Africa's World Test Championship winning players, well, they're